field at Welbeck on has been released for this match by the Welsh Fire. He's not had any game time in the first two matches in the 100, so Dylan Pennington comes back to Notts. Byron Hatton-Lowe sits this one out. We'll give you the teams in full. Brett Hutton's going to get us underway. Those of you listening on Sports Extra will already have heard from Kevin Howells, who's part of the commentary team. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me, introduce him in just a second, Kyle van Vollenhoven, as Hutton bowls the first ball of the match to Stevie Eskenazi, drops it on the leg side. Former Northerns and Warwickshire leg spinner alongside Kyle van Vollenhoven. Very good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning to all our listeners, everyone watching on the live stream as well. Lovely day for cricket. East Midlands derby. The beautiful Trent Bridge. Nice to be up above playing level for a change, Dave.
A little bit of a cool breeze as Hutton comes in, and wide of the pegs. Eskenazi skippering Leicestershire in this competition, lets it go through to Kyle Verreynne. So they're not side in full: George Munsey, Freddie McCann, Ben Martindale, Hasiba Mead, Kyle Verreynne, the South African test keeper. It's a big plus for Notts in this competition. Lyndon James, Joe Pocklington, the slow left armer, Farhan Ahmed, the young off spinner, Brett Hutton, who's bowling at the moment, James Hayes and Dylan Pennington. Give you Leicestershire in full in a moment as Hutton in again bowls, and Eskenazi will drop it on the leg side. He's set off for a run, quickly sent back by Rishi Patel, because Martindale quickly to it, and there is no room. So Stevie Eskenazi and Rishi Patel at the top of the order. Not quite sure how they're going to go, because both Ben Green and Ian Holland are playing, and both have come in at 3 in previous matches in the competition. Hamza Sheikh, full of runs, on loan from Warwickshire prior to a permanent move at the end of the year. He'll be in the middle order somewhere. Probably at 4 as Hutton bowls. Again an Eskenazi defence. Johnny Tattersall, the former Yorkshire keeper, now plays as a top order batter for the Foxes. The South African, who I think you know pretty well, Ruan de Swart, he's another one who's made a fine start to this competition, a career best century in Leicestershire's last match. Ben Cox, the wicket keeper, Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand spinner, Alex Green, and Mo Rizvi, another leg spinner. They're everywhere, Kyle. They're absolutely everywhere. As Hutton bowls wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. So those that you do know, Ruan de Swart and Mo Rizvi in particular.
Yeah, obviously played loads of cricket against Ruan growing up, school cricket, representational cricket for Northerns together. Lots of school cricket against each other. We went to big rivalry schools, the schools across the road from me. He went to Uffy's, same school as A.B. de Villiers, Faf du Plessis, Jacques Rudolph, pretty good pedigree, and I went to Pretoria Boys High, Aidan Markram, Corbin Bosch and co.
Hutton bowls wide of the pegs, drilled into the cover region, straight to Munsey, and Brett Hutton, not for the first time in this competition, begins with a maiden. So Leicestershire have only got 49 more overs to put runs on the board. It's a good start from Brett Hutton there, wasn't it? Eskenazi didn't seemingly look to go after him, but purely looked to play himself into the day and treat Hutton with a little bit of respect. Foxes batting 0 for 0, and here's a Welsh fireman, Dylan Pennington. Believe it or not, he left Worcestershire in that winter 2023-2024. He's been signed up for the 100 each of the last 2 years. Last season he was allowed to play in one match down in Cardiff. It was just nice and handy for Notts against Glamorgan. African, so this is just his second List A game for Notts, but it's his first on home soil.
Yep. Really big boost to have Dylan Pennington back into the side, especially have Trent Bridge with a wicket is really good one. All that experience. Tall fast bowler. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. He's in, and this is defended off the front foot by Patel into mid-wicket region. Fine Ahmed does the fielding. Probably left a name off the list there of recent Pretoria Boys high cricketers that have gone on to play international cricket, and my good mate Donovan Ferreira, who's captaining the Birmingham Phoenix, he's another one. I'm sure him and Ruan will meet up at some stage. They're good friends though.
He played for Yorkshire last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Ferreira played for Yorkshire. Pennington in again, and a little bit of extra bounce, and Patel defends off the front foot, this time to backward point, no run. So loads of South Africans in the country at the moment for the Metrobank One Day Cup, and
too
also,
many.
Yeah,
Too many.
way too many probably, and for the 100. But there's never too many leg spinners, Dave. Never too many leg spinners about Mo Rizvi. I haven't ever played with Mo, but I've trained with him a couple of times when I was playing for the MCC Young Cricketers. And really talented leggy. Good to see him getting a go as Pennington in, and again another defensive shot pushed into the covers where Muncie Mania does the fielding. No run. So still the Foxes yet to get off the mark. I think it's interesting that won the toss and elected to bat first. Not chased so well, just in general, not just in 50 over competition, but in the blast they've chased really well here at Trent Bridge.
But in the two matches at Welbeck, Asiba Mead won the toss both times elected to chase, not chasing down 260 and 280.
Pennington in, and this will be the first runs as it's clipped off Patel's hip round the corner to a very subtle round of applause from inside Trent Bridge, and they're off the mark. It's one for no loss. Yeah, so I find that interesting. Usually try and get a team to do something that they're not comfortable doing, and Notts obviously very comfortable chasing currently. Maybe the Ben Slater aspect, not having him at the top of the order, was a contributing factor, or potentially a used wicket. Who knows? We'll wait to see. Pennington in, and a south off stump as Eskenazi lets this one go through to Verena.
I would imagine any effects from the wicket being used are irrelevant, as it's so long ago, end of May, beginning of June. I'd imagine it's had plenty of time, plenty of hot, dry weather with obviously regular sprinklings, but I wouldn't have thought there's any signs of deterioration on the wicket at all.
No.
Expected to play pretty true throughout the day.
It's always an absolute belter. Trent Bridge, Pennington in outside off stump, and Eskenazi lets this one go again. So fantastic start for Notts. It's been 2 overs, it's one for no loss.
Those of you watching the live stream, not got graphics on there yet. I'm sure they'll sort them out in the fullness of time. It is one without loss. Foxes winning the toss, as we were saying, opting to bat first. Notts have played 2-1-2, defeated both Somerset and Warwickshire in the two matches at Welbeck, counting very much as two of their home fixtures. This is the third in a row then at home. The other home match actually is across the border in Derbyshire, a week on Friday, when they play at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, hosting Northants. Here's Hutton. Bowls a lovely delivery, and they're claiming an inside edge, and it's given. And a really good ball to Rishi Patel, inside edge, through to Verena, who did very well to adjust. Natural reaction of the keeper would be to move to his right, but it took the inside edge rather than the outside edge, so he had to deviate, turn back, and Rishi Patel has gone for one, having faced just 5 balls, but the first one he got from Brett Hutton, an absolute beauty. Patel caught Verena, bowled Hutton 1. The Foxes are 1 for 1 in the third over.
Yeah, really good bowling by Hutton. Just come back a little bit, and a very slight inside edge goes through to the keeper. Really big wicket there and a perfect start. Hutton's been on the money from ball 1 so far today, and not get off to the perfect start after being asked to bowl first. It's 1 for 1, and the dangerous Rishi Patel's got to go.
Yeah, 3-4 years ago now, Brett Hutton in this fixture played at Leicester, took 7 for 26. It was a terrific performance all round actually from Notts that day. The sad point from their batting effort was that Asiba Mead finished 99 not out. It was at the wrong end when Notts batted first, and then Hutton got 7 wickets. Actually, Chris Wright for the Foxes that day took 6 wickets, so the medium fast bowlers very much enjoyed it from the different ends, as I remember. Chris Wright coming from the Bennett end at Grace Road, Brett Hutton from the Pavilion end. New man out there is Ian Holland, former Hampshire player, who of course has been away playing for Washington Freedom in the competition in America. Missed a few weeks of the season for the Foxes. Wisconsin born, Ian Holland. Comes in at 3 in this competition. 4 against Gloucestershire and 1 against Lancashire, so it's fair to say he's due. 21 international caps. Yeah, the Major League cricket, that's what I was frantically trying to find on my bit of paper. That's where he's been playing. First ball into the thigh pad, and this will be fielded and picked up by Ben Martindale. Expect Martindale to carry on batting at 3 as an opener, but Notts went with Freddie McCann and Ben Slater for the 2 matches at Welbeck. Just imagine that Munsey will slot in for Slater at the top of the order. Foxes 1 for 1. They beat Gloucestershire at Kibworth, then won at Guildford. So they were 2 out of 2 before losing to Lancashire. Hutton bowls again, dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. We have got the graphics back. Those of you watching on the live stream will be able to see. There we are. Thanks to all involved. Incidentally, those of you either listening in the ground or coming along later, today would have been Sir Garfield Sober's 90th birthday. We lost the great man, a week or so ago. Very sad news. Would have been his 90th birthday today. Come back to that in a second as Hutton bowls steered into the offside by Holland, and there's no run. Today in the library from 1:30, for those of you listening in the ground, there's an exhibition of Sir Garfield's life and career. The library open back of the new pavilion. Just go in the ticket office, and if you've not been before, just follow the signs to the library. Just shot on the live stream there of our square leg umpire Conor McGarry. I'll tell you a little bit more about Conor in a moment. New name to many, I have to say, including myself up until an hour or so ago. As Hutton bowls wide of the off stump, chopped to backward point, fielded by Pocklington. Conor McGarry, he umpired 3 List A games last year. This is his first in this season's competition. Hails from Staffordshire, but umpires in the Birmingham and District Cricket League. And very nice to have him along. His first opportunity in say top flight cricket this season. The other umpire at our end, the more experienced Mike Burns, who just raised the finger at the start of this over to acknowledge the caught behind. There's a ball that nips back on Ian Holland, and this is a terrific start from Brett Hutton, getting a very good round of applause from those inside Trent Bridge. Hutton 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. Foxes 1 for 1 after 3, Kyle.
Yeah, fantastic wicket maiden by Brett Hutton. He's just a bowling machine. He doesn't miss his mark at all. On a sixpence, really. Put a hanky down and I reckon he would have hit it pretty much 5 or 6 balls out of 6. Then Pennington to continue. His figure's not too bad as well. 0 for 1. Eskenazi now on strike. Eskenazi here in the blast. Last time he batted, he got an unbeaten 50 not out in the 20 over game, so Does like batting here. Pennington in and outside the off stump, a little bit of shape away, and Rayner diving across Lyndon James, who's at first slip.
Yeah, that was extraordinary, wasn't it? Because if memory serves, he just couldn't. He opened the batting and was 54 not out at the end of 20 overs. Eskenazi, one of the most prolific free-scoring strikers in the county game, just couldn't get on strike, and when he could, he couldn't get it away or hit a fielder. Only reached his 50 in the final over of a 20-over match, and was, I think, 54 not out. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, faced the bulk of the power play deliveries, and then hardly faced again as the next one left alone outside the off stump again. Crazy innings. Notts did really well that day.
Eskenazi, captain today. He has captained against Notts before. That was for Middlesex when they played at Grantham in 2022, and he got 135 that day. So does have a bit of form against Notts recently, as Carl was saying, and more distantly. But he's not played in this competition since 2022.
Pennington in again, and Eskenazi once again lets go outside the off stump. Dylan's bowling with some nice pace here. It's some really nice carry. Rayner's fairly far back. I'd say 3/4 of the way toward the 30-yard discs.
Yeah, there's been an increase in the number of overseas players allowed in the 100, hasn't there, in the squads this year? And as a result, obviously, there's one or two players that have been picked up in the past that we're seeing in the Metro Bank this year, which is good for us, not for them.
Pennington in, and this is an inside edge, a little push outside the off stump from Eskenazi, and cannons into the pads. Very fortunate it hasn't come back onto the stumps. Those inside edges can go anywhere, really. So Pennington and Notts holding their line and their discipline really, really well. Haven't gone searching, haven't gone for that magic ball. Just being really disciplined. Kevin Shine will be sitting down below us with his iPad, ticking off, and be smiling away, from grinning from ear to ear with the start so far.
And of course there's still 2 slips in, which they can do with this sort of pressure.
Pennington outside off again, and a push outside. Comes off a thickish outside edge down toward backward point where our mate Joe does the fielding. Did he come and spend any time with you on Thursday?
No, he didn't. This is Joe Pocklington that Kyle's referencing. Came and did some commentary with Kyle and myself in the first game at Welbeck against Somerset, and I think that from the feedback we got, I think everybody sort of enjoyed the chat. He's a lovely fella, and then we were almost weeping when he went out to bat. He had to leave us to go and bat and got a first baller.
I know, Pennington in, and this is again defended by Eskenazi, and once again will be another dot ball. So normal service review resumes from both ends. Loads of dot balls. It's 1 for 1 at the end of 4.
We'd love to hear from you. We're on the I'm on the old Twittery thing at Brace Cricket as usual, but got the email up and hopefully running. bracecricket@icloud.com. They're up on the board. So Gary Sober's tribute display in the library, 1:30 to 3:30 today, up on the big screen. Yeah, if you'd like to get in touch, Notts, Leicester, or anybody just with a passing interest in the game and want to have a shout out, you're very welcome. bracecricket@icloud.com. Brett Hutton with a very fine start to today's bowling effort, pitches this up, and it's turned through mid-wicket. Now then, Pennington after it. This is going to be a race, I think, between the ball and the outfield, and the outfield allows the ball to pull up. I'm not sure Dylan would have got there otherwise. And they come back for a couple. No, they come back for 3. Good running. 4 for 1. Nicely timed stroke by Ian Holland. So he's on to 3. The Foxes 4 for 1. Brett Hutton in the first couple of matches, 1 for 26 against Somerset and 2 for 35 against Warwickshire. He's already got 1 today as Eskenazi blocks this one. I should say congratulations, Kyle, as well, because you were a blast winner in the is that the Notts Premier League T20 at the weekend? Your side won all the all the medals.
We did. Yeah, it was a great game. Beat Cuckney in the semi-final by 9 wickets.
So this is the Notts Premier League Finals Day. Where was that held?
That was held at Welbeck. They didn't have any cake though, which was a
Welbeck.
bit disappointing, but it was a great day out.
Eskenazi on strike. Good delivery by Hutton, and Stevie Eskenazi, I think, had a little push at that. A little fortunate not to get a graze through to Verena.
Yeah, it was a great day out. Won in the semi-final and then played against Hucknall in the final and managed to win in the last over.
And you're the skipper, aren't you?
I'm the skipper.
So you were raising the trophies and collecting the Man of the Match award.
Correct. That's exactly what I did. Was fortunate enough to get some runs and wickets in the final, which was always nice.
Good man. Next ball, Hutton bowls. Pulled onto the leg side, but with a controlled roll of the wrists by Eskenazi. Played it down to James Hayes at deep backward square. Hayes opened the bowling in the first 2 matches, but I guess you've probably got to give way as the younger member of the bowling line-up when Dylan Pennington comes back today.
You can't complain, can you? I'm sure he'll get a go from the Stuart Broad end. Brett Hutton most likely bowl as close to 10 through as possible.
Hutton bowls again, pitched up, driven straight down the ground, and this might be the first boundary of the day. Again, Pennington's got to chase after it. Go on, Dylan, they say. Can't quite get there. I think that was always going to be 4 runs, but you've got to put the effort in, haven't you? Tell me, I know you're a leg spinner, so you're not used to opening the bowling, so what is the mindset there of James Hayes? Is it bad news because you like to start off and have that new ball and the hardness of it, or is it good news that more than likely come into the attack with a field that he can manipulate and have a defensive option, if you like? He can put the fielders out. He's not coming on essentially with only 2 out as Hutton bowls again to the pads, drifting down the leg side, not out. 9 for 1.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, I would prefer to have the ball in hand when you can spread the field a little bit. You've got a little bit more options. You can maybe go a couple of bounces because the field's set deeper. So his plans might change slightly. In terms of what he's trying to achieve, won't change too much. I would have still thought he would have a minimum of at least 1 slip in, maybe not both. Ball slightly older, but yeah, I think Hayes will completely understand that he's never going to get the new ball ahead of Dylan.
No. Young Quick, we're looking forward to seeing him. 8 from that last over. That's broke the shackles a little bit. It was 1 for 1 after 4. It's now 9 for 1 after 5.
Dylan Pennington in, and this is Fuller. He drives, and Pennington down on that like a cat pouncing on a yarn of string. Well done. Good stop that. I think Hamid would have been able to cut that off, but just keeping the pressure high here. Brett Hutton, that last ball, almost everyone involved there. Big sighs. I think potentially an inside edge has maybe saved Holland. I'm not sure. Hutton was very, very keen to go up. Pennington in the outside off stump lets this one through to Verena. Takes us about waist high. Ball still rising. So as I said, he's bowling with some serious paces, Dylan.
Be eager for a game after not featuring since last finals day. Just to say something that Kevin Howells mentioned on Sports Extra at the start of the programme today. Only one other match in the Metro Bank today, also in Group A. It's where Notts go on Thursday, this new ground, Farringdon, not too far from Preston. Lancashire playing Kent. Kent were put in, they're 17 without loss after 5.
Dylan in, and this is defender. They're going to run a quick single. Hamid does the fielding and comfortably get through. Good running between the wickets there. Understanding that, found a gap and were able to get it in. It brings Holland on strike for the first time on the Stuart Broad end. He yet to get a list 100. A score of 85. American international.
Yeah, he's only had 2 innings in this competition, 4 and 1, so there's 2 ways of looking at that. Either he's out of form or he's due to get a big one, isn't there? Yeah. Never entirely sure when you say numbers what relevance it has, but there we are.
Pennington in, and this is pushed to Hamid at mid-off, who does the fielding.
I guess if it's a prolonged sequence of either big, large scores again, you probably say, well, he's perhaps due a failure, but 2 low scores for Holland in this competition. He'll already, I think, be delighted that he's on 7.
Yeah, I'll be delighted that he's batting at Trent Bridge as well. Always a good batting track here, more often than not. Pennington in, and this is defended into the leg side where the young right-arm off-spinner Farhan Ahmed does the fielding. And the number 7 stood just in front of square leg.
Yes, no all brotherly love today with Rian not being here for Leicestershire. Obviously at the weekend in the other competition, Craig Overton and Jamie Overton were tussling it out on this ground, but Farhan and Rian not playing in opposite sides today.
Pennington in, and this is again defended to Farhan Ahmed to finish the over. So a good over, another over only for 1. So Dylan Pennington, great figures, only gone for 2 in his 3 overs. It is 10 for 1 after 6.
Head-to-head over the years, these two sides have met quite a lot, not just with a narrow advantage. 33 wins to 29 with a couple of no results and 4 more abandoned due to the weather. It's the 65th time then they've actually faced Leicestershire. Only Lancashire have faced Notts on more occasions, 67 times. Of course, they'll add to that on Thursday. Brett Hutton through 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. It's bowled the 7th over to Eskenazi, still with 2 slips in. This one angling towards the pads of Eskenazi and turned to Martindale at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ground actually, I have to say, although
it's fairly full, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I was going to say it's a good crowd in. There's decent number for this competition. I should have said the outfield actually. Last time I was here, there was barely a blade that resembled the colour green. It was just so dry, all straw coloured all around us, Hutton bowls, and a little drop and run here. And I think Leicestershire have got to do this just to rotate the strike and get the board moving a little bit. Nice little drop and run in Martindale fields, but clearly there's been a little bit of rain around in the night, the last couple of nights, and certainly I'm sure the ground staff have had the old sprinklers on, just trying to get a touch of life back in the grass. 11 for 1, the Foxes. Yeah, by no means a sellout. There's many thousand empty seats. If you're in the area, want to come along. Full day's cricket, 100 overs, less the 6 and a bit we've had already, as Ian Holland turns it again to Ben Martindale, the busiest man on the field.
Yeah, Martindale wearing black arm sleeves. Yeah, it sure beats a change. Well, every other ground around, very, very dry, straw colour grass everywhere. Nice to see green field in front of us.
Yeah, I watched the live stream from Guildford the other day, Mark Church and the crew, and that really was straw coloured. Not a lot of rain down there either, as Hutton comes in once more, clipped to leg by Eskenazi, past Martindale this time, and a sliding stop from the second 11 captain for Notts, keeps them to 1. And has it gone on? I think it has. 12 for 1, the Foxes in the 7th over. Rishi Patel missing out today. He's leaving Leicester at the end of the season, going down to Hampshire. An inside edge from one that nipped back from Brett Hutton. Good catch from Verena, who initially was moving to his right, just had to readjust and took it well. Played very nicely on Thursday, Verena steering Notts home with an unbeaten 68 as Hutton bowls again to Eskenazi. And another drop and run straight to Hutton. They get home. Maybe pick the fielder there. Maybe one of the 20-somethings might not have allowed that one, but Brett got there as quick as he could.
Oh, I thought I just trickled a little bit further on. Then I thought he'd almost hit it straight back at Brett and decided to have a quick single, and that could have been catastrophic. Oh.
You don't want to run out, do you?
No, not a 13 for, or at that stage 12 for 1. That would have been terrible.
1 ball left in the 7th. Kent have lost a wicket in that other match in the group. They're 17 for 1, and Tom Bailey has taken the first wicket at Farringdon, dismissing Dawkins for 4. Bouncer, and it's come off the face of the bat with Ian Holland looking to leave it, and it's run down to fine leg. James Hayes doing the field, and he's got 2 runs there that he had no interest in getting. He was definitely trying to leave that alone, but in all probability would have been a leg side wide, so these things even themselves out. We've had 7 overs, 15 for 1 here at Trent Bridge, Metrobank one-day cup competition. Notts looking to get through to the final at Trent Bridge. Before that, of course, they'll be looking to establish one of those home knockout matches by finishing in the top 2 positions in the group. The top 3 go through to the knockouts. Top of the group would host a semi-final. Second in the group would host an eliminator against third in the other group.
Dylan Pennington to continue. So through 7 overs, 15 without loss. Notts will be absolutely thrilled with the start that they've had. Still 2 slips in. As Pennington in, goes outside off, and this is pushed by Eskenazi to the Brett Hutton at mid on. As Dave was saying, it very good turnout, really. People placed all over the ground, not just all in one stand. Fairly hazy. Blue skies trying incredibly hard to come through. Not cold, not too hot, lovely day to get yourself along to watch some cricket. Pennington in, and this is driven through the covers, and that will be a boundary. So Hollanders, beg your pardon, Eskenazi gets into the act. He moves on to 12 now, score 19. A little bit of width offered up there by Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, first boundary off his bowling. You could hear the cheers. You said when you arrived, a lot of Leicestershire fans coming into the ground today. There
are a few times we've heard the song Leicestershire, la la la,
no,
Leicestershire.
All right. You're all right.
I know. I'm not saying that we enjoy hearing it, but we are going to hear a few of it this afternoon. It's Pennington in. How can he come back from that boundary? He does well. This ball pushed back to him. No run, so Dylan's figures 1 maiden, 0 for 6 so far into his 4th over. If you weren't with us earlier, the Foxes won the toss and elected to bat first. Lost the early wicket of Rishi Patel, courtesy of Brett Hutton, who's got a knack of picking up wickets really, really early in this competition. Dylan Pennington in, and this is beating Eskenazi outside the off stump and through to Verena. Just leaving Eskenazi a little bit off the surface there. So the new white ball doing a little bit, which I'm sure Hayes and Hutton will be incredibly happy to hear about. So 2 balls left in this over. The run rate just under 2.5. Remember, 2 new white balls from either end as Pennington in outside the off stump, and this is defended to Pocklington at backward point. Not going to be a run there.
1 or 2 people have got in touch. Nick Morell's made me smile, as he often does. I'm prepared to believe, Dave, having a good look on the live stream, that Patel was nowhere near nicking that one. Did somebody behind click their fingers? Well, we won't disappear down that route, Nick, but I liked the line. It made me smile. Thank you very much. But I think there's a lot of investigations and inquiries going on about that, so we won't say anything. We won't throw that open to the public for comment.
Pennington in, and this is defended off the front foot by Eskenazi. And before we do have to comment on that, it's the end of the over, and it's 19 for no loss, 19 for 1, I beg your pardon, after 8. We're going to have a change in the commentary box, aren't we, Dave?
Yes, Kyle's going on first of his unearned breaks of the day, and joined by Kevin Howells. Also getting in touch, Suzanne Martin. Great start to the day for Notts. Coffee brewed, live stream up and running already a wicket. Serious case of Metrobank fever today. Spending the day in the company of Dave and Kyle and the headmaster. Hopefully you've got the pizza van in residence. I've no idea, actually. Suzanne, I would imagine you can get a pizza in the ground, but it didn't come to Welbeck the other day, which was a source of great misery for myself as Hutton bowls, and this is pushed into the offside for 4. Nice looking shot. Welcome, Kevin Howells. Very good morning to you.
Oh, I'm sorry about the pizza van. Had you been promised?
Well, it's very much a staple in every sense of our Welbeck experience, and it was there on Tuesday.
Oh.
So all the salivating towards a repeat on Thursday, and we got there no pizza van today. It was double booked. So
Offered a village show or
something? Probably. Yes, Hutton 23 for 1. The Foxes in their all dark strip with the red lower portion to their shirts, played onto the leg side, fielded by Martin Dale. Gaz, this was a running theme from the other day, Kevin.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave. I don't know if you remember me from last week. Of course I do, Gaz. I've thought of nothing else. My wife and I were waiting on a C-section whilst listening to you both Welbeck matches. So it was a long old time for you. Yep. We eventually gave birth to a healthy boy called Teddy, not Dave. I said, Baby Dave. Baby Dave's a good name, indeed, after the royal family.
Teddy's better.
Hutton bowls and blocked by Ian Holland, who's on 14. We gave birth to a healthy boy called Teddy, not Dave, on Sunday at 16:22. Good grief. He's obviously going to be a Kent cricket fan, but will have a keen interest in Nottinghamshire too. Well, many congratulations, Gaz, to you and your good lady, and great to have baby Teddy with us.
16:22. Was that the time or the weight, Dave?
Gosh, that all started. Well, it certainly went from Tuesday through Thursday. Edge, Verena takes the catch, no doubt about that one. Outside edge from Ian Holland, and Brett Hutton's got 2 against the Foxes. Got a great record against the men from just down the road, and that's carried on today with a lovely little away nipper. And Ian Holland has gone for 14, faced 18 balls, 2 fours, second catch of the day to Kyle Verena. He's just a master of his art, Kevin.
I mean, that is such a great delivery. It had a bit of extra bounce to it, didn't it? A little lift, and Holland with what looked to be a definite edge. I wasn't 100% convinced on looking on the replay of the first. The umpire was, and that's all that matters. But on that one, that's a wonderful ball. Well, the first one was as well, whether it's got a nick with the thinnest of edges, that first one. But that one, wonderful stuff. And little Holland could do about it.
Having a lean trot at the moment, Ian Holland, but these things tend to flip round. He'll be full of runs, I'm sure, going forward. Just to finish with Gaz, he said thanks for all the well wishes from both yourself and Mel last week. Much love to all. Melinda Farrell was with me on Thursday. She had a particular interest in Gaz and his good lady and the imminent arrival of baby Teddy. Thank you very much. As I say, love to all. bracecricket@icloud.com. Here is Hamza Sheikh, relatively new to Leicestershire colours, but this is how to make an impact. 3 matches, 33, 104 not out. That was against Surrey at Guildford, and 91 at Leicester against Lancashire at the weekend. Only saw him once or twice in Warwickshire colours. You've perhaps seen him a little more, Kev. He's made the switch, maybe for more first team opportunities, but certainly he's hit the ground running.
Puts him second highest on most runs in the competition so far at 228. Only 20 years of age. So if he carries on this form and into other formats as well, could prove a very good signing of very many years.
Very much so. Here's Hutton then. 2 balls left in the 9th over. Bowles and Hamza Sheikh pushing it into the offside. No run. bracecricket@icloud.com is the email. That's where Mark Glover has been in touch. Hello, Mark. I'm enjoying the commentary from you and your colleagues today. Just to let you know, the Arden Taverners are away on their North Devon cricket tour this week. I think there's nearly 30 in the tour party, including Perky, who's now 91, is only as a supporter. Can you please say hello to all the Arden Taverners? I can indeed. That was a tour I went on many times over the years, to wonderful North Devoners, Hutton Bowls, and this is turned away onto the leg side. I think it hit the mat, just sort of wrong footing Martindale, who stayed down on the ground. James Hayes comes round and keeps them to 2. 25 for 2 after 9. Just have a great time down in North Devon, the Taverners, and great to hear that Perky, 91 years of age, is still going. He sort of founded that, Kev, over 60 years ago now. Started taking a tour of travelling cricketers, if you like, from initially the West Midlands, and people from all over the country have just sort of become members of Arden Taverners and gone on their Devon tours over the years, and I got roped in, and it was just great to go back and visit a lot of those wonderful grounds I used to play on when I lived down there.
Were you the only international player, Dave? Eskenazi is on 8 all, and he leaves that, does well to do so as well.
Can I tell you, Will Young of New Zealand is an Arden Taverner.
Oh, right. Okay.
And when we used to go to North Devon, of course, the home of the Overtons, and Shep was down there as well, always to greet us over the years. Chris Rogers, before he made his mark in county cricket, the Australian, he for a long time was a club pro down in North Devon, and he would regularly wallop several Arden Taverners bowlers, no names, into the estuary.
This is Dylan Pennington's 5th over. It's the second ball of it, and going forward very nearly gets a nick on this. This is wonderful bowling, as you can see from the score. I mean, not only the 2 wickets down, but only 25 runs on the board, and with 2 balls into the 10th over of the innings. Eskenazi on 8 and Sheikh on 2. Well, it sounds like you had a lot of fun with the listeners and people joining in last week at Welbeck, and 2 Nottinghamshire wins. Nicely set up today, isn't it? I know Leicestershire played a game more, had a fascinating game against Lancashire, which they came out on the wrong end of, but clearly made a good start to the competition, aside from that one reverse. Eskenazi will be able to get a run here. Mind you, Sheikh will have to be quick. Right arm throw and misses. So Sheikh ran into the danger end, makes his ground, and the Foxes go to 26 for 2 midway through this 10th over. 10 is its second week. There's the men's Metrobank One Day Cup, and we're in, of course, the group stage still. Finish top in either group, and you get your home semi-final. Finish second and third in the group, you go through to the playoff matches, where second in Group A will play a home tie in the playoff against the team who finished third in the opposing group, which was on the other group, Group B. Another lifting delivery. This is wonderful stuff from Pennington. Release back to Nottinghamshire, and we'll want to make a show and just point out to other employers that if he is called back, as well he probably will be, he's looking good. Only 7 runs from his 4.4 overs so far. And it is a good crowd in. It's a lovely crowd here at Trent Bridge today, and the sun is making more and more of an appearance, although it's been bright from the word go here today. Pennington bowls and driven for no run. And it's Hamid who does the fielding in the offside.
Travel here this morning?
Came down this morning. Dave, I took heed, and probably a little too much, of the potential problems of getting into the car park. So the alarm was 4:30 this morning, and fair to say, it wouldn't have been a pleasant sight if you'd gone into the car park at 7:15, where for an hour you would have seen this rather aging bald man fast asleep. I just thought I'd catch up with an hour or so before walking across to the ground. Pennington bowls, and forward defensive again into the offside from Hamza Sheikh. So it's 26 for 2. And that is after 10 overs. So that is the power play, and I'm telling you, there wasn't very much powerful about that in terms of the batting, at least. Eskenazi is on 9, Sheikh is on 2, and Pennington now has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs. The 2 wickets, both of them to Hutton, who's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19.
Yeah, it's clear there's not sort of been a call after the early wicket when it was 1 for 1. Let's just try and make the most of the power play, and somebody go out there and play a few shots. They've treated every ball on their merit, looking to preserve wickets for later rather than just try and get on top of the side whilst only 2 fielders were out in the deep. Here's Hutton. Field relaxed, and a false start there because Stevie Eskenazi, who's been there since the start on 9 from 32, backs away, wasn't quite ready. Michael Burns is the umpire at this end in the Metrobank purple.
Have you got to tell us your tales about the new umpire for us today? Did you get a chance?
Conor McGarry, his name is. I didn't mention it. It's his first sort of senior game of the season. He did 3 List A games last year. Hails from Staffordshire, but umpires in the Birmingham and District Cricket League. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So, we talk about this being a competition that can enable 1 or 2 youngsters to make their mark and just try and enhance and further their career. But I guess the same goes for officials and not just umpires. I guess we have 1 or 2 scorers as well, because 1 or 2 senior scorers are away working on the other competition as well.
Yeah.
Peter Johnson is doing the notching for Leicestershire for this match. Roger Marshall also for Notts. That's Hutton bowls once more. Really, really nice little away nipper to Eskenazi. And I think everybody's just having a little bit of a look and wondering why bat and ball didn't collide there. Lovely bit of bowling. He's got it on a string at the moment, Hutton.
This is a real joy to watch this bowling. I mean, not if you're a Foxes fan. As a batter, well, you could say we're not enjoying it, but this is a really brilliant challenge for them as well, because Hutton is really on it this morning.
Comes in again. Brett Hutton bowls, and this is edged but down into the ground by Eskenazi. I fancy he sort of adjusted to make sure he was angling the bat to steer it down to Freddie McCann at slip rather than risk the chance of it carrying to Freddie McCann.
Interesting that both are being, well, we see where the Penningtons kept on, but both not going to bowl through 10, you'd imagine, but kept going. Now you look in those figures, you see, well, that's understandable. Get 3 or 4 wickets down in this early stage, well, it's a long way back for the Foxes.
26 for 2, halfway through the 11th, as Hutton bowls, guided down to 3rd by Eskenazi, who reaches double figures. There's been another wicket go down at Farrington near Preston, first match there, and it's a former Notts man, albeit he only played 2 games for Notts, who's out. Sam Northeast has been caught and bowled by Mitch Stanley. Kenter 24 for 2 in the 10th over of that one. So good start by Lancashire. One of the sides, like Leicestershire, and Notts on 8 points. Like Leicestershire, they've won 2 and lost 1 of their first 3. Lancashire, they could be a danger in that competition if Keaton Jennings, who got a ton against the Foxes on Sunday, can strike a rich vein of form. Got 1 or 2 exciting youngsters, including Joe Moores. Hamza Sheikh on strike, right-hander, 2 not out, pushes it back to Hutton, and it remains 27 for 2. Have you a little tip for those out there just wondering who might be good value for this competition this year to make a bit of a run at it?
Oh, do you mean in terms of teams?
Yes.
No, I haven't. And I tell you, a lot of them, if not virtually all of them, they've got very strong-looking teams, and I'm trying to work out whether more of the championship players are playing in this year's competition than before.
Hutton bowls onto the pads, and it's turned to Munsey, onto the right of George Munsey, the Scottish international, on List A debut for Notts. Picks it up, but not before they take a single. 28 for 2 after 11. Eskenazi has 10. Hamza Sheikh has 3. Brett Hutton through 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. There was 1 expensive over, but he's been terrific. Otherwise, I was saying to Kyle earlier, I think there's more overseas been allowed in the 100 squads, isn't there? So as a consequence, there'll be 1 or 2 players who've been playing in the 100, like Eskenazi, who haven't played for the last 3 years in this competition, who this year just haven't got 100 pickups.
So they're back. Also, I'm just wondering whether the way that the season, the schedule plays out, for some of them, they may not have been involved with the T20 either. So it's rather important for them to get back and playing again. We've still got 6 big rounds of Championship cricket coming up from a month's time from now, haven't we? So I just look at these squads, and obviously there's a lot of young players. We had a 16-year-old on debut. Terrific stuff last Sunday. James, meantime, change of bowling here and a little width to work with. And Leicester should be hoping they get a lot more width to work with. Sheikh will get a single. He'll move to 4. Take the Foxes up to 29 for 2. So there still is the opportunity for young players. But I just taking a look just down the teams over the last 2 or 3 rounds of this competition and days, and thinking these teams look a lot stronger to me than they have done maybe in previous years. And when I say strong, in terms of experience, definitely. Eskenazi's on 10. And next ball is defended into the offside for no run. So Lyndon James bowling from the far end, the pavilion end, which is taking more and more shape every time I come here to Trent Bridge.
I was looking round and Kyle's just popped out the room for a little comfort break, because I always say this. Lyndon James bowling at the moment, his best in this competition, 5 for 48 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. That was the one match that Kyle played for the Bears against Notts. He was involved in that one.
James to Eskenazi, very close to getting a leading edge back up to the bowler there. Needs to be a bit mindful of that. Well, Warwickshire have not had a good time of it in the competition. This season they sit bottom of Group A, having played 3 and lost 3, the latest of which was on Sunday against Somerset, who sit top, although there are 4 teams currently on 8 points. And then we've got Gloucestershire, Lancashire, Steelbacks and Kent, who are on 4. So very tight, very early stages. Although it is quite a quick competition, only 8 group games down the lakeside, and it's lakeside wide, very close. Maybe Eskenazi just getting a little strangle down that side. So you've got to get on with it, Dave. You can't muck about. I mean, Warwickshire, having played 3 and lost 3, I mean, they already in must-win territory when they played Somerset at the weekend. But I definitely now they are, if they want to get up into that top 3. So Middlesex have made a very strong start as well in Group B. They've played 3 and won 3 in the other group. And a little nudge into the leg side. Eskenazi will go through for a single. He moves to 11. And the Foxes up to 31 for 2 now. And this with 2 balls left of the 12th over. It's Yorkshire and Durham and Worcestershire, the 3 teams behind Middlesex in the other group on 8 points apiece. And then you've got 3 teams on 4. Essex, Hampshire, Glamorgan. The Falcons haven't won a game. They're on 0 points, but they're not bottom. The Sussex Sharks, of course, on -2. Owl goes forward to that. A little fortunate again, Sheikh there, not to get a little feather through to the keeper. But Sussex played 3, lost 3, but -2 because of going in special measures.
This group, Group A, looks to be the division in which everybody can beat everybody, and it has done so far. Not so the only unbeaten team in the other group, Kev. I think I'm right. Middlesex, Worcestershire and Durham all undefeated so far. Setting the pace.
Durham have only played a couple of games, but yeah, that's right. So to Worcestershire. Oh, edged and wide of the slip. There is only one slip in, and it runs down towards the boundary, but there's a fielder down there, and after 12 overs, it's 32 for 2 for the Foxes. Eskenazi's on 11, and Sheikh is on 5, and James there 3 dot balls in that first over, but went for 4 runs.
Yeah, Lyndon James is going straight off the field. Sam Seater is on as a sub, also running out with the drinks. That's an interesting call. Sam Wood, who is on loan at Trent Bridge from Leicestershire, he's come out with the drinks. He's not allowed to play, obviously, because he's on loan from his parent club. I wouldn't imagine we'll have him doing any sub-fielding either. I wouldn't have thought that's allowed in the loan deal. Hutton to continue. Bowled 9 in a row in the first match at Welbeck. Bowls to Sheikh, and he pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I just wonder, just going back to the question I've lobbed in your direction and didn't get sort of any favourable response with regards to any team whatsoever. I just wonder myself if Ben Stokes might fancy a run at this competition with Durham. He's had 2 big innings so far, hasn't he? Played 2, won 2. Wouldn't that be a story for him to sort of steer Durham to silverware?
Yeah, I think that's very much in his mind, Dave.
Hutton in again to Sheikh, backs away, trying to ease it through the offside, but hits it straight to Farhan Ahmed, and there's no run.
I mean, they've only played a couple of games, of course, in terms of most runs. But he's not even in the top 10 yet for most runs. But they have only played a couple of matches. But he's not out as well, isn't he, in both innings? If memory serves me correctly as well. And last week, with a little bit of controversy, got his century in very extreme cramp. I mean, gosh, he was in some pain.
Hutton once more from this Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to Hamza Sheikh, just really a defensive block up to the not skipper Asiba Mead at mid-off, and there's no run.
I saw a message yesterday which said this was a Yorkshire message. Yorkshire played Durham on Friday at York Cricket Club, and it's now just advanced ticket sales only. There's no turning up on the day. They are expecting that one. It's not for me to say now that it's sold out, because as far as I'm aware it isn't sold out yet, but so big are the numbers going. They've said no turning up on the day to get your tickets. You've got to get them in advance now. And Stokes is presumably going to be there.
Halfway through the 13th, Hutton bowls. This is to the left of Munsey, but Farhan Ahmed's out there in front of the Fox Road stand. We'll keep them to 1. Dave's been in touch. It'd be great to see a good all-round performance from Lyndon James today. That would make the great man proud. Thank you very much to Dave. That's off the back of me saying it would have been Sir Garfield Sober's 90th birthday. So thank you, Dave, for the link up of that between 2 great all-rounders. Exhibition in the library today from 1:30 today on Sir Garfield's life and career as Hutton bowls. And again, it's run to backward point, and there's no run.
For the first time this season, I can actually hear. I presume that's the work at the far end, is it? That sounds like a very loud drill going. During the championship matches, I don't think we had any of that. I mean, it may not be there. It could be somewhere else just outside the ground. We've got that noise.
Just see 1 or 2 wandering about with the high-vis jackets on, can't we? The black screen right across most of the pavilion. Forming the backdrop, the side screen. This is nudged to Sam Seaterin at mid-on, the subfielder. Another good over from Brett Hutton. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22. Been so reliable over so many years for Notts, both in the championship and this competition. 30, what is he now? 34. Brett Hutton, 33 for 2 after 13.
Continuing to bowl very, very well. I mean, 30 dot balls there. Lyndon James will continue. Back on again. Bowled 1 over. Midway through that over, he must have remembered something. Oh, I know, I've forgotten something. And it had to go off. He's come back on again.
Yeah, Brett's gone off the field.
So it's tag racing. Back to the dressing room, which is still at this end. Not moved across yet. Well, it's not ready for them quite yet. But just down below us in the dressing rooms, and Sheikh is on 6, up onto his toes and down towards the gully area, but for no run. So the score remains at 33 for 2. Just that Ben Stokes situation. He's playing at Gosforth. Well, I say they haven't announced their squad. Durham are playing at Gosforth, so home game against Glamorgan tomorrow, and then off to York to play Yorkshire on Friday. Quite a big game tomorrow in Group B, which is Yorkshire versus the holders, Worcestershire Rapids. We've made a good start to the campaign with a couple of wins. Defending champions. This one's worked by Sheikh onto the onside for a single, and he moves up to 7. Takes the Foxes to 34 for 2 now in this 14th over. There's a lot of high cloud around. It's little patches of blue, yet still very bright at the same time, which sounds a little bizarre. It's not crystal blue skies, but it's still a very pleasant day out there.
We'll be all right.
Not yet. A nice pleasant breeze blowing across the ground. Eskenazi's on 11 and driven to mid-on. No run. He remains on 11. So yeah, it's a pretty quick turnaround. We've got a couple of more weeks of group matches, and then in quick time it's the playoffs. Some call them quarterfinals, others call them playoffs, and then through to the semi-finals. And then there is a bit of a gap until the final itself here at Trent Bridge, coming up towards the end of September.
Sunday the 20th. Sunday this year for some reason.
And Eskenazi on 11, and little tickle fine runs down to our left-hand side, and that's going to be a 4 signalled by the umpire. So much needed boundary from Leicestershire, and the skipper moves to 15, and the Foxes move up to 38 for 2. It's been a Sunday before. That game, which was, I swear I've got this right, maybe not. I thought it was a Sunday game, that Glamorgan one, where we came back the next day.
Yeah, that was the reserve day, wasn't it?
Yeah. There weren't many here on Monday. Eskenazi pushes into the offside for a single. He'll go to 16. Although there were Glamorgan supporters that day who were a little frustrated because they had made the journey up.
Yeah.
And they presumably had a nice night on the Saturday night and the Sunday night. And the game had been put over to that reserve day. And such was the weather that they thought there's no chance they're going to get a game in. So they were halfway home when listening on the radio that the game had been played. Terrific work from the ground staff here at Trent Bridge that day. Shake on 7 and defended back up to Lyndon James, who has conceded 10 runs from his 2 overs so far, and the score moves to 39 for 2. Eskenazi's on 16, Shake on 7. 14 overs gone. Metro Bank One Day Cup live from Trent Bridge.
Yeah, it looks as if James Hayes is going to get his first bowl of the day, replacing Brett Hutton. And of course, talking of former winners, Leicestershire won the trophy here 3 years ago, 2023, beat Hampshire in the final here at Trent Bridge, their first trophy in 12 years. So, done something that Notts haven't managed to do since the switch from Lords for the big end of season One Day Cup final. Leicestershire lifting the trophy here at Trent Bridge. Notts under Paul Franks for this year's competition will be looking to make the knockouts and go further. Here's James Hayes. Paul's nice fullish delivery to Stevie Eskenazi, who's forward out of his crease, pushing it on the offside. So James Hayes took 2 for 37 against Somerset, opening the bowling, and then 1 for 57 against Warwickshire in the second match of the Welbeck double-header last week. Played for Gloucestershire on loan during the blast. Certainly can't be unlucky because he's happy wearing number 13, and Eskenazi plays it up to Dylan Pennington at mid-on, and there's no run. I've got a number of notes here, Kev, which isn't something I always have a lot of, but as you will see, I've got one note in absolute block capitals, so I can't miss it at any point in the day, and sort of had this verified by Michael Goulder, one of the club's foremost statisticians, who's also pored over it and come up with the same number. As Hayes bowls nice and full, slightly leg sidey, and it's turned away out to mid-wicket for a single, and Byron Hatton-Lowe's out there fielding, so Notts certainly going through their reserve ranks. We've already had Sam Cetrin out there, now Byron Hatton-Lowe having a spell of fielding. Notts over the years since one-day cricket started have picked up 499 one-day wins,
so it could be a notable day today, Dave.
It could be today, or
another day.
Another day, as Hayes bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. I've no idea where that sits in line with other sides over the years, but as far as Notts are concerned, 499 wins it is over the years. 40 for 2. Bring Kyle back in just a moment. The end of this over, that will be the end of the first hour's play, and Notts will have got through 15 overs. They're going to take a drink as far as I sort of earwigged the chat between the umpires and skippers, I think, after 25 overs. Halfway through, as Hayes bowls nicely, nice and full, and again played up to Pennington, and a scampered single. Eskenazi and Hayes nearly collided there, and they both apologised to each other for doing so. I will Oh, you're happy to stick around, aren't you?
Oh, definitely. I shall move out now so that the car can come in here.
Okay.
And then you keep your seat for later.
Absolutely, however you want to do it. Got Kevin George today, running the ship. 41 for 2, last ball of the 15th. Hayes bowls. Oh, it's lifted up in the air, won't quite carry down to third. Deliberately went for the uppercut there. Stevie Eskenazi trying to run it down to third, where I think that is Ben Martindale fielding. End of the 15th over, 42 for 2. It's a double. No, it wasn't. Lyndon James had 2 overs. James Hayes' first comes to an end. 1 over, none for 3. Kyle is back. I'll just leave you with one line. Lyndon James is going to bowl his second over, trying to build on his career best figures of 5 on a particular day when he played for Notts against Warwickshire. Do you remember that day?
Oh, thanks for that, Dave. Now I've got to talk through how he got me out. Yes, I remember that day all too well, actually. It was the day that Notts played Warwickshire. This ball defended from Eskenazi into the offside no run.
Well, the thing is, you can sit there and say, I've played, okay?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Although he is an international, Dave, of course.
I know, Italian international,
Yeah.
Mr. Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah.
I, a couple of years ago, found a photo of Dave in his cricket white that I've saved as his contact information as James is in again, and this is pushed into the leg side no run.
So every time he rings you, you get this picture.
I've just got this picture of Dave Bracegirdle with a lovely quiff of hair floating over and a beverage in his hand after he's presumably won a game of cricket.
And taken a 5 for...
Taken a 5 for most, probably scored 100, something like that.
Yeah. All
The
those
great
things.
man. Yeah, Lyndon. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I tried to lap Lyndon, and he got me out LBW for 1. I believe it wasn't the best shot, as this ball is pushed into the offside, and Joe Pocklington does the fielding, no runs, the 3 dot balls, 42 for 2. Yeah, that was a tough day. Notts comfortably beat us, if I remember correctly. I think Notts got 300 and plenty and bowled us out for 240, I believe. Simba Mead got a very well played 100 and Ben Slater 80 odd. James in, and this is driven, and this will be a single. So Eskenazi finally finds the gap. He moves to 19, score 43 for 2. Comes a shake on strike. Kevin, it's last time we sat together in the commentary box was this fixture a couple of years ago, albeit in a different part of the East Midlands.
That's right. It was at Grace Road, wasn't it? Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Also a lovely day.
Where you were standing in, filling the big boots of the great David Bracegirdle.
Correct.
And doing a very good job. I can say that 'cause he's not in the room now.
Lyndon in, and this is defended off the front foot. They decide to turn down the single there. Lyndon bowling from the Stuart Broad end, wearing Stuart Broad famous number 8 on his back, with the white Truby grips on. Yeah. That was the day that Farhan Ahmed made his List A debut, if I remember correctly.
And the game you've just been talking about?
Yeah.
So this was what? Oh, no, that
2024.
When we were commentating.
Yeah, when we were commentating 2024.
Okay. I can't remember what happened yesterday.
James in, this is turned into the leg side out to Ben Martin down in deep square leg boundary, and they get a single. So the end of that one, 2 from it, it's 44 for 2.
Yeah, well, a lot of exciting talent still, of course, making his way. Dave was talking about the being on the brink there of that milestone, 500 wins in List A cricket. Of the one-day List A county competitions, we talked about this if you were listening to us on Sunday. Although we do have to go back to 1963 for when List A limited overs cricket came in, so that's quite some years ago.
Yeah.
We were still staggered to read and realise that 134 major one-day List A county competitions have been held since then. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Of which Nottinghamshire have won 5 of those titles down the years. Started this next over, bowled to Sheikh, who will get a run down to third. He moves up to 10, and this is Hayes continuing his second over, his first having gone for just 3. Lancashire top the list with 16. Warwickshire actually not too far behind on 12, and then Kent on 11. But Nottinghamshire...
Is that including all the different, where it changed from 50 overs to 45 overs to 40
all the changes
overs?
from 1963 up until this one, which really this one didn't start till 2012, this competition as such, under a different name again, but that's played behind square on the offside for no run. But, you know, because there's been an amalgamation of Sunday leagues into what was called the CB40 and all that. So, yeah. It still surprised me. I thought that's quite a lot. It started off, actually 65 overs, I think, was the first with the Gillette back in 1963, which Sussex were the first winners, beat Worcestershire by 14 runs, Gillette Cup. Eskenazi on 19, angled down to third by the skipper. He moves to 20. It's very steady out there at the moment from the Foxes. They've had to calm things as best they can, because some of that bowling that we saw first up, well, from both Hutton and Pennington. Hutton, did I say especially? I think, yeah, put him just a little in front. In terms of taking the wickets, that was a real joy to watch. There's real art and skill to that, isn't there? Those balls, just a little bit of movement, just a little.
Yeah, Brett Hutton's so good at what he does at the top of the order.
And that one is with more bat on it from Sheikh. Uzanaz, it sat up to be lifted over a slip cordon that wasn't there, and down to the boundary rope. So he, with that boundary, goes to 14, and it brings up the 50 for the visitors. 50 for 2 balls remaining of the 17th over. But yeah, that was that's a joy to watch. That bowling, Leicestershire may not think so, but in a quieter moment they might actually look back and say, you know, that really was something. They lost a couple of wickets during that period as well. They're trying to build again, and we'll get more runs here. That's lovely from Sheikh. Cut away, you can see why he's in such good form early on in this competition, having moved from Warwickshire. Another boundary for him. He moves to 18 and takes the Foxes to 54 for 2. 1 ball remaining of the 17th over. But it's lovely to settle in. And he's proving himself to his teammates, which is also important. Early on and into the offside. I say, remember, he's just 20 years of age as well. That is a dot ball to finish off. So 54 for 2, 17 overs gone. Eskenazi on 20, Sheikh on 18. This partnership, which is building slowly, is a 31 off 50 balls.
Yep. England a 19 a couple of years ago was Sheikh. Bowls leg spin as well. Warwickshire. He's having a nice time of it out there. He's on 18 of 25, and Eskenazi 20 of 54. Lyndon James, to bowl his 4th over, is getting Eskenazi to defend off the front foot. Not going to be any run. Joe Pocklington going through his vigorous warm-ups, as all spinners do. Whether or not that's he's been asked to warm up, or if that's I'd like to bowl now, Skip. I'm loose, I'm ready to go. I know that I've used that tactic before. I'm ready to go and start loosening my arms up. James is in, and this is just turned around the corner by Eskenazi. Out to deep backward square, 1 run. So we might see spin for the first time. I think he just signalled to Byron Attenlow just to get Carl Verena's helmet. They're all sitting down there with the pink bibs on. Nice day to be 12th man. Sit outside. It's not too hot, so he shouldn't be carrying too many drinks around the boundary ropes. James in, and this is defended off the front foot, and that won't be a single. So 55 for 2. We're in the 17th over. East Midlands derby. Here at Trent Bridge, Foxes won the toss. Elected to bat first, where Brett Hutton picked up 2 wickets. Rishi Patel and Holland out. Nice little partnership, this. Sheikh on strike as this is guided down to third man off the back foot. Hayes will do the fielding. So 56 for 2. Find that very interesting. I tend to agree with you. Did you say 150 or 160 different?
164. Oh, don't mess up the 4.
164 different competitions. That's incredible. James in, and this is a dot ball defended. Is there any county that hasn't won it?
Well, I'm going to
county
go
that
once
has not
again to a list which is provided by Wisden.
Right.
This is Wisden online, the county one-day winners. I think they've all won, or at least one. I'm going to have to use my thumbs and fingers and toes here, so you carry on.
That is perfect. I remember growing up in South Africa, the format changed drastically as well. It's James in, and this is defender off the front foot, no run. When I was growing up, it was never a 50-over competition, always 40 overs. Very similar to what they play in the ECB National Knockout, so 40-over competition. Then I think it went to 45, and then to 50, then back to 45 for a couple of years, and now back on the 50-over competition, similar to what they've done now in England.
Yep. Well, it was all to do, as of course, partly is to do the introduction of the 100 is the fact that it's all trying to fit into people's lifestyles to come and watch the game.
Yes.
Still, for many of a certain generation, Farhan Ahmed is about to bowl here for the first time today, by the way, so we'll concentrate on that. But a lot of people have a lot of fond memories of the Sunday League game, which would start at around about 2 o'clock-ish, something like that, and you wouldn't quite be home, Dave, for Songs of Praise, would you? But maybe you'd get there in time for All Creatures Great and Small. You'd be finished at about 7 o'clock, 7:15 on a nice summer's evening. It was brilliant, and the players enjoyed it. And I mean, of course, all players, as you know, being one, you always do your best. You never like losing. You always want to win. But I think deep down, the main thing of that competition, they enjoyed it. It was a little bit of a release from all the pressure of the championship, which of course was played in and around it. They break off a championship match for a Sunday League game, and then resume sometimes on the Monday to finish off the championship match. Anyway, Farhan Ahmed to bowl for the first time. He's going to bowl to Sheikh, who's on 19. A couple of young players who hopefully we'll get to hear and see a lot more of, and that's a good stop there in the covers from Hamid. The sort of stop where you almost go ouch, because you can just imagine it's going to be really hard when you're throwing yourself down with a tumbling stop. The ground, there's not been a lot of rain around, has there? Even if there's just been a little bit more. This one is half fielded. Going to have to be quick. They've gone on a misfield and they're okay. Eskenazi running to the danger end. It was just a little misfield there. And even then they spent a long time chatting about it before they decided that they would have a go and set off for that single, which did have me a little concerned for them for a little while. And it's Ahmed in and bowls, looking to reverse. We haven't seen too much of that today yet, but Eskenazi will get a single there to take him to 22. It's actually George Munsey earlier, who is a very good acquisition, if only for a couple of matches. But his fielding allowed them to go through for 1. That previous delivery, 58 for 2, and midway through the 19th over, worked away through mid-wicket for a single by Sheikh. So this is building up here a little now, isn't it? And perhaps, although, what is it now, 60 for 2 as the ball ticked over quite, I think it has. So it's 59 for 2. 2 balls left to the 19th over. They won't want this partnership to breathe too much more. This one is punched to the Nottinghamshire captain and mid-wicket by his oppo, opposing Eskenazi, who's on 22. So 59 for 2. 1 ball left of the 19th over. A partnership only of 36, but starting to take a little bit of root out there, this pair now. And forward to that one, angled the bat. There is a fielder at gully, and therefore no run. 19 overs gone, and Ahmed's gone for only 3 runs there. So it's not like they're allowing them to be really expressive, but the fact that they've they're holding it together, having lost those 2 early wickets. 59 for 2, 19 overs gone. Eskenazi on 22, Sheikh on 21. As I say, 36-run partnership from 62 balls.
Yeah, it's a nice start from Ahmed. No matter if you've played one list day game or you've played 100, always nice to start well and get into the spell well. James to continue, and this is Sheikh off the front foot, no run. I was just trying to figure out there in the last over if Sheikh and Ahmed played in the same England under 19 team in the World Cup. They must have. 20 and 18 years of old age. Vaughan's been in there very much like his brother Rehan, very, very young to make their England under 19 debut. Byron Hattonlow, another one of the Notts players to be in that list, is the next one from James, is pushed down the leg side and flicked down to young Farhan Ahmed, who does the fielding. Moves to 60 for 2, but Kevin, you're very right. This partnership just starting to flourish a little bit now.
It's danger time as well.
Yeah.
I'm talking even from a Leicestershire point of view, because they're starting to look a little settled and in, which obviously that's a bit anxious. You think, oh, be careful, just be careful.
Exactly. One false shot changes things completely, as Eskenazi's been out there since the beginning, just advances a little bit and defends it off the front foot. Yeah,
there wasn't a lot they could have done with those first 10 overs, was there?
No. The way Hudson was bowling.
They could have avoided losing 2 wickets, you might argue, although those 2 deliveries were pretty special. But what I mean, there wasn't a lot in terms of being able to score freely and lots of runs, that's for certain, in that opening 10, 11 overs of the day.
No, not many balls were there to score off. James in, and this is just played down to third for a single. Hudson and Pennington, especially in the first 7 overs that I did, offered up very, very little scoring opportunities, and was almost just felt like we're back watching championship cricket, just survival.
It felt good. Oh,
it was really nice. It's so often we see in white ball cricket nowadays, it favours the batters so much, and it's almost just try and survive for the bowler. So it's good work to see the ball dominate, as this is flicked on the leg side, and Martindale's quick, but he's not quick enough, and they're going to be able to get back for a very quick 2. I thought it was going to be comfortable, and Eskenazi just had to put the skates on in the end there, but they get back in the end. 63 for 2, but direct hit would have been interesting.
Yeah, I've seen some wonderful fielding already this competition. It's only the second week of it, and maybe I'm still thinking a bit of T20 as well, where we also saw some good fielding. Wonderful throwing.
Yeah, fielding such an important part of the game nowadays, as the next ball's defended by Sheikh, no run. Everybody no longer have the people that you hide in the field. Everyone from your tall opening bowlers are absolute athletes in the field. At the end of that one, it's 63 for 2 at the end of 20.
I'm not going to name names, but I still can think of 2 or 3 that I wouldn't necessarily describe as absolute athletes in the field. But I'm not going to name names.
Would Dave be one of those athletes?
No, I'm talking about out there. Oh, gosh. No, you've already said you've got the photograph. You've got the proof that...
I was about to say, Dave looked like an athlete back then.
Back in the day, he was setting the standards.
I agree.
You'd be delighted to know that everybody of the 18 first-class category, they've all picked up a trophy at some point since 1963.
Good horse. You don't want to be left off that list. I know in the T20 Blast there's a couple that haven't got their name on the trophy, so I was wondering if that would be
even getting through to final stage.
Yeah.
So the next delivery, start of the next over, is bowled by Ahmed to Eskenazi into the offside, no run. Durham have just picked up a couple. Derbyshire and Northants 3, so they're, if you like, at
the bottom end.
Well, I was going to say the lower end.
Yeah.
Ahmed, in his second over, punched square for a single by Eskenazi. He goes to 24, so they're both on 24 now, and the score is 64 for 2 in the 21st over. There's only been one List A tournament played in this country since 2010, so we've stuck with one. What did surprise me when we were doing a little bit of research ahead of the games last week, as Ahmed bowls and defended, back up to Ahmed for no run, is that neither Derbyshire or Northamptonshire, the only two teams, have never made it to the knockout stage of this competition. It surprised me, because both of them you think would have it about them to at least get that far, but not so far. And works on the onside for no run.
That's a really big surprise, especially considering the players that both those counties have had over the years, especially
Steelbacks, you see, won, and this year have won the T20 as well, but they do lose a few players to the 100, of course, now. But Shakes on 24, creates room. He needed to make sure he got back on that, and he does. He really thumped that, and I even got me out in the chair to see where that's going, but actually gone straight to the fielder on the cover boundary, so it's just one. But he goes to 25, 65 for 2. One ball left of the 21st over. Starts off with this very wide stance, does Ahmed. His approach is just of a few yards and driven. Let's be a little bit careful, it doesn't get too uppish there. Eskenazi, but it falls short of Bunsey in the covers. So that's 65 for 2, and Ahmed has gone for only 2 runs, I think, in that over. It's a bit of a squeeze, and this is where it's going to be a real tester for Eskenazi and Sheikh, because 21 overs gone. We've only got 65 on the board. I mean, if you were to judge and take a look just how well they bowled 11 o'clock this morning, were conditions really more favourable to the bowling, more favourable than we'll get for the rest of the day? I don't know, but perhaps you'll be taking a view that perhaps it isn't going to be one of those really high-scoring Trent Bridge limited overs matches today. I'd be surprised if, at the moment, Leicestershire be that certain themselves of what sort of score they'd be maybe looking for here. I think there's still a bit of discovery on that front, isn't there?
most definitely. We're going to have a change in bowling. Joe Pocklington, so spin from both ends. Left arm orthodox. You would definitely maybe not get up to the 300 mark, but certainly be looking at least 240, 250 if you going to have any chance of defending that at Trent Bridge. So Joe Pocklington, who certainly from when I last saw him, has been introduced a good 20 overs earlier than he was the first game. Pocklington in, and this is a beautiful start. Getting Sheikh to defend off the front foot, a little bit of spin, no run. So tall left arm spinner plays his club cricket up in the Bradford League in Yorkshire. This is pushed down the ground. Single. Originally from Lincolnshire, went to Leeds Uni. We heard all about him. Really nice conversation with him on Tuesday, and about that sort of what they do pre-game and how they look at the wickets and how they want to take it. As the next ball is a quick single, and it's going to have to hurry, and a better throw may have found Hamza Sheikh in all sorts of trouble. Wayward throw. I mean, Carver Rayner couldn't quite take the bails off, and they get through for a very, very sharp single. You fancy that could have spelled danger all over. 67 for 2 as Pocklington in the air, and it's a play and a miss. Off the back foot, an extra bit of bounce goes through to Verena. And Pocklington's just getting it to get a little bit of torque off the wicket. Whether that be a little bit of extra bounce or hold, I'm not quite sure. And it brings about a sweep, and I think that's outside the line, and is. But all of a sudden, things are starting to happen. You were saying, Kevin, it's a little bit... That partnership's at that stage now where you feel that could be dangerous for both sides. They haven't quite made the...
One of them's got to go for it now.
One of them...
Somebody's got to play a role here now.
One ball left in the Sova. 67 for 2, and it's a defensive shot off the front foot that decide not to run. So a lovely start that from Pocklington. He's gone for 2 in his first, and it's 67 for 2. Nice start there. And now we potentially could see not get through the overs really quickly here with 2 spinners on from both ends.
Yeah, and in no time the Foxes will have not got that many, and the overs will, as you say, be gathering. Pocklington's had such a good start. He's actually 8th highest in the most wickets for the season. He's 6 wickets, but it's a terrific start for him. He's 25, turns 26 in November. This is only his 7th, beg your pardon, 11th this day game. Ahmed bowls and caught and well fielded a tumbling stop in the gully region. And applause and support from Nottinghamshire, and the supporters getting right behind it. When they start cheering, decent stops, but the dot balls, you know that they're engaged, the crowd, and they are already here, and we're only, just going up to 12:30. Eskenazi it is facing on 25. He'll be able to drive that one, but again, can't get it past the fielder. And again, the supporters at Trent Bridge enjoying it, because, there's a lot of energy out there from the home side in their fielding at the moment, and that is causing part of what is causing the problems here for Eskenazi and Sheikh. They're doing okay, but they feel maybe they need to be doing a little bit more. Will he get past him again? No. And the point that you make is that in quick time the overs have gone and they haven't got anywhere. The shots themselves, some of them looking okay as shots, but they're not getting them runs. Eskenazi's on 25. Bowls again full, and that one is just clipped away. There will be runs here. Don't think it'll make it to the boundary, so it'll just be 2 for Eskenazi. 27 not out, and it's 69 for 2 in this 23rd over. Coverage here on Trent Bridge Live, but also across BBC Sounds on Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2 at the moment. The Sports Extra channel will move to the 100 later on today, but we stay on Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sounds. He comes forward to that one, and gosh, do you know, I really thought that was going to get through. And so did Eskenazi. He looked back there, just squeezed through. He's had a little fortune there, good fortune. 69 for 2, 1 ball left to the 23rd over. Ahmed in bowls. I think it could just be the 2 runs again coming from this over. Every sympathy with Eskenazi and Sheikh here. 69 for 2 after 23 overs. Whether it be the pace of the seam bowlers at the top, or whether it now be the spinners that we're watching in the shape of Ahmed. Pocklington only had 1 over, but that only went for 2. Ahmed now 3 overs for 7 runs, 12 dot balls out there. It is not easy at all for the Foxes. 69 for 2 after 23 overs. I shall leave you. I shall be back a little later on. Dave will come in and join you again.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Evan. And I couldn't agree with you more. Dot balls are gold dust in limited overs cricket, and pressure takes wickets. So Notts are doing absolutely fantastic here. As this is, again, Sheikh running down the wicket and defending this to extra cover. So all of a sudden, pressure's starting to tell here. The batter's just getting a little bit antsy, a little bit fidgety. Haven't been a boundary for half an hour here, as this is a sweep and it goes up in the air, and it's just not going to carry to a very deep backward square. They get through for a single, so both batters itching. Sheikh 27 off 44 and Eskenazi 27 off 73. Very, very tapered innings. We saw that in the T20 a couple of weeks ago, but 200's not going to cut it for them here. As advancing down the wicket is Eskenazi, and driving it down the ground to James, who does the fielding. Single, 2 from it, and no boundaries, loads of dot balls, and the one word that will be on everybody's lips is where the run's going to come from, where the boundary's going to come from. There's so much pressure out there being built by the Notts bowling attackers. A lap sweeper's only probably going to get him a single. He is, well, beg your pardon, 2. It's good running. But all of a sudden, that's what Notts have limited the Foxes to here, having to take high-risk options just for 1s and 2s.
It's 50 partnership up, Kyle.
50 up.
From 90 balls, though, Hampshire Sheikh 29 of that 50 from 45 balls. Stevie Eskenazi 20 from 45.
Just wait as Pocklington settled really nicely into his spell here. 3 wickets in both of his games, is on the lap sweep again. And they'll get back for 2 again. Now, it'll be very interesting to see if someone is on the lap, it's very, very difficult to stop that shot. You almost then have to plug that gap and stop them playing that, which is exactly what they're going to do. So short third has gone into short 45, which means that the laps sweep is taken out the equation. But now if Shaker's got the reverse sweep, this is what I was speaking to Joe about on Tuesday, it makes it very, very difficult. It's just a short and flat and cut away to backward point to get out the over. So at the end of that one, it is 75 for 2 and 6 coming from that one. After 24, it's 75 for 2. And it's good to have you back next to me, Dave.
Thank you very much. Good work from you. I was listening at the back, the reference to Sheikh and Farhan Ahmed and England under 19s. They were teammates, but not in the most recent one in February, start of this year in Zimbabwe. Hamza Sheikh was too old then, but they were teammates the previous one in South Africa.
That's what I was thinking,
in 2024. Farhan was only 16 then, but both he and Hamza Sheikh played for England under 19s in that competition, which England exited at the Super 6 stage. Of course, this year they got to the final before losing to India. Here's Farhan Ahmed then, into bowl, helped away, out onto the leg side by Eskenazi. Straight to Freddie McCann at deep middle wicket for a single. Yeah, good from you, that.
Yeah, obviously, Byron Hatton low, as I was saying earlier, the next. We've had Freddie McCann as well. Loads of England under 19 players in this Nottinghamshire side.
It's Farhan Ahmed. Sheikh is on 31, down on the sweep, doesn't properly get hold of it. And Alex Green, who's in the Leicestershire side today, the right-arm medium fast bowler, he did play alongside Farhan in this year's under 19s World Cup in the England side. Be hoping he's not forced to put his pads on any time yet. Playing a miss here from Hamza Sheikh, backing away. Didn't get any bat on it as it goes through to Verena. Ground bathed in warm sunshine now. Outlaw Chris has been in touch. Morning, everybody. Dave, as you know, I was never a Brett Hutton fan a few years ago. He's got better and better, like a fine wine. Gets better with experience. Well done, Brett. Enjoyed it seeing him bowl today. Thank you, Chris. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. I didn't know you were a non-Brett convertee early on. Adrian Thomas says Gloucestershire have 473 one-day wins, Dave. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Adrian. I beg your pardon. Not, as I say, 499 before today, as the next one's pulled on the leg side, just past Hamid, out to Freddie McCann for another single, and Not's just keeping it nice and tight. Adrian says, didn't hear Kev running through his trophies say that Gloucestershire have won 9 out of 10 finals at Lords, 1 Sunday League, etc. 13 trophies in total. There's always a Gloucestershire angle with Adrian, isn't there?
There is.
Farhan bowls. The next ball pushed. Oh, there's going to be runs here. A sprawling attempt at backward point. Sat down on the ground. It's Joe Pocklington, and they're going to come back for 3. 79 for 2. Good work by Martindale. So we're at halfway stage. I think there's going to be a drinks break, Kyle. 79 for 2 after 25. Leicestershire losing the wickets of Rishi Patel, caught by Verena off an inside edge. Ball Brett Hutton for 1. That was 1 for 1, and then 23 for 2. Another catch for Verena. More orthodox one, this. Ian Holland nicking Hutton out for 14.
Yep, and the halfway stage, it's time for a hydration break. The most controversial of topics this summer, most probably. But Notts will be very, very happy with the first half. 79 for 2 after being asked to bowl first. I think if you had offered that to Hassan Mahmood, he would have said yes, please, and thank you very, very much. They've been very, very disciplined bowling unit.
And the other game, just in the 21st over, up at Farrington near Preston. First game being played on that new ground. That's where Notts go on Thursday. Kent batting put in by the Red Rose. Kent at 86 for 3. Wickets for Tom Bailey, Mitch Stanley, and now Jack Blatherwick, who started his career, of course, with Notts. Kent 86 for 3 in the 21st. Daniel Bell Drummond has been there since the start. He's 32 not out. Just been joined by Chris Benjamin. All the scores through the day, of course, on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website and app. Mentioned that it was Sir Garfield's 90th today, or would have been his 90th, born on this day in 1936 at Bridgetown. Another Nottinghamshire birthday. Zimbabwe leg spin bowler Paul Strang, born on this day in 1970. And a sad day, flipping it back round, Clive Rice died on this day, aged 66, in Johannesburg from, well, he'd had a brain tumour. He just recently had an operation and they hoped it would all clear it up and everything, and shortly after that operation he sadly died. He was captain here for 8 years, succeeding Mike Smedley, scored over 17,000 first-class runs, 37 centuries in that, 476 wickets, and then of course all his List A appearances and runs and wickets. Great skipper for Nottinghamshire.
And of course a South African legend.
Didn't play any test matches for South Africa, but at the end of the enforced ban, did skipper them in a handful of ODIs as they were reintegrated into the World Game. 79 for 2. Very sad day for those remembering Sir Garfield on what would have been his 90th, and Clive Rice, who died on this day in 2015.
Yeah, I remember we had to wear black armbands at school.
One thing I meant to ask you, sorry, you play with a young man called Cronje at the moment. Is he any relation?
No,
Okay.
I do play with a young man called Johan Cronje. No, he's no relation at all. As far as I'm aware, I can ask him, but I'd be very, very surprised.
He's been full of runs, hasn't he? Every time I have a little look, see if you've got any. His name always seems to leap to prominence in your.
Him and Mr. Hassan Azad are scoring plenty at the moment.
Perhaps just as well. Skipper's not getting many, is he?
Got a few in the final, so I can live with that.
We've had the drinks break here at Trent Bridge. I would imagine there's been 1 or 2 bottles of water consumed in the crowd. The umpire at the far end, Conor McGarry, first time we've had him here, just waving to our scorers, Roger Marshall and Peter Johnson, just to make sure they're ready to see the next ball, and it will be Joe Pocklington to bowl it.
Yep. Hamza Sheikh on strike, 79 for 2. Big next 10 overs here for Notts if they can pick up a couple of wickets, as Pocklington in goes a little bit slower, and this is pushed out to extra cover where Muncie does the fielding on protective Astro strip that's just been laying over a wicket that's potentially going to be used later on in the summer. Pocklington in again, and this time it has split the gap at extra cover, and we'll go through to long off for a single.
Yeah, very worn in the centre of the square.
Yeah.
Those who are watching the live stream can see, of course, there's been a test match here, there's been an ODI match here, there's been, of course, a blast quarter-final. They use one of the central strips. There's the 100 matches going on at the moment, so they want that in a central position for television reasons.
So the ground staff got their work cut out for them, watering the square and keeping it fresh and ready to go. Of course, full of Champo cricket later on in the summer. Pocklington in and goes full, and has just turned around the corner. Eskenazi runs the first one hard, and I think that'd be safe to say that would have been a crazy second run if they decided to take on Hayes' very, very capable arm. 81 for 2, run rate just over 3s at the moment. Pocklington from the Stewart Broad end is getting a reverse sweep from Sheikh, who gloved it out to Farhan Ahmed. And that's what we were talking about. I was saying that Shakes moved the field, moved short third to the leg side with the lap sweep, and now tries the reverse sweep, and very much all about field manipulation. The next one tries to guide it down into the vacant short third, and this one passing through. So really, really good work. And now Brett Hutton moves to short third, but I like this because there's a couple balls left in the over, one ball left in the over. So protecting the boundary is Joe Pocklington and saying, Shake, you can have a single or a two down to short fine, and this is short and wide and cut out into the offside sweeper where young Freddie McCann will do the fielding, and that will be the end to good over. 82 for 2 after 26.
Yeah, you made reference to that movement there for the final ball of the over. Brett Hutton just going into sort of another second short third. He went as soon as the fifth ball was bowled and dead without the skipper telling him to. That was...
I didn't notice that. I thought Haas would have said go across. Brilliant.
It must have been pre-planned or something. Final ball of the over, get across there just to try and make sure they don't cut it away for four. Here's Farhan. He also made the point that getting through the overs very quickly, which they are indeed, as Hamza Sheikh guides this into the offside, and there's another single. Sheikh, 20 years of age, got his maiden 100 in this competition at Guildford on Friday, 104 not out. Backed it up with 91 against Lancashire at Grace Road on Sunday. Birmingham born. I have seen him against Notts playing for Warwickshire, but now on the move, and watching Stevie Eskenazi with a very deft little paddle down to fine for a couple of runs. 85 for 2. Eskenazi, another one, born in South Africa, born in Johannesburg. Just his 34th List A appearance. So he's been playing for the 100 the last few years. Just chopped, guided to backward point to Pocklington, and there's no run.
Of course, Farhan Ahmed was in the 100 last year, wasn't he? So nice to see him back in Notts colours.
Some very kind words from Ralph Davis have just arrived as this is pushed back to the bowler. Ralph says, I've listened to an hour this morning of your commentary, as I often do whilst driving. Thanks to the three of you for painting a picture of the match. Alas, some of the 100 commentators on the radio are less enjoyable to listen to. Thank you, Ralph. That's very kind of you. As Farhan is in and bowls, and down the track comes Eskenazi, and that's a stroke of real authority and conviction and almost need. Desperate to get the boundaries moving again. The Foxes skipper, and he's played a lovely shot there through extra cover, just lifted it clear of any danger and away for 4. 89 for 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, and that's a sign that it's a good wicket. Not easy to come down the wicket and hit an off spinner spinning back into the right hander, inside out over extra cover. So that will bode well for the Notts batters, but it's nonetheless a beautiful cricket shot.
Farhan Ahmed bowls again, and it was outside the off stump, and you could see that Eskenazi thrust his pad out there and again was trying to deflect it fine. Didn't. It struck his pad well outside the line, and we're through 27 overs. 89 for 2. Leicestershire, they've made a fairly pedestrian start today. They were 4 for 1 after 4 overs, 10 for 1 after 6, 15 after 7, 19 after 8. In fact, only 26 at the end of the first power play. But this pair came together at 23 for 2. Just starting to accelerate a little bit now, and still plenty of good players to come.
Pocklington going to be continuing. Sheikh running down and hitting this high. James circles, and James takes the catch. Something had to give. Leicester had to get a move on, and Sheikh looking to continue that form. When you're in form, you feel like you're invincible, and this time hauls out to Lyndon James, who was really, really aware of the boundary down there, had a brief look behind to check where he was, steadied himself and took the catch above his shoulders, and Joe Pocklington picks up his first. The Foxes lose their third. It's 89 for 3, and that is exactly what pressure does. Really good bowling from Nottingham.
Yeah, good stuff from both Joe Pocklington and, of course, Farhan Ahmed at the other end. It's been a continual build-up of pressure, slightly eased in the previous over when Eskenazi got that boundary, and Hamza Sheikh just looking to do his bit by finding the ropes. He didn't. He's hit it down the ground. That was nicely judged by Lyndon James. Those of you watching the live stream see the replay. See him look round for the rope, which was well behind him in truth. Sheikh 35 from 58 balls, just 2 fours at the crease for just over an hour, and he follows up his 33, 104 not out, and 91 with another really good start here. To see who's coming in next, and it looks like Ruan de Swart who's going to come in ahead of Johnny Tattersall, and he's another one off the back of a century against Lancashire, 42 against Gloucestershire, 18 against Surrey at Guildford, 126 against Lancashire. Ruan de Swart, somebody you were saying earlier that you know pretty well.
Yeah, good old Ruan. Obviously played for Northerns, now went down to the Dolphins down in Durban, and now up in the northwest playing for the Dragons. Left-handed batter, used to be a keeper, now bowls seam. A phenomenal rugby player as well. Had the opportunity to go pro playing rugby and decided to choose to go pro playing cricket, so very talented sportsman. Ruan de Swart.
Yeah, saw yesterday. He was actually supposed to leave this week, I think, and head back home, but he's now extended until the end of this competition, which is good news for all Foxes fans.
Yep, so he walks to the crease at 89 for 3.
Yeah, and a lefty, of course.
Yeah. Maybe that's a bit of a ploy, left-hand, right-hand combination, but a slip in place straight away. So fields it deep on the leg side, mid-wicket the only man in, saving the single. Slip mid-off, extra cover, backward point on the offside with a sweeper out on the offside boundary. Pocklington over the wicket to de Swart, who's straight away showing his inform and pushing this down the ground for a single. So he gets off the mark straight away, 90 for 3.
Didn't realise actually until doing a little bit of homework. Played 2 test matches already for South Africa.
Yeah, down in New Zealand, didn't he?
Oh, was that the one that Patterson went on, where they sent almost a
they've pretty much sent an A side,
squad,
yeah. So he, captained by Neil Brunt, that was. This is nice slow delivery ball by Pocklington, lovely change of pace, push back and dot ball. Yeah, I believe it was the same time the SA20 was played for the first time, and they sent a very young South African side down to New Zealand, and if I'm not mistaken, they lost 2-0. Pocklington in again, and this is pushed back to him again. No runs, so 2 dot balls there by Eskenazi, who's been there from the beginning, 38 off 84. Won the toss and elected to bat first. The Foxes, Pocklington in, goes slow again, and this is down the leg side, and unfortunately he's going to have to reload. 2 balls left in the over.
And I guess Carl Verena knows all about him as well.
Yeah, they would have played against each other, most definitely. Not sure Carl Verena speaks any Afrikaans, but next ball pushed down the ground for a single, but I'm sure there might be a few words said in Afrikaans. Ruan de Swart, very Afrikaans, went to an all Afrikaans school, predominantly Afrikaans speaking as Ruan.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's one little avenue of interest we've never explored before.
Yeah.
You an Afrikaans speaker?
No. I was nearly still in school because I can't speak Afrikaans. Thank goodness to my parents who decided they're getting an Afrikaans tutor so I could pass my A-levels. Next one turned away on the leg side. That will be a single, yeah.
So English is your first language, Carl?
English is my first language. Who would have known? The end of the 28th is 93 for 3.
I do pull his leg if you're...
I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it, Dave.
Banana Brooks says here's one for volleyers. Farhan's development Farhan's development progression proved fruitful? England side ambitions, etc. What does he need to work on going forward?
I think much of the same, to be perfectly honest. I think he's progressed really well. I remember the first time I ever came up to his name or against him was in club cricket. I didn't know who he was, but everyone spoke about this young off-spinner who will play for England one day. Was the first thing that a couple of the people said, and I thought, goodness, he's 15, he can't be that good. And I watched him bowl, and the pace he bowled, the energy he had on the ball, was absolutely exceptional. And then I think 3 weeks later he made his Notts debut, if I remember correctly. It may have been Notts 2, maybe Notts 2s, and I thought, goodness me, I think more of the same, and the more and more he's experienced at this level, the more and more he'll grow.
Farhan bowls to Swart, turns it on the leg side, and will profit from a slight misfield and get a single. I mean, the crucial thing you mentioned there was he's got to play more and more cricket.
Correct.
He can't get in the Championship side, he can't get in the Blast side.
I think
he's
that's
waited for this competition to come around, but it's just a 3 or 4 week hit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the tough decision that he's got to make.
Farhan bowls again, the right-handed Eskenazi on 39, turns it to Hamid at mid-on. It can stall so many youngsters' development. It's a good point that Banana Brooks made there, really. How's he going to develop further? By playing. There's a reverse for runs for Eskenazi, and that will go for 4. Nicely played. Decent attempt out there by Ben Martindale. It's gone down on his left shoulder. Let's hope he's okay. I think he is. Didn't go down with sort of the force we saw 1 or 2 hit the ground at Welbeck.
Of course, and another thing to think of about Farhan now is he's batting quite high up in the second team. He's batting 4 or 5 there, so he's getting very good opportunity with the bat, which is potentially an avenue that if he wants to take his cricket a little bit further, is somewhere where he needs to get a bit better.
Farhan bowls to Eskenazi. Runs just starting to tick along again. Single. He moves to 44, 99 for 3.
But certainly couldn't agree with you more. Banana Brooks and Dave, he needs to play, it's the best way to learn is playing at high levels. Obviously played Champo cricket's done really, really well. I remember watching him against Surrey a couple of years ago here, didn't he? Played here.
Did indeed. Bowls now, and De Swart pushes this into the offside for the single that brings up the 100, and Nick Morell's already made a good spot here. Kyle, Nick says, I like seeing evolution in approaches to batting. De Swart already is taking guard on off stick, daring the bowlers to put it in his arc.
Yeah, what a lot of batters do nowadays is Eskenazi. Interesting to see he hasn't taken an off-stump guard to help him sweep, get outside the line of off-stump.
This is pulled away behind square. Freddie McCann's got his work cut out. He'll go for 4. So that's a better over, certainly for the Foxes. 104 for 3, 11 from that over, and it was De Swart that Nick was particularly referencing. Come out there to the middle, taking guard, and he's there on off. Yeah,
a lot of batters change their guards a lot. So De Swart to the off spinner, taking guard and off. Beg your pardon. Showing him all 3 stumps, just saying, bowl straight at me. I'm really strong there. Give myself as much room as I can to hit with the spin. Some batters like to stand on off stump to the off spin if they're right-handed, to get outside the line, to sweep, reverse sweep, and flick it to the leg side so you can't be out LBW. It's a really nice innovation, that T20 cricket, and that's exactly what De Swart's doing here. He's batting on off stump to get outside the line to Pocklington, who's spinning the ball into him here, and brings in the reverse sweep, and it's bowled him. Well, I said that they'd like to do that, to get outside the line, to sweep and reverse sweep, and this one is straight through, and Pocklington picks up his 2nd wicket, and the informed De Swart has got to go. I remember all too well, De Swart played that reverse sweep to me all too well, and he usually hit it, but Pocklington's a much better bowler than I am. The Foxes lose their 4th, De Swart's got to go for 4.
Good spot from Nick to just alert us to the fact that he was batting on off. Was he trying to go too early there, too ambitious, too early? It would appear so. Out for 4, Ruanda Svart, and he faced 5 balls, and that's 2 wickets in consecutive overs, coming from the first ball of the over as well for Joe Pocklington each time. And that's left the Foxes 104 for 4, and they've only got 20 overs left after this one. Going to start looking for some punchy lower order runs. Johnny Tattersall, Ben Cox, Ben Green, of course, he can give it a little bit of a wallop. It is going to be the former Yorkshireman, Johnny Tattersall, on his way out to the middle, made his way down from the White Rose. Winter before last, his second season with Leicestershire as a best of 89 in this competition, but has 5 first-class hundreds to his name. 31 years of age now. Johnny Tats, as they affectionately call him up at Headingley.
He's from a wonderful part of the world, isn't he, Dave? From Harrogate. Speaking to Kevin about that before we got underway today. Beautiful part of the world. Right-handed batter. So this is a really big part of the game now. The Fox is just losing wickets at regular intervals and not really scoring that quickly. So how does Eskinazi play this? Does he just go, look, I'm going to have to bat through. I'm going to be there at the end and look to try be 100 not out and everyone else bat around me? Or does he then go and sort of take the bull by the horns? Obviously, good batters to come. Tattersall's a very good batter, and Ben Cox, no mug with the batters. Pocklington in, slip and play, and this is pushed down the ground, just evades the diving Pocklington. He gets off the mark straight away, 105 for 4.
Well, Ben Green does have,
as well,
one really, really impressive line on his CV. His 1 century in this competition was made in his time as a Somerset player against Durham when he got 157 from 84 with 12 sixes. That's that's sort of the standout line on his career record.
This one is defended into the offside and they get through for a quick single. That's very good running between the wickets.
Yeah.
Just dropping it into the gap on the offside and running. Something that you have to do when you're not really picking up boundaries at regular intervals.
Well, Notts won't mind that if they're just looking to drop and run rather than going for the big hits, but it is the right way to sort of play yourself in, and maybe Desfart didn't do that for long enough.
Next one, Tattersall's defending this off the front foot. Pocklington changes his pace so well. One thing I did speak to him about on Tuesdays, his variations of pace, quicker into the wicket, then slow, loopy spinner. Very tall man, so this one quicker into the wicket and gets out the over. 1 ball left, but pushes this one through quicker. Off the back foot, Tattersall pushes this into the offside, where Byron Hatton Lowe does the fielding. I believe that's Byron out there.
It is, yeah. There'll be 1 or 2 just
comfort breaks maybe. Last ball of the over, and this one pushed back to Pocklington, who once again picked up a very handy wicket in his over. And at the end of the 30th over, it's 107 for 4. You're going to be joined. Well, I'm going to take another undeserved break.
Thank you, Kyle. 107 for 4, more from Kyle van Vollenhoven in the fullness of time. Lyndon James was off the field for that over. He's popped back on. The old saying, I think, I don't know, I don't ever know if it held much weight, double the score after 30 overs. If it does mean something in this one, at the end of the Foxes' innings, they'll be 214 for 8 because they're 107 for 4 after 30. Notts have used 6 bowlers. Brett Hutton with 7, Farhan Ahmed 6, he's about to bowl his 7th, 5 from Pennington, 5 from Lyndon James, 5 from Joe Pocklington, just 2 from James Hayes today. Kevin's back alongside. We'll watch Farhan Ahmed together, bowling to Johnny Tats, who turns this on the leg side for a single, 108 for 4. They were always very fond of him up at Headingley, weren't they?
Very popular lad, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit like yourself, Dave.
just wonder about him making the move, though, to a ground. I'll let that one slide, you see. Making the move to a ground where they've got an established wicket-keeper in Ben Cox. You know, it's clear he obviously sees that his way with Leicestershire when he made the move was as a top-order batter, and thus far he's doing okay, as this is pushed back to Farhan, and there's no run after 2 balls in the 31st, 108 for 4.
Just looking up his age, do you have that?
31.
30, yeah, wow.
Farhan to bowl to Eskenazi, who needs 1 for his 50, and now he'll get it. Well battered Stevie Eskenazi. 93 balls. Good applause from, I'm sure, the Leicestershire balcony and his teammates, and from the Leicestershire supporters. Been at the crease for just over 2 hours now. 93 balls, 5 fours. Kyle was speculating, really. He's got to bat through the innings from this sort of position, and it's hard to disagree, isn't it?
It is, and especially when he's still in the back of the room.
Farhan bowls to Tattersall, who gets a single. I don't know if you heard us saying earlier, a very bizarre blast innings he played here. Not really down to him, I don't think. He opened the batting, was 54 not out at the halfway stage after 20 overs. Just couldn't get on strike. You know, when you open the innings, you expect to face maybe 60 balls out of the 120 at least, but he just couldn't get on strike. Only got his 50 in the final over of the innings. There's Farhan to bowl to him, and he was already advancing down the track there to the young offie to turn it to leg for his 51st run. 111 for 4, or Nelson in cricketing terminology. You a superstitious man, Kevin Howells?
Not at all, David. No.
Don't salute the magpies?
No. I have a good chat with them.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Farhan bowls, nicely swept, safely out onto the leg side. Will that be stopped? It won't. It's gone for 4. Little bit of to you, to me, I think. Lyndon James looking at Freddie McCann looking at Lyndon James, and that process went on for a wee while, and in the end the ball was so close to the rope, Lyndon flung himself at it, and by then it had hit the boundary rope for 4. That probably should have been cut off by one of them with a little more conviction.
He parried it onto the rope, didn't he? Yeah.
115 for 4, but had he got there a moment earlier, he could have comfortably
flicked it back.
Yeah, 31 gone, 115 for 4. What have you got for us?
What I've got is, in case I forget to say this later, if you go on the BBC Sport website, Sheridan Gums, who plays for Leicestershire, lovely piece. It's a really interesting, it's a lovely piece, a really interesting piece. Eskenazi, meantime, here on 51, and for no run into the Lakeside off the bowling of Pocklington, and it's basically about trying to make your way in the game and trying to get your opportunities, whether you be on trial and then you go into the second 11, you go around all sorts of maybe second 11 teams up and down the country, just trying to get noticed, trying to get your opportunity. And this one is pushed in the offside by Eskenazi for a single. He moves to 52, and Leicestershire 115 for 4 in the 32nd over. And it's a really very interesting and revealing piece.
I think Kyle said he'd read it. Yeah.
And Sheridan has now got himself a deal with Leicestershire, and he's played a couple of championship matches. So it's also a nice, wholesome, encouraging story as well. But it does tell a very honest perspective of players who perhaps don't come through the next ball driven into the ground and it's not through the easy way. There's no easy way about it, but not through, if you like, the academy, then second 11, then into first cricket. Not the straightforward route, but the more roundabout route to try and get in and try and get noticed. So it's a really good piece, that. And it's on the BBC Sport website. Worked away square, Tattersall for a single, and he goes to 9, and the score 117 for 4. Now 2 balls left in the 32nd over.
Well, he'd sort of made his way through the Surrey age group, didn't he? And then obviously there's so many talented top order players. It's very, very difficult. We've seen Adam Thomas is doing it at the moment, isn't he? Forcing his way in.
Yep. And use of the feet from Eskenazi to smother the ball. Initially, I think probably in his own mind, he was wanted to see if he could throw Pocklington off his lengths and give him a bit of a wallop. But in the end, perhaps he saw him coming and therefore just had to smother it into the offside. Pocklington to his mark again. And that's got a bit more length to it, and therefore can drive it on the half volley, but only for a single. Sun is definitely making an appearance here at Trent Bridge now. It's a lovely sight, and a good number in, really good number in today watching this game. 118 for 4 after 32 overs. Don't wish to be controversial, Dave.
Please be.
But within the chat of we need championship cricket being played at this time for people to come and watch, fair enough. I'm not too sure at some of these grounds whether you would necessarily get the same numbers coming into the ground if it was championship cricket. I think you're more likely to get better numbers for limited overs cricket. And therefore we got a bit of both, actually, because mid-August this year we actually start up the championship again, don't we? So there is championship cricket to be played before the end of the school holidays. And there are some youngsters in, but I'm not looking around here and thinking this is full of lots of young people. There are some, though. That's great to see.
Pennington back into the attack for his second spell, this time from the Radcliffe Road end, and his first ball is of a fullish length, and Eskenazi guides it to backward point where Farhan Ahmed makes the stop. Pennington 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. That was a terrific start to the day for Dylan Pennington. Of course, he's one of those players that was picked up in the 100 auction for the Welsh Fire. Didn't play in their first couple of matches. They recognised the need for him to have some cricket, so they've let him back to play for Notts today. And bowls now to Eskenazi, the tall right arm blonde quick, and the next ball is eased into the offside, fielded by Munsey. 2 years ago, he was called up by England, Dylan Pennington, into their squad for that series against the West Indies. The first match of which was at Lord's, Jimmy Anderson's farewell test. Pennington expected to take his place for the rest of the season, or the rest of the series, and it just didn't happen. This is pushed back to him. He was 12th man for a couple of games and then got injured and has not featured on the England radar since then, as he's had 1 or 2 slight injury concerns, but bowling nicely here. 118 for 4. Jeff Arnold, a big fan of Dylan Pennington. Say a couple of years ago, watched him regularly before the call-up. Here's a bit of a flail up to James Hayes at mid-on, but they scamper down the other end for a single. Eskenazi gets down to this end before Hayes can shy at the stumps. 119 for 4.
It's another tight over this, where they're having to take some risks.
Yeah. 2 balls left in the 33rd. Ben Cox, Ben Green still to come. Pennington passed on by Mike Burns, bowls slightly on the hip of Tattersall, just glances it down to Lyndon James in front of the Batman board in the far distance. A single taken, 120 for 4. I think the twin strikes of Hamza Sheikh and Ruanda Svart have derailed the Foxes. They've got to go again here, and I'm sure there'll have been a little chat between Captain Eskenazi and Tattersall about which role each of them's going to play from here on in. As Pennington bowls, and again into the thigh, or the thigh pad. A little balloon away, and that's going to be the first leg bye of the innings. There's been 2 wides. One ball by Lyndon James, one by Joe Pocklington, both down the leg side, and now the first leg bye of the innings. 3 extras, 121 for 4 after 33. And Pennington 6 overs, none for 9. Very, very impressive figures.
Yeah, this crowd here today, it just makes me even more confirmed, in my opinion, that this competition is working really well alongside the 100. And any debates going forward about perhaps playing it early on in the season, well, have the debate, but for me, this right now is looking good. Foxes 121 for 4 then. 17 overs remain. And Eskenazi, for whom it needs to be built around. Tattersall's faced 9 balls for his 10. Eskenazi's faced 103 for his 54 so far, and that's not too wide. Well, fairly newish sort of umpire on the scene today is saying that he's satisfied with that. So Eskenazi didn't seem to make too much of a fuss either. So next ball, that's a little straighter. This is in the air but cleared and some way. Whoa, that's a big knock over there on the leg side over deep mid-wicket. It's a 6 for Eskenazi to move him to 60. Well, he got hold of that really well. I say that in the timing because although it travelled the distance, it was almost like a little flick, clipping it away there. So when we say builds around Eskenazi, he clearly feels, well, delivery's there to be hit, I will hit them. And 127 for 4 is the score now.
First 6 of the day.
5 4s previous to that, 6. Eskenazi has to settle for punching at this time along the ground, out of the reach of the bowler. Pocklington will just jog a single. 61 not out, 128 for 4. Midway through this over, of which Pocklington now has got figures of 2 for 28. Settles down. This is Tattersall. It's Tattersall I was expecting to go big and anytime soon. He does, with a little flourish, drive the ball for a single to mid-on. There's a little bit of intent there from Tattersall. Onto 11. 129 for 4 now. And this is Pocklington. Excuse me.
Eased into the offside by Eskenazi for a single fielded by Freddie McCann.
I may need to go and find some water. I don't know if something's come through the window.
Some water?
Well, it's your bottle,
oh, David. You're all right. It's perhaps not as cold as it might have been when it was.
Something will be rather helpful. Tattersall is on 11, 130 for 4. One ball left to the 34th over. And in balls, and tucked away. And comes back for 2. We'll have to get the legs going, but nice and easy in the end. 13 to Tattersall. And it's 132 for 4 after 34 overs. So lifesavers, both of you. Lifesavers. I tell you what, David, you can have this Highland Spring back because that looks a lovely bottle. This one, it's very nice. Thank you. I'm not saying something. It looks a little small. Thank you. So there we are. Apologies for that. I think something must have come through the window and. I feel more sorry for it than I do for myself. Eskenazi 62, 132 for 4 after 34 overs. Then Pocklington now 7 overs, 2 for 32. A bit of intent, I thought there. Perhaps they've got to start thinking about who they might want to target. Pocklington's been bowling well, but they've got to have a go at somebody. And once again, Dave, in the reintroduction of Pennington isn't somebody that's going to be offering too much today, is he?
Do you know what they've just done there, Kevin, which in the 2 matches at Welbeck I didn't see, I didn't remember to look for. The end of the 34th over is Pennington to start a new over, then I'll come back to it. Eskenazi on strike, just runs it down to third for a single. 2 umpires got together, the captain Nasiba Mead and Dylan Pennington, and that was the old choosing of which ball they're going to use from here on in, because they've used 1 ball from each end, haven't they, for the first 17 overs of each end, but after 34 overs, 1 gets put in the umpire's pocket for good, and now we'll play with this chosen ball for from both ends for the rest of the innings. Forgot to look for that at Welbeck, but it was more obvious here as Pennington bowls clipped away on the leg side by Tattersall for a single. Mentioned 1 or 2 birthdays and 1 or 2 other sad events on this day, but this is going to tie in with my journey on the way here this morning. 28th of July today, 28th of July 1977, so that's 49 years ago. It was Ashes Test Day, the first day here at Trent Bridge of the 1977 Ashes. Silver Jubilee year, 1977. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was here on the first day to watch the match and be introduced to the players. Pennington bowls glanced by Eskenazi down to the Lyndon James for a single. Introduced the players, I think, at tea, including Nottinghamshire's Derek Randall. Might have been before the start, but I don't have that on my notes, but she was introduced to all the players. there were a few things that, cricket-wise, are memorable for that. It was Derek Randall's big test match, his first Ashes match at Trent Bridge. This is dropped on the leg side, and of course everybody here, all the home faithful here to cheer him, and he was run out rather controversially. He was given a little bit of a hospital pass by Jeff Boycott, and he had to go, run out cheaply, and of course everybody felt for him, and Boycott went on to get 100, so that sort of got him back in everybody's good books. That was one of the things, and the other thing was, it was Ian Botham's Test debut. There's Pennington, short, pulled away on the leg side by Tattersall for a single, and in Australia's first innings, Ian Botham took 5 for 74. So that was all on this day 49 years ago. On my journey in, the radio I sometimes have on, and clearly the last time I was in the car, it was on that radio, but on a morning they'll mention something to do with the day. It might be this, might be, I don't know, National Toffee Day, so send me the 3 song titles with toffees in, or relevant to sweets, or whatever. This is nicely played by Eskenazi, cut away for 4 to backward point. Pennington a little more expensive in his comeback overs here. 2 overs under his belt from this end, 7 overs, none for 17, 10 from those 2 overs, 140 for 4 after 35. I put the radio on today, and the announcer said on this particular channel, 49 years ago today, Ian Botham made his Test debut at Nottingham, blah de blah de blah. So we've asked you this morning to send in your song titles with 6 in it, because Ian Botham was famous for hitting 6s. And they played 3 songs. I honestly had never heard 2 of them before in my life, and the other one was 2468 Motorway. Tom Robinson Band wanted songs with 6s in to celebrate Ian, the day on which Ian Botham made his Test debut. So there we are. I don't know. I couldn't think of any more songs, but I certainly hadn't heard of the other 2.
Tattersall's on 15. They need a few 6s here to Leicestershire. He's not going to get one there. He will get a run though lakeside for a single, and the score moves to 141 for 4 in the 36th over.
So if you're going on a cricket theme, which they clearly weren't, I mean, 10cc and Dreadlock Holiday, I don't like cricket, I love it or whatever, but was it Sherbert who did How's That? How's that? But there's lots of cricket songs, but they didn't go down that route. They just went down the 6s. Can you not remember? I'm sure it was Sherbert. How's that? Somebody will tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're spot on. I was just thinking about how you were a little cruel to our friend Carl a moment or 2 ago about his singing efforts. Just steered down to 3rd for a single. And Eskenazi moves to 69, 142 for 4 in the 36th over. Kyle, I think you've got a bit of ammunition to have a go back there, if you don't mind.
That was a beautiful rendition.
Was it?
Very, very realistic.
I thought I was back there in the 70s there for a minute. It was.
Anyway, there we are.
No, it's good stuff. 142 for 4, and through extra cover for 1 for Tattersall. So he moves to 17. Back in this little period of the game now where. This is into James bowling, by the way. Is this my end? Or is it
yes.
Yes, it is. Taken up by your chat there. I presume the said radio station was the sort that tends to play greatest hits, was it? That one. Eskenazi on 69, 143 for 4, 3 balls left at the 36th over. And that is driven by Eskenazi for a single through the cover region. He moves to 70, 144 for 4 now. 2 balls left.
You're lucky I haven't given you any Drifters songs yet today, because I saw them at the weekend. Fantastic. About the 15th time I've seen them, I must admit.
And the 15th different version of the Drifters as well.
Fantastic, yeah.
But they're all still good, aren't they?
Brilliant night.
We are very lucky, Dave, that you've not given us a rendition. Tattersall on 17, and onside, doesn't get it past the fielder, so no run. Eskenazi leading there, and leading well on 70, but he is now under instruction to go on and get those 3 figures. And Tattersall, I think, in fairness, at runnable 17, I think he's doing his bit at the moment. He's pushing the ball around, picking up the singles, and whether or not we'll see a lot of power shots from him. The partnership is a runnable 40 as well. That was a little bit more from Tattersall. It's still only going to be 1, mind you, through cover point. And that completes that over from Lyndon James. 6 overs, 23 runs, 145 for 4. 36 overs gone. Eskenazi on 70, Tattersall on 18, a partnership of 41 now. Dave, this is where it's going to get really quite interesting, isn't it? Because with 4 down, I reckon that you have got to really back yourselves to move on here and move on quite quickly.
Yeah. Gaz says, Dave, song with 6 is it? This might have been one of them, Gaz. I don't know, and I don't know. This wouldn't be my sort of music. Iron Maiden, the number of the beast. 666 is the number of the beast. Blah blah blah. Thank you, Gaz. Don't know. There's Pennington. 3 overs left in his allocation. Bowls now and lifted. Well, I say it's lifted over Verena. It's lifted over Verena because it clipped the top of the off bail, knocked flat the off stump. I was watching the flight of the ball because the advancing Tattersall had obscured my view, and I thought he'd just got a nick on it to lift it over Verena. The ball disappearing down to the far end, but it is the sight of Johnny Tattersall disappearing to this end. He's been bowled by Pennington for 18, 145 for 5, and it looked better on the replay to me than it did out in the middle because I just couldn't see him clip the off stump. Lovely bit of bowling.
You've got a narrative and a theme here that, aside from Eskenazi, but from the team's point of view, that when they do try and they're moving themselves through the gears, they are losing the wickets. Well, yeah, he's just played a miss to that, hasn't he? But that did go flying.
But as Tattersall walked forward, he walked forward in a line down which I'm looking, and as I say, I thought he'd got the outside edge to lift it over Verena. Verena went for it. He leapt high trying to catch it. So 145 for 5. On the face of it, bad news for Leicestershire. I guess if Ben Cox or Benny Green comes in and whacks 70 or 30 balls now, it might be a blessing in disguise. But we'll have to see if that's how it goes. Newman is on his way out to the middle now. Is it number 7 or number 8?
It's Cox, isn't it?
It's number 7, Ben Cox. One time Gold Award winner at Blast Finals Day. Won the final for Worcestershire the year they won it, 2018, I think. Now very much part of the furniture at Leicester. Comes out to join Eskenazi. Very good keeper, very decent bat. Not somebody to be overlooked at what he could possibly do in the closing stages here. Banana Brooks says, I was there in 1977, Dave, on the day when Rick McCosker got his 100. What I remember most was the speed of Bob Willis from my side-on view, sat on the grass. Thank you very much, Banana Brooks.
I like the name.
It's his real name, I'm sure. 145 for 5.
Not Brooks.
Banana. Any bananas in your family?
Oh, yeah, there's quite a few here. Definitely.
There's a question on Richard Osman's House of Games last night. There we go, being topical. BBC. 145 for 5 in the 37th. And straight away, Ben Cox steers us into the offside. Don't know how they got talking about it. I don't think it was a question, but it emanated from a question. How many bananas would it take to kill you? Because of potassium and all that. I think they came up with the answer 400. So don't, public address announcement, don't scoff 400 bananas in one go. I don't think even Peter Siddle in his Nottinghamshire days would scoff 400 bananas in a day, but I remember seeing him wandering to 1 or 2 hotels on away trips with clumps full of bananas. I don't think you call them clumps full, do you? This is steered to backward point. Bunches of bananas, that's it. 146 for 5.
Did they include the summer of '69 in that list of songs?
No, I would have known that one.
Chicago's 25 or 6 to 4?
The thing is, Kevin, you could possibly say it and I wouldn't know what it was. I didn't know either of those songs.
You would have recognised that one, I think.
Didn't recognise either of them. Perhaps there was somebody listening to that same radio station and heard it who might know. Single for Eskenazi, and we've got a snooker maximum on the board. 147 for 5 for the Foxes. Josh Roberts says, Dave, I really hope they played If 6 Was 9 by Jimi Hendrix, but then would you be familiar with that? I wouldn't, Josh, no. I wouldn't. I was waiting for, well, I don't know, more crickety songs, but there weren't any. They said 2468 motorway. Down the leg side, that's going to be another one to the extras column, which has very quickly doubled from 2 to now 4. 148 for 5. 3 wides and a leg by.
That would have had you bouncing into work this morning, David.
Which would?
2468 Motorway by Tom Robinson. Jolly tune.
You don't tend to bounce into work when you've had to walk up from the Lady Bay car park with all your kit.
I was bouncing along this morning.
Were you bouncing along?
Well, I'd had my hours-long kit in the car park, hadn't I? I was refreshed.
Were you there before Pete at the?
Yes, I was.
Down on the gate this morning. Next ball is deflected down the leg side by Ben Cox, who's now 2 from 2. 149 for 5. Still to come then for Leicestershire. The Greens, Benny Green, Alex Green, Ajaz Patel and Mo Rizvi.
There is capability there to turn this into something that's a decent target, but they've got to show themselves here.
Two greens, but no capability brown. Pennington works this up to James Hayes, the underused James Hayes at mid-on. He's only had 2 overs. End of the 37th. Another round of applause. They're appreciating what his Nottinghamshire bowlers and fielders are doing. Pennington with his first wicket, 8 overs, 1 for 21 on his Nottinghamshire home debut in the one-day comp. We're very quickly through another half an hour, and I think it's time for me to do like Cinderella and catch the next one out of here. 149 for 5. Kevin will be joined by, once again, Carl van Vollenhoven.
Yeah. Keep missing the wickets here. James 2 continues through 6 overs. Now, Kevin, I don't know, was this your end? It would have been, wouldn't it?
I think it's yours now.
Okay. I will take
responsibility.
I'll take responsibility. We'll try my best to take
my life
responsibility.
Without water, by the way. I mean, it saved my life. A lifesaver.
This ball is just pushed into the offside. No run. On my first break, wandered into the room next door and saw a lovely box of waters, and I thought, goodness, I'm quite thirsty here. And I thought, so when I heard you spluttering, I thought, oh, there we go.
So when disaster struck, you knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, I thought there's water there. I remember that. So I went and got some. 149 for 5. Really good stuff. This from Notts. Cox is a danger man, though. James in and bowled him! Another wicket! What a ball that is from Lyndon James. Cox looks back at the wicket like, how has that got through? Top of off stump's been disturbed, and another ball that's flown over Verena's head. And Notts pick up their 6th. And it's a broken stump. Joe Pocklington waving to the ground staff saying, we need a new one of these, please. Brilliant.
It is brilliant. It's very tight. It's terrific. So you can be given as much conditions to favour the bowlers as you like, but then you've got to bowl well, and they've bowled extremely well here. But if you're looking at this pitch and this surface, you're thinking that you ain't got enough at 149 for 6, but you're not looking at a massive target here, are you?
No.
Eskenazi, when you're looking at this sort of surface and looking at this sort of bowling, you've got to think to yourself, again, Eskenazi, you've got to get to that century. But do the others really have to get on with it at this stage? What over are we at now? What have we got? We got 12.4. Oh, I think they probably. Well, I think I might give it a few. Maybe get down to 10-9, but only a few.
Yeah, you don't.
And then take the risk. Because he did have a suspicious look back at that. Some of them. There was some really good carry. Was that 11 o'clock new ball stuff? Yeah. 11 o'clock new ball as well. Tattersall looked very befuddled by his dismissal as well. This is how that had beaten him. But I suppose all batters do when the bowlers are on top. But he certainly did. Gave the impression perhaps that didn't get up as much as he thought he was going to.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a strange one. I think a lot of people would have gone Trent Bridge, high scoring game, but 149 for 6. The worst thing the Foxes could possibly do is get bowled out before the 50 over mark. That would be absolutely criminal. It's Ben Green walks to the crease. That Dave alluded to it earlier. He can give it an absolute wallop.
And he's gone tapping a couple of suspicious looking spots out there.
Yeah.
So is it just batting at this end that's causing the problems like that? But he certainly did have another look at it, didn't he?
Definitely. I guess we'll never know what it's like until both teams bat. As James in, and this is pushed firmly to mid-off. So Ben Green in for Tom Scriven. Wearing the number 6. As I say, can give it a wallop. No mug with the bat in at 8 here, so won't be complete panic stations. You definitely think that no matter how poor the wicket may or may not be, they'll be looking at least 200 as this is flicked down the leg side. Down to fine leg. Trent Bridge. It is bathed in bright, beautiful, still July, summer sunshine. 28th of July, not August just yet, but school holidays is what it most certainly is. So if you don't have anything planned, get yourself around to Trent Bridge, day in the sunshine. There's an ice cream van here, I do know that. Walk past one, get yourself some ice cream, watching some cricket. Great memories. James in, and Eskenazi, who's unbeaten 71, is defending this into the covers, and there won't be a run there. Very watchful 71, but he's left. He's picked up where he left off on the T20 game that we commentated here, where he was an unbeaten 50 and so far an unbeaten 71. Enjoying his time at Trent Bridge at the moment, yet to be dismissed. Lots will hope that changes. 150 up for Leicester, and another dot ball, and almost in frustration throws his bat, tries to catch it and drops it. So at the end of that one, it's 1 off the over and a wicket. 150 for 6. 12 to go after 38 overs.
Nottinghamshire looking to hold on to a 100% record so far in the competition. It's very early on. It's played 2 and 1-2. I'm just looking about the dismissal again. Did he get an inside edge on it?
I don't know.
Or did it actually get back through the gap? I just looked at it several times. Can't quite make up my mind. But actually, it was a blooming good ball. It's a really good delivery, and we've seen so many of them today. Sometimes you just got to say, well bowled.
Yeah.
It's been a very good all-round bowling performance, this, hasn't it? It really has. And Farhan Ahmed will continue. He's bowled 7 overs, 37 runs conceded so far. First delivery, well, that gets through the defences of Green, who played quite an expansive shot at it. Big puff of dust as the bat hit the ground, but keeper standing up, so he's got no chance of dancing down. If he does, he's going to have to make sure he hits the ball. Goes deep in his crease to work it through the leg side for a single. He goes to 2, and the Foxes pass the 150 on to 151 for 6. 2 balls into the 39th over. So the Foxes on the wrong end of result against Lancashire, but otherwise they won their first 2 games. So lots on this game here at Trent Bridge today. And a punch from Eskenazi for a single, of which things are built around the captain here. It moves to 72 off 118 balls, 152 for 6. 11 and a half overs remaining, but just the 4 wickets standing. So, as always, with a real feel of menace about him, as Ahmed comes in and again goes deep, does Green. It's forcing him back, and with the keeper standing up, as I say, he can't try and combat that ball too much, because if it does spin past him, he's a goner, and they can't afford that at 6 down. Once again, bowls driven straight back up to Ahmed. Gets through the overs quickly, and the ball has a fair amount of pace to it. That's
it's pushed through very quickly, wasn't it? Fast delivery.
And all the Green can really do is go back and see if he can try and find some angles to work with, but it's very difficult. He's not really offered too much space. Well, that's a leading edge, but flies out towards mid-off for no run. And another terrific over from Ahmed. 8 overs, no wickets for 39 runs. And Eskenazi's on 72, Ben Green on 2. So just 2 runs coming from that over. I think it was.
Yeah, really, really good. 11 overs to go. 152 for 6. These two, if I'm not mistaken, open the batting. 2020, I think. James in, shuffles across is Eskenazi. He's got an inside edge on that. Martindale is really quick across the ground. Eskenazi ran the first one hard and didn't get back for the 2. 73, he moves to 153. James into his 8th over. Just the 1 wicket which he picked up last over. An absolute beauty that castled Ben Cox. He turns and starts his long charge in, and this is flicked away, and that's going to be 6. Lovely shot by Ben Green, who we do know can score very, very quickly. Highest score of 157. And that's a very, very nice flick. Just effortless.
It was like the 6 we saw from Eskenazi earlier.
Effortless. It's a gorgeous cricket shot, that. Really, really, really nice into the Fox Road stand. 159 for 6. Banged in, and this is pulled away firmly, and very good work at mid-wicket by Farhan Ahmed. And, well, I tell you what, if there's any sort of intent, or you were wondering how they were going to play the next 10.3 overs, I think those 2 balls there are a clear indication that they're not just going to pat it around, are they?
No, but also you're thinking about the bowlers. Of all the bowlers, maybe James is one you're going to try and use the pace he's created, because he hasn't got it quite like another couple of them.
This is a slower ball, and Green flicking this onto the leg side for a single. Yeah, Lyndon James not in the same pace category as a James Hayes or Dylan Pennington. Brett Hutton's only bowled 7 overs. Joe Pocklington's bowled 7, Farhan Ahmed 8.
And he took 2 for 22, didn't he, Hutton?
Yeah. Whether or not we'll see him at the death, I'm not sure.
Pennington's gone along at 2.62 an over. Hayes actually was a bit more expensive. He only bowled a couple of overs, though.
James into Eskenazi, who's guiding this to Pocklington at backward point. No run, 1 ball left in this over. 160 for 6. 8 coming from this with a lusty blow.
So you think that having got Hutton through 7, that might be it?
Yeah, I think Hutton might be done, and I think a mixture of James, Pocklington, Pennington, and Ahmed at the end for the last 10. James slower ball, and this is just played onto the leg side with no mid-wicket in and deep mid-wicket out. It's a very, very easy single. So 9 comes from that one. It's 161 with 10 overs remaining. And it looks like we are going to see Joe Pocklington brought into the attack. We are.
Got Ajaz Patel, Mo Rizvi and Alex Green still to bat.
All can bat. Mo Rizvi can bat. Ajaz Patel obviously can bat. You'd think we would see Patel next, wouldn't you?
They can bat, but can they be as explosive as Ben Green? So
no.
If you're looking at this partnership now, and you're looking at Green needs to be working up a nice quick 50 here. Just a simple request.
Just simply.
Pocklington's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 32. He does that. Eskenazi gets his century, and then you're talking about something, maybe you've got something to work with then. And if, depending on when they're out, maybe some others will come in. We've got 10 overs remaining actually. So, yeah, this should still probably be a 240, 250.
Yeah.
But they do have the 6 wickets down. Eskenazi's on 74 from 121 balls. Use of the feet here and driven out there through extra cover for 1. So he moves to 75 and takes his team, the Foxes, to 162 for 6. Need to update a similar looking score in the other game. There's only one other game, same Group A, being played today, and it's the very first competitive game for Lancashire, the men's team at Farrington near Preston. They play Nottinghamshire at that ground on Thursday, but it's Kent the opposition today, and that one is punched back by Ben Green, who remains on 9. Daniel Bell-Drummond scored a 56, but Kent a 159 for 7 in the 37th over, so that's running along quite similar to this one. Creates room and out. Caught Ben Green, smashed that one. He's gone for only 9. It was travelling, but straight to the fielder in the covers, and it's been that sort of a day for the Foxes. The latest to go, 7 down, and it's Ben Green who was trying to get things going, get things moving. They're way short at the moment, and every time that they're trying to do that, it's their undoing, and wickets are lost, aside from Eskenazi. Munsey takes the catch. It was a sharp catch, straight at him, but it did have a bit behind it from Ben Green's bat. Out there for 12 minutes, 12 balls, 1-6, but it's 162 for 7 now. Take a look at this one again. He's looking to power it away. Over extra cover, it's gone straight to him. Was he looking for placement either side? Because he didn't really get behind it to lift it over him at all, did he?
No, he's backed away. He's obviously looking to target the offside boundary. He's given himself loads of room. The classic clear the front leg and look to access the offside, but has hit it at the perfect height to catch. Just below waist height. Munsey hasn't moved. If Munsey's moved 3 centimetres, that's a lot. And just goes to his left, takes a catch. Really, really big wicket that. Ben Green can be incredibly destructive. There's going to be Ajaz Patel to come in at 9, left-hander. But that is a really big wicket. And Eskenazi once again just stranded on 75 and running out of partners and running out of opportunities here are Leicester to sort of post anything that's significant.
What pace has this pitch got? Because it looks as if he was wanting more.
Might be a little bit on the slow side. Don't know.
As I say, I'm giving loads and loads of credit to the bowlers who kept it really tight and have bowled brilliantly and beautifully, and with great skill. But this pitch doesn't create the impression to me that there are lots of easy runs to be got out there. You've really got to work hard at it, and they're looking at this score now and think, well, perhaps we have got to try and find a few boundaries. Perhaps they could have been working at pushing it for 1s and 2s a little bit more. There's enough ground to work with for those 2s, isn't there?
Big pockets again.
But anyway, they're in the position they're in, and Ajaz Patel is facing here, and it's Pocklington midway through this over. In and bowls, whips that one away out towards Munsey. Left-handed bat this time of Patel, and Munsey brought in for a couple of games. We know what he's capable of with the bat. I wonder what he makes of this pitch. Patel will drive that out of the reach of Hamid. There is a fielder further in the deep. They'll come back for 2. And that's a very comfortable 2, you see. There's a beat the fielder who's Hamid there, and there's a lot of ground to cover before you get to the boundary fielder coming in. And that might have to be the way they go about it for another few overs here now. 164 for 7. Got 1 ball left of this over. Patel on 2. In bowls, lifts it high away. Could be another catching opportunity. Should be taken, and it is. Patel goes, caught on the leg side. He goes for only 2. It's 8 down. at 164 for 8. And it's not going well at all here for Leicestershire, and Nottinghamshire all over this at this stage. They do have to bat, of course, and Eskenazi is still there on 75. But that is a short innings from Patel. Looking again to go big, but he doesn't get hold of that. That's the top edge, goes high away there on that onside, and the catch falls nicely taken in the end, gets himself in a good position to take the catch. And Martindale, who's been fielding very well out there all day so far, but he takes a catch which was fairly comfortable for him on that occasion. But it is 8 down, and the Foxes, who chose to bat first as well here today, are in some trouble at 164 for 8. 41 overs gone.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. That's Pocklington's best figures in in List A cricket.
Just Dave's passed this to me. No players carried his bat through all-out innings against Nottinghamshire. Oh. Any comment? Okay, I was going to say. Thank you. So there we are. Mo Rizvi is the latest to come out. Eskenazi, who meets him sort of halfway. Bit of a, well, I can't say punch of the gloves. He's dropped his gloves, but as the captain, I wonder what he's saying to him here now. Whatever you do, don't get yourself out, because we're now in territory where Eskenazi has to take more on his shoulders here. Kyle, I mean, you would have thought build around him, others take the risks, which they have been doing, I guess. But now it's just on him, isn't it? Yeah,
all on Eskenazi here. What do I know? Brett Hutton into the attack, but yeah, all on Eskenazi. Yeah, he's got to face the bulk of the overs. 9 overs to go, and as I said, they can't afford to get bowled out here. Mo Rizvi was played in this competition for Kent last year, high score of 36. But it's going to be Hutton to Eskenazi, who's in and just tucking this on the leg side, and happy to give Mo Rizvi the strike. 165 for 8. Very interesting. There would have been a lot of talk now from everybody around the wicket and going, is it a bad wicket? I'm not sure it is. I think Notts have bowled incredibly well. Time will soon tell what the wicket is like when Notts do bat on it, but I've watched enough cricket here at Trent Bridge to know that there's no such thing as 165 for 8 wicket here at Trent Bridge. This is defended by Mo Rizvi into the extra covers, no run.
It's one of those days where you can say they've lost wickets at inopportune moments.
Correct.
Yeah, the stat I was trying to tell Kevin there, no player has ever carried his bat through an all-out innings against Nottinghamshire. So no opener, essentially. So Eskenazi would be the first to do it if Rizvi and then Alex Green are dismissed.
Hutton is in, and Rizvi just defending this into the leg side. No run, of course. This is the first time I definitely anticipated Rizvi to, beg your pardon, Hutton to come back. Mo Rizvi.
So where do you know Rizvi from?
Trialled a little bit with MCC young cricketers. Obviously,
when you were there?
When I was there, he made his debut for Oxford against Hampshire. In those MCC university games. Yep. This is defended off the front foot from Brett Hutton. No run. And then again made a List A debut against Zimbabwe. Was his last List A game, I beg your pardon, for MCC at Harare against Zimbabwe A back in October of last year. Played for Kent last year in List A cricket. So he's played 7 List A games. Highest score of 36, mainly a leg spinner. This is again defended off the front foot, so yet to get off the mark from the first 4 balls that have been bowled. 265 for 8.
Very watchful, hasn't it, from these deliveries? It looks like
yeah,
just maybe Eskenazi said just keep him out, and then we'll plot our onward journey at the end of this over. How we're going to play this.
Now, very interestingly, everyone in knots who was in the ring saving the single is now sat back on it to almost encourage Rizvi to get the single, to get him off strike, which he does.
Yeah.
Which means that he will then have to face Joe Pocklington, I'm sure, who will be hunting down his first list A 5-wicket haul. And if you want me to be honest with you, hope he gets it, because he's a lovely man. 166 for 8 at the end of the 42nd.
Yeah, best of 3 for 28 actually. So
4 today, yeah.
Another wicket would. Oh no, he's got 4.
Yeah, he's got 4 back
today.
today.
His 4 now. So these are his best list A figures, whatever. Similar sort of theme running through the matchup in the far northwest, where Kent are 170 for 7 in the 39th over against Lancashire. It's going to be Joe Pocklington then. He's got 2 overs left to see if he can add to figures of 4 for 35. Slow left arm spinner, born in Eastbourne. Tall man, round the wicket he bowls to Rizvi. Eases this on the offside. Carl just made reference to the fact that those in the ring had dropped out onto the discs, but George Munsey very tight in there on the offside. No chance of a drop and run there to him or to backward point or indeed to short mid wicket. Indeed, he's not looking to drop and run, is he? That was a forward defensive push by Mo Rizvi.
You don't see too many of those anymore.
Pocklington keeping the pressure on. Been another good day for Verena. No byes, 2 snicks. He's caught them both. This was short and wide, but cut into the offside, a mistimed cut, and Munsey has enough time to go and gather it to his left before the run is taken. Halfway through the 43rd over, Foxes 166 for 8. Again a little push, and this time they will take a single. Managed to steer it between Munsey and Farhan Ahmed. 167 for 8. So 2 balls left in the over. Munsey now drops back onto the discs. What will Eskenazi do here? 2 balls left. Pushes it to mid-wicket. Now then, will he try and run 2? Well, he might have thought about it, but Freddie McCann quickly snuffed out those thoughts. Quickly to the ball. Good bit of fielding. Normally appreciated. And there's 1 ball left in the 43rd. Rizvi on strike, and Eskenazi has gone down and had a word with him. And maybe if it's along the lines of, if you do get one that you can have a big kitchen sinker at it, go for it. If not, just keep him out. And he pushes it back to the bowler. So 2 from the over, 168 for 8. And Leicestershire just meandering their way towards a score maybe below 190 at the moment, with 7 overs left. 168 for 8.
Yeah. Interesting to see how they will how they're going to play the next 7 overs with 2 wickets in hand. It's almost criminal to get bowled out and leave overs to score runs off. I remember growing up, one of my coaches always said, if you are 8 down going into the last 10, you can only sort of try, really look to accelerate with 2 or 3 overs to go, off the basis that you'll lose a wicket and over, looking to accelerate. Not sure Leicester will look to do that here. I think Eskenazi, being the set batter, needs to take calculated risks to get the Foxes close to that 220 mark at a very minimum. Hutton to come in, and Eskenazi is playing and missing outside the off stumps. I think that was a slower ball from Brett Hutton, who's been absolutely phenomenal again today. 8.1 overs, 2 for 24. Into his 9th over here. A change of ends. He's obviously got the first 2 wickets of the day. Danger man Rishi Patel. Early doors, inside edge, and a very good catch by Carl Verheyen, and then nicked off Ian Holland a little bit later on in the spell. Come back later. This is short and wide, and I think he's going to have to re-bowl that, and has Carl Verheyen absolutely fuming with the fact, but I think that was very, very wide.
Yeah. One or two people have been in touch, one or two things. Josh Roberts, Dave, when you say nobody's carried their bat against Notts, do you mean just in List A? Yep, just in List A, just in one-day cricket. No opener has been there not out at the end of an innings where the team has been bowled out.
This is in from Hutton and guided down to third, where Muncie will do the fielding. Again, pace taken off by Hutton. 170 for 8.
John Starbuck, Dave, it used to be thought that 666 was the number of the beast. More recent research discovered it was 616. Famously in Russia, no one would board a bus in Moscow numbered 666, so they changed that route to 616. Thank you very much. Martin Stiles has been in touch. A little bit longer, so I'll read it after this ball if I can. 170 for 8.
Mo Rizvi 2 off 10. Eskenazi 76 off 126. This one turned round the corner straight to Farnheimer, no run.
Martin Stiles, afternoon Dave, afternoon everybody, lovely to have you on the radio today. My first ever county game was at Trent Bridge, a school trip in July 1982, Notts versus Middlesex, saw Bashir Hassan battle his way to 70 in a Notts loss by an innings and 15 runs. Whilst at the Poly in Oxford, I took too many opportunities to watch first-class cricket at the Parks, including a great 100 from Derek Randall and 6 for 52 from Andy Pick. Hope the game goes deep so I don't have to listen to quite so much of the 100 later in the day.
Hutton in, and this is turned round the corner again, and this time Rizvi will get a single. If it's not sure it's off the bat, it's not. As
leg by. Yes,
kind of does his best flamingo impression.
Thanks to that for Martin. Lovely place to watch your cricket. The Parks, thanks to John updating us on Moscow bus routes, and to Joss just clarifying there about the stat. Nobody in the 60-odd years of one-day cricket against Notts has ever carried their bat. No opener has ever carried their bat not out at the end.
Hutton in, and that is a very interesting delivery. I think it was a knuckleball, and it has gone right over Eskenazi's head without bouncing and into Verena's gloves on the one bounce. So that will be a no ball, a first and final warning. And to be honest with you, I don't think we'll ever see Brett Hutton bowl one of those ever again. But that was crazy, and it's a free hit. So have a free swing at this, Mr. Eskenazi. 172 for 8. You ever seen him do that?
No. The umpire telling Seba Mead that he can't do it again, otherwise he won't be able to bowl once more.
There he is, Brett Hutton with the free hit. Eskenazi walks across, and it's going to be a wide, and I think that's harsh on Brett Hutton, because Eskenazi has walked across him there, and Hamid's just gone down and said, look, like, do the wide lines not move? And I think that is a fair question to be asked. Nonetheless, he will have to re-bowl the free hit.
I get all their thoughts on that as well. It was a very wide ball, though, wasn't it? Yeah, I know Eskenazi had gone a long way to chase it, but it's a very wide ball. It's another free hit, anyway.
So we reload. Brett Hutton, change of attack around the wicket now. He can't change the field. And he's coming back over the wicket, so no, there's not a change in attack.
The angle looked to be running in. It looked as if he was going to bowl left arm over, but of course he isn't.
Field is set for a very wide Yorker, really. I'm sure we'll get Hutton. This is a very, very wide ball again, and Eskenazi gets bat on that, so the free hit not really costing much as it goes out for a single. 174 for 8, 1 ball left in this over.
I don't know if that was a good ball or a bad ball, to be honest, because it was very wide again, and had he not stretched and just caught it with the toe end of the bat, it would have been another big wide.
Yeah, only 6 coming from this over again, so for an over at the death, a pretty handy one. Mo Rizvi on strike. Hutton in, and this is cut, and Pocklington misfields, and that's going to go for 4, which will frustrate Notts and most definitely frustrate Brett Hutton. But he will only have himself to blame with the extra 2 balls that he's bowled that over. So 10 come from that one. It's 178 for 8 at the end of 44.
Yeah, he would say just maybe it shouldn't have been as many as that. Certainly felt that the one that was called as the first wide, or was called as the only wide, Eskenazi did everything possible to try and reach it. Maybe shouldn't have been called, but there we are. The over's done and dusted. 6 to go. 178 for 8 after 44. Brett Hutton 9 overs 2 for 33. Pocklington to bowl out. 9 overs 4 for 37 for the slow left arm spinner. Eskenazi on strike on 79, and he's just pushed this into the gap for a single, Stevie Eskenazi, to get to 80. 179 for 8. Does he think that this is a tricky wicket and they can perhaps defend 190 rather than trying to keep strike and try and biff a few more? Pocklington to Rizvi. Those in the ring are in tight, but nobody at square leg, so they do take the run. We had the snooker maximum earlier, we've now got the darts maximum. 180 for 8.
Do love watching the darts over Christmas time. It is absolutely brilliant.
Did not watch it over the weekend. Luke Littler, another masterclass. You were out winning cricket trophies, weren't you, of course?
That's exactly right.
Celebrating afterwards, no doubt, as this is pushed back to Pocklington in his final over. 180 for 8. Eskenazi on 80. Having faced 130 deliveries. Rizvi on 7 from 14. Just Alex Green to come, if required. Pocklington looking for a 5-foot. It's a full toss with the switch hit. Played away effectively by Eskenazi for another single. Takes him to 81. And it is a good bit of fielding. Throw into the gloves of Verena.
Yeah, 181 for 8. Pocklington 2 balls left to pick up a maiden list A 5-wicket haul.
Pocklington bowls, little drop and attempted run from Rizvi. He set off a couple of paces and then was hurriedly sent back by Eskenazi. So 1 ball left in the 45th. Pocklington bowls, and Rizvi pretty much told just to defend this final ball, which he does. And that is the end of the over. It's the end of Joe Pocklington. 10 overs, 4 for 40. Career best figures for Joe Pocklington. Having a very good competition. Once again, the slow left arm spinner got 11 wickets last year from the 8 matches. And already this year, he's gone from 3 for 28 against Somerset to 3 for 40 against Warwickshire, and now 4 for 40 today. He's got 10 wickets in 3 matches. 188 for 8, Kyle, 5 to go.
Yeah, really good stuff. And Brett Hutton to bowl his final over. And I'm sure we'll see Dylan Pennington from one of the ends. Hutton in, and this is pulled away, and it's going to go into the gap for 4. So Eskenazi looking to target the leg side boundary here. Just sweeps this one away, and that will be 4 to start the over off.
It's very close to the ropes. You went early on that. I think I said 188 for 8. It's 181 for 8. And will it be 4 or? Yeah, good spot. Your young eyes detecting the bounce on the ball. 185 for 8. The 4 signalled by umpire McGarry.
Yep, so 4 coming from the first ball. Hutton 9.1 overs, 2 for 37. Eskenazi the danger man. He's on 85. Can they get him? He shuffles across his stumps again and slashes this one out onto the offside, where Freddie McCann will do the fielding. 186 for 8. Mo Rizvi 7 not out.
Yeah, good this from Eskenazi. We've had a century in this season's competition already from Rishi Patel, 1 from Mo Sheikh, under 91, a century from Ruanda Svart. Now Eskenazi in the runs as well. So the top order firing, whatever the outcome today, that That's 4 of the 6, 4 of the top 6 with big runs.
Can anyone stay with Eskenazi long enough for them to post something formidable? Rizvi in, and this is defended. They have a shot at the stumps, and Rizvi would have been gone.
Just got to watch that ball, that it doesn't reach the rope at the far end, because if it does,
it is 4.
It would have been 4, but it's pulled up shy of the ropes. The throw from Pocklington actually hit Mo Rizvi and ricocheted away. Don't know where it's hit him, but he's in some discomfort. He's taken his glove off, so we've got a bit of a fair guess as to where it hit. But even though they weren't looking for another run, of course, had it gone to the ropes, there's nothing anybody could have done about it.
No. Quick single, and Pocklington all over that, shy at the stumps, and I think that would have found Rizvi wanting.
It's a bit Ben Stokey in the world, or Ben Stokesy in the World Cup final against New Zealand.
Hutton to resume after that delay. It's Eskenazi, who's playing at a very, very wide ball and pushes it into the offside for a single. 188 for 8. 2 balls remaining in this. Not's going to finish this 50 overs well ahead of where the cutoff says they should finish it.
Yeah. Just wondering who might bowl at this end. James Hayes has only had the 2 overs.
Lyndon James has got a couple left, hasn't he?
So's Farhan. So's Pennington. Come to that.
Hutton in, and this is defended by Rizvi. Eskenazi was halfway down the wicket looking for a single. And that would have seen the most definite departure of at least one of them with a run out.
He was he's definitely interested in getting a single from that ball, the 5th in the over. I'm not so sure he'll be so keen to try and steal one here. Notts might be happy to let Rizvi have a run. Pushing Farhan Ahmed back onto the discs at short fine. He can one anywhere he wants it. I just wonder about the drop on the leg side and try and get 2.
188 for 8. That most definitely will be something that I will definitely be thinking about if I was Rizvi. Just can I knock it into the leg side and get a quick 2? Hutton in, and there we go. Loud call of no runners. There was definitely a single there. Turned down. So Eskenazi makes his intentions clear. He wants 100. He needs 13 for 100. He's got 4 overs to get there. It's 187, 188 for 8, and Brett Hutton finishes with figures of 10 overs, 2 for 40.
Yep, 2 for 40 for him, 2 for 40 for Pocklington. That's excellent stuff. It is going to be Dylan Pennington with 4 overs left. So he's got 2 available to him, and I would imagine it's got to, so it's got to be James Hayes. Could be Lyndon James. James has had 8. James Hayes only 2 overs today. There's the likelihood, I guess, that Dylan Pennington wouldn't be available for Thursday's game, so somebody will be bowling more overs then. And there is Pennington, shirt untucked. Runs away from us in bright sunlight, bowls nice and full, and Eskenazi just plays it out to Martindale at deep point, just content to take the single and move to 88, 190, 189 for 8. So he had the destiny of this over really in his own hands there, being on strike, but he was content to take a single first ball of the over, and now Notts will be very keen to keep Rizvi down there. Keen to dismiss him even more, I guess, but as long as Eskenazi at the non-striker's end, he can't hurt them. Pennington bowls to Mo Rizvi. He'll push into the offside once he's in tight, and there's no run. In case you weren't with us earlier, Leicestershire won the toss, opted to bat first. They lost Rishi Patel in the 3rd over. Caught behind off the bowling of Brett Hutton. 1 or 2 of our eagle-eyed stream watchers couldn't detect a nick, but look, the deviation looked to come off the inside edge through to Verena. Pennington in again, Rizvi again, a little push straight to Muncie, no run. Ian Holland went to a more regulation snick, also off Brett Hutton to the wicket-keeper Verena. That was 23 for 2. And a partnership between Eskenazi and Hamza Sheikh ended when Sheikh was out for 35, caught Lyndon James in the deep off Joe Pocklington. Ruanda Svart was bowled by Pocklington for 4, 104 for 4. Johnny Tattersall made 18, bowled by Pennington, 145 for 5. Here comes Pennington again to Rizvi, and he'll get a single this time, playing it down the ground to Hayes. 6th out was Ben Cox, bowled by Lyndon James for just 2, 149 for 6, became 162 for 7 when Ben Green was caught by Muncie in the covers off Pocklington for 9, and then 164 for 8 when Ajaz Patel, also caught in the deep, having a real go at Pocklington, went very high, catch on the Fox Road boundary by Martindale, judged it nicely. That wicket going down in the 41st, we're now in the 47th, and Eskenazi on strike, and he'll drive this out to Martindale for the 3rd single of the over. 190 for 8.
Good work, really, really good work. They're just making life very, very difficult. 3 coming from this last over, and unless Mo Rizvi hits the boundary, I can't imagine Eskenazi is going to take the single. So really, really good stuff this from Notts, and especially Dylan Pennington.
Notts will be very disappointed, I think, if Eskenazi just does suddenly decide to go and gets another 20 or so. This is pushed back to Pennington. Good stuff from Dylan Pennington. 9 overs, 1 for 24, 191 for 8 with 3 to go. Can't get inside Stevie Eskenazi's mind. The 100's nice on an individual basis. He'll be, I'm sure, more concerned about the team position. Surely he's got to have a go at some time and just try and monopolise the strike and look for some big hits. Lyndon James has got 2 overs left, and he's going to get the chance to bowl his 9th from the pavilion end. 8 overs, 1 for 33 for Lyndon James.
Yeah, you would think it will be James, Pennington, James to finish. 1-9, 1 for 8. Field set again for wide Yorkers, really long off. Deep cover, deep 3rd, and a short 3rd, almost fly slip on the ring. Only man in the ring extra cover, wide ball, and it's a wide Yorker, which Eskenazi, I don't quite know how to describe this. I think he's defended that with the back of his bat.
He's trying to play the scoop, isn't he? He's got down low and put the bat down on the ground to try and scoop it, and the ball of Yorker length has just thudded straight into the bat.
I played one of those on Sunday. I went away for 4, though. That was the only difference. 89, Eskenazi. Thought I had to get that one
yourself up, why don't you?
Yeah, did it straight off the back of the bat. Dave went to defend it and off the back inside half of the bat.
Kent to 201 for 8 with 7 overs left in the match against Lancashire.
This one in from James, and this is down the ground. Long off will get round to that. Rizvi comes back for 2 and gets back for 2 in the end. So Byron Hutton low there, who's on for Brett Hutton. Quick young man as old Byron. Couldn't prevent that. 193 for 8. Notts will be ecstatic. Anything under 220 and they will be saying thank you very, very much. Can they get them under 210 though? That will be the real challenge. Why not? James in. Eskenazi walks across and slower ball into the wickets. Really well bowled. Brings Rizvi on to strike. 92 for Eskenazi. Only 3 from this over so far. And this is good work, this. Can James now bowl 2 dot balls at Rizvi? And with it being 8 down, almost doesn't have a free swing at any of these. Because a wicket here would mean that Alex Green would have to come in and only have 1 wicket left. So Rizvi on strike. Everyone's saving 1, and this is play and miss outside off stump. There's 1 dot ball. Obvious that George Muncie and Freddie McCann will open the batting. Muncie Had a good time of it in the blast. Likes to score quickly. Freddie McCann as well. Both in almost certainly Freddie in scintillating form. Martindale, so 3 left-handers, the top of the order for Notts. As this one flicked down the leg side by Mo Rizvi, and we'll get a boundary. Lovely shot by Mo Rizvi, who gets down onto one knee and helps us away for 4. And a much needed boundary that was. He moves to 13. 7 from this over.
Yeah, these
One
useful
ball
runs.
remaining.
Done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yes, indeed. So that's going to be a boundary. 1 ball remaining in the over. 13 balls left. What can Leicester get? If you weren't with us earlier, they won the toss and elected to bat first. I certainly would have been hoping for something more profitable than 198, but still 13 balls left. Fine leg up in the ring. Slower ball goes down the leg side, and that will be a wicket. Telegraphed from Lyndon James. He picks up his second. Mo Rizvi looking to do exactly what he did the ball before, but can only help this into the most graceful hands of Brett Hutton, who takes a simple catch at fine leg in the ring. And the Foxes lose their 9th, and there's 2 overs left. It's 198 for 9. Mo Rizvi's got to go for 13.
Yes, so Eskenazi moves ever closer to becoming the first player ever in the history of one-day cricket. Started in 63 for Notts with a Gillette Cup loss. But the first to carry his bat, not out at the end of an all-out innings. See if Notts can knock over number 11. Couple of wickets for Lyndon James. Done very well here. That apart, it wasn't the worst of overs for the Foxes, getting 7 runs from it as Alex Green makes his way to the middle. Number 43 on the back of his shirt. Eskenazi will be on strike. Alex Green, 19 years of age, born in Peterborough. His 13th one-day match, best of 5 for 25 with the ball. That'll be his predominant role today, but he's got a part to play here, either helping to get Eskenazi on strike or running hard for his skipper if the need be. Here's Pennington then to bowl to Eskenazi, who's on 92. Dylan Pennington nice and full, but down the leg side, and there's the intent straight away for all to see, because it's clipped down to long leg and they turn down the run. 198 for 9, so he's looking for something in his arc then that he can potentially hit away for 4 or 6, trying to otherwise pick a pocket in the ground that he can scamper back for 2. Doesn't want to leave anything to Alex Green. 198 for 9. As Dylan Pennington runs away from us, past umpire Burns, and this one is hit down into the same area. They've run the first one quickly. In comes the throw. They're going to get one, and it's a run out by miles and miles and miles. And Leicestershire are all out for 199, and Eskenazi will remain undefeated on 93, becoming the first to carry his bat. But that was a real old mix-up as Eskenazi top-edged it all the way down the ground to a long leg. The communication, I guess, to Alex Green was, we're going to run 2 whatever if we run. Eskenazi quickly realised that that wasn't an option, because the ball was already in the air on its way into Verena from Byron Hatton low. Good bit of fielding from him. Alex Green had just done as he was told, tapped down and turned and was sprinting back for the second, and was stranded yards out of his crease as Eskenazi said, "No, what are you doing?" Maybe a sorry in there, maybe not. But Stevie Eskenazi is, in fact, it's Eskenazi given has run out. That can't be right, I don't think.
No, that's not right. That's definitely not right.
199 all out. We'll sort that out for you in a moment. What we do know is that Notts will require 4 and over. Even I can do that one. They'll require 200 to win. What have you made of the last 2 hours and 21 minutes of, beg your pardon, 3 hours and 21 minutes of the Leicestershire innings?
Very interesting. I'm not sure that. I thought Notts were absolutely fantastic with ball in hand. I'm not convinced that it was as difficult to wicket as potentially we've viewed. I think it's a good wicket. I think it's definitely not a 300 wicket, but definitely Notts have bowled very, very well there. And Eskenazi being stranded on 92. Alex Green definitely doing the right thing, looking for 2, but there was never 2 there, and just poor communication. Fox is losing wickets at regular intervals, just when they look like they would potentially building a partnership to get going. But yeah, very, very interesting sort of batting scorecard. Besides Eskenazi, no one really getting going. Couple of starts here and there, but all credit to Notts. Notts have been fantastic and thoroughly deserve what they've reaped the rewards of today.
Thank you very much, Kyle. More from Kyle van Vollenhoven when we begin the Nottinghamshire run chase. We have to say goodbye to a number of people here. Those of you listening on Sports Extra 2, in a moment or two it will go quiet. The commentary will resume when the cricket restarts. Likewise on the Trent Bridge live stream. The same for you, but for those of you listening to Sports Extra, your interval will be filled as I hand back to Kevin Howells.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Good timing if you are just joining us, because the umpires are taking to the field for the second half of today's entertainment, i.e. the Nottinghamshire run chase. Leicestershire, who won the toss way back at 10:30 this morning and chose to bat, were bowled out with an over and a bit to spare. What was it? An over and 4 balls to spare. 10 balls left unused. They were bowled out for 199. Stevie Eskenazi, 93 not out. The opener was left lacking in support, but in doing so has become the first player in one-day history to be able to say he's carried his bat against Nottinghamshire in this format of the game. Really deserved his century, really deserved to be there at the end, but right at the end of 50 overs, as it was the last week, it went down with a little bit of a miscommunication and a run out. So it makes it easy for us trying to do the sums. Knots require exactly 200 from 50 overs. They've got George Munsey and Freddie McCann out there. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells is in the building. We'll be hearing from him during the course of the afternoon, and alongside, ready to pick up the first over, former Northerns and Warwickshire leg spinner, now of this parish, Carl van Vollenhoven. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're gonna in Holland, I believe it is, to start us off. Not chasing 200 runs to win. If you'd offered them that this morning, I think they would have said, yes, please.
Yippee, yippee-yi-yay, or words to that effect.
Munsey on strike, and he's let the first one go outside the off stump. No run. A little bit of shape, I think it tried. Holland, the American international. Question for you, Dave, that I'm sure your wise wisdom will know.
No idea.
Is he the only American cricketer to play
in the county game?
In the county game.
Suspect not, but can't name another one. So
Holland in, and Munsey drives, and it's gone! And that's the worst possible start Notts could want. Munsey Mania has gone second ball for a globe, and it's 0 for 1.
I like your description rather more than the shot. Ben Green,
I don't want to describe the shot.
The man with the world's best moustache takes the catch. It was drilled at him, but it's a lovely catchable height at mid-off. And George Munsey only signed, it was only made aware to the public yesterday that he'd signed for these 2 matches, today and Thursday. And then if Notts are to get through to the knockout phase, he would be eligible should they require him. Has gone for a second ball duck, and that's a real shame after we saw him get 500 runs in the blast. Notts 0 for 1 in pursuit of exactly 200, and just suddenly that 199 all out looks a fraction better. Ben Martindale will be the third left-hander in the top 3 to make his way out of the middle.
Yeah. Wonder if the wicket's just potentially on the slower side, and why Munsey's just hit one really, really firmly at mid-off there and being caught. Time will, I'm sure, tell. Martindale walks to the crease, the second 11 captain.
Yeah, so far in the 2 matches in this season's competition, he's got starts without going on, 21 and 35 in the 2 matches at Welbeck. Just before he gets to the middle and takes guard, just weren't with us earlier, chatting away about all sorts of musical things. Ruchesko says Iron Maiden's The Number of the Beast, 666, has always been distinctly underutilised by cricket DJs. Thank you, Ruchesko. It was interesting that also the DJ banged out Fox on the Run by Sweet during the interval. Well, the Foxes aren't on the run at the moment, they're on a bit of a high. Here's Martindale, here's Kyle.
Yeah, Martindale on strike and defends this ball from Holland. It's not going to be a run there. So, yeah, Martindale, high score of 55 for him in List A cricket. Hasn't played just more than a handful of matches, 14 games. Average of 20, 150. That was his highest score. This one left alone outside the off stump. Holland, fairly slippery carries. I wouldn't say he's fast, but looked quite skiddy.
Something in the back of my mind. I mean, you threw a question at me, and then we were talking about this, that, and the other, and then a wicket went. I have a funny feeling he's now retired, doing a bit of commentary down at Surrey. I have a funny feeling that Cameron Steele played a little bit for the United States. Might need to check up on that one.
Holland in, and this is carved away down to third, where Mo Rizvi will do the fielding, and not so off the mark. It's 1 for 1, and they require 199 runs to win now.
Do indeed, yeah. Thanks very much to esteemed cricket statistician and all-round good guy Marcus Hook, who has been in touch during the interval. I'll touch on that in a second, if I may.
Freddie McCann, to face his first ball this afternoon, is playing this one down to third. They run the first one hard, and they'll come back for 2. That's good running by that man, Freddie. And that will finish the first over. Not the perfect start for Notts, but they're 3 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, Leicestershire were 0 for 0 at the end of the first. Yeah, Marcus tweeted to all his followers. Stevie Eskenazi made a bit of history today, signposted by Dave. Pretty rare for a batter to carry his bat through an all-out innings in List A cricket. It's the first time against Notts today, but the first ever was for Notts. Yeah, it was Brian Bolus in 1963, that match at Ackland Park in Middlesbrough against Yorkshire. Brian Bolus made exactly 100 out of 159. Bolus the first to do it, the most recent Stevie Eskenazi, but it has happened twice before at Trent Bridge, and I was here for both of them. Nick Knight in an ODI for England against Pakistan in 1996 made 125 out of England's 246, and then famously the match where Paul Franks made his one and only England appearance, 200 not out. Final over of the match was bowled by Chris Gale. Here's Ben Green to bowl the second over, pushed by Martindale to point. It was in 2000. Alex Stewart was 100 not out at the non-strikers end, couldn't get on strike. Chris Gale bowled the final over. I think he got 3 wickets. He got the Man of the Match award for essentially bowling the final over. The great West Indian bat, Chris Gale. I think one of them was Paul Franks on debut, but that was here against the West Indies in 2000. So it's the third time it's happened on this ground, but the first time against Notts in List A cricket that somebody's carried their bat. Green bowls, and again Martindale struggling to get it away. 199 all out then Leicestershire. Notts are 3 for 1, and a missive entitled Americans in County Cricket has just come through. Apologies if I missed you when you mentioned him. The only other American I can think of is the magnificently named Cameron Steele, late of Surrey and Durham. Thanks, Joss. Thank you very much, Joss. Brilliant. Just to get confirmation on that as the next ball's nudged into the offside to Hamza Sheikh, and there's no run. Good start this by Leicestershire.
Yeah, very good start and very good shout, Dave. You did say it straight away, didn't you?
Oh, Cam Steele.
Yeah.
Well, like you were alluding to, there's not that many around, is there?
No. So good work. 3 for 1 now. Just these two just need to put together a little partnership, take the sting out of Leicester.
This is turned away by Martindale off his hip for a couple of runs. I think Liam Plunkett went out to America, and I believe he tried to get himself eligible to play some matches for them, but don't think it happened. The obviously former Durham and England seamer.
Yeah, there's been a few. I know of a few South Africans that have gone out there. I know of a few other nations as well.
Martindale has 3 to his name. Round the wicket again, Green, and this is tucked away. This might go for, it will go for 4. There was no might about it. It was a lovely bit of timing from Ben Martindale. Caressed it away through the leg side. So good tidy start to this over from Green, but the last couple of scoring shots have really just emphasised that Notts are in a pretty strong position here, and if they can make the most of this power play and get well ahead of the race and the rate, then they shouldn't have too much difficulties. You'd imagine there's 4 more this time through the offside, and a shot and a purr from Carl van Vollenhoven, and a huge round of applause from the Nottinghamshire supporters. Very, very nicely done. 13 for 1 after 2, 10 from the over, and Martindale is up to 11 already.
That is shot of the day. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous shot from Martindale. Over pitched and got the treatment. Holland, I'm sure, will be continuing here at the same stage. Foxes were 1 for no loss, so still 2 slips in the gully with a change of attack now coming around the wicket as Ian Holland to Freddie McCann. He's 2 off 1. Martindale 11. Pasted 9 deliveries so far. Holland into McCann, who drives and drives for 4. Lovely shot. The one thing that we will see with these two players is they don't like to sort of be bogged down. They don't like to really be dictated to by the bowlers. They'll look to try to put as much pressure as they can back on the bowlers. We saw this at Welbeck a couple of times. Freddie scores fluently. So does Martindale. 17 for 1. It's another lovely cover drive. So nice way to start the over there. Freddie McCann moves to 6. Holland in goes straighter, and McCann this time watchful, defends this to backward point, no run. Johnny Tattersall it is there, wearing the black trainers.
They look like black trainers, don't they, rather than cricket shoes, to be fair. There were some messy bowling figures for Leicestershire on Sunday as Lancashire rattled up 360 odd, including Ian Holland, who's bowling at the moment, went for 93 from his 9 overs.
Oh, Holland in, and McCann drives and goes for 4 again. Lovely shot, a little bit too much width on offer from Holland, and Freddie McCann is so strong square of the wicket with a really loud crack off the bat. That flies through the covers for 4, and that is a beautiful shot. He's said to Ben Martindale, anything you can do through the covers, I can do just as well.
Yeah, that's 4 boundaries in the first 2.5 overs of the innings. Of course, it was at this stage, 2.5 in, that Rishi Patel was dismissed. Wicket for Brett Hutton.
Rishi Patel now has gone to almost a catching square cover where both of Freddie McCann's boundaries have come from. So second slip out. Holland in, and McCann now defends. Slightly straighter ball this from Holland. Not as much width on offer. 21 for 1. McCann opening the batting without his partner in crime, Benny Slater, who hopefully the next time we, or most certainly I, commentate, will be ready and available, but I'm not sure he will be at Queen's Park, as this one is tucked onto the leg side. Hamza Sheikh also in black trainers does the fielding, no run. Any indication of how long Benny Slater is going to be out for, Dave?
No, essentially. With these things, I guess there's always a little period where you're getting it assessed and scanned and all the rest of it. Everybody sort of heals at a different rate, don't they?
I do. McCann is on 10. He's in, and this is pushed beautifully down the ground. Nice full make of the bat shown to the bowler, and at the end of the over it's 21 for 1. 8 comes from that one. Yeah,
just a 54-year-old says the DLS scores on the bottom of the board. He says are presumably wrong. Saying presumably they're set for either the other competition or the Blast. Yeah, that can't be right, surely. We'll keep an eye on that. He's saying they should be on 21 right now, and they're on 21. I guess if you only need 200 off 50 overs. Anyway, don't think we've got to worry too much about DLS, whatever else happens today, as Benny Green round the wicket to Martindale, who pushes into the offside. And there's no addition to the total. Only one other game going on in the Metro Bank today, and Kent were bowled out for 223. That's on the new Lancashire ground up at Farrington near Preston. Daniel Bell-Drummond made 56. 223 all out. The visitors Kent. This is turned on the leg side, and there's no run. In the fourth over here. In fact, they did take a single, I beg your pardon, distracted by the beeping phone noise. Pick of the bowlers for Lancashire. Certainly in terms of wickets, Mitch Stanley got 3 for 43. Bailey, Blatherwick and Balderson 2 apiece, and 1 for Shetty. So the 5 bowlers used, all taking a wicket. 22 for 1. Benny Green round the wicket, bowls, and this is guided down to Ajaz Patel. Benny Green bowling, former Somerset man with the best moustache in county cricket.
Murph Hughes-esque, isn't it?
It's a proper job.
Yeah. Benny Green, new addition into the side for today's game. 23 for 1 is Green in, and Martindale punches off the back foot. It's a lovely looking shot. Not timed well enough to go for 4, but do get a single there. 24 for 1.
It's a moustache that's sort of like Mel shots in Blackadder. No, that'll be lost on you, but there'll be 1 or 2 listeners that will be able to relate to it. Magnificent moustache, Benny Green. Right arm, medium pace, gives it a little bit of a wobble. Balls to McCann, who's on 11 from now 10 balls, pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 24 for 1 it remains.
Yeah. Straighter line that from Green, who's just looking to bowl that sort of back of a length to Freddie McCann. Nice and tight to the body.
McCann made his List A debut against Leicestershire in that match at Greystoke 2 years ago.
Shot.
Beautiful stuff through the offside, as I mentioned that day, that Kyle covered for BBC Radio Nottingham. Driven into the offside for 4 runs. Lovely stroke, and it's 28 for 1. After 4, that day Leicestershire made 369 for 6. That's the highest List A score Leicestershire have ever had against Notts. For Notts, they did get over 400 once here in 2019. Got 433 for 7 in a 50 over innings. It was an astonishing top scorecard because the top 6 all passed 50. Chris Nash 56, Joe Clark 55, Ben Duckett 86, Libby 66, Moores 50 and Mulaney 81. That doesn't happen very often, the top 6 all passing 50.
No, not at all. Usually you see one of those go and get a big 100. Anyway, 28 for 1. Martindale on strike. Holland to continue. And Martindale, just as cool as a cucumber, just opens the face and guides this down to 3rd. So these two going along very, very nicely. If anyone is interested in the run rate required, current run rate required is 3.73 knots. They're currently going at 6.96, so just under 7s, and it's taken 25 balls for the Foxes to lose both slips. They started with 2, so Notts have already put him under quite a lot of pressure. Slower ball bowled, and this is driven firmly down the ground, but Benny Green does the fielding. So Notts just putting a Fox's outfit under a little bit of pressure early on, straight away, by playing some really nice strong shots. Deep backward square and 3rd of the 2 men out, otherwise everyone in the ring saving a single. And that next ball's defended by Freddie McCann, and Rishi Patel at that catching square cover does the fielding.
Mark the Mod's been in touch. Hello, Mark. Afternoon, gents, from sunny Sevenoaks, where Mrs. Mark the Mod and I are crashed out in the living room after entertaining the grandsons at Knoll Park for a few hours. We lost a football up a tree and nearly had our picnic scoffed by the local deer. Interesting kit that Leicestershire are wearing this year. Come on, Notts, the winningest team in county cricket.
Next ball defended off the front foot by Freddie McCann, no run.
So, what have we got to pick from that? Nearly had his picnic scoffed by the local deer. You don't want that, do you? Lost a football up a tree. You don't want that. Interesting kit that Leicestershire have got. I said the other day, watching Somerset, I don't mind this because it's got red in, but too many teams
Black
with black. You've got all the colours in the rainbow, and to be fair, Leicestershire over the years have probably had all the colours under the rainbow, but...
This next ball back of a length, and McCann drives us into the covers, no run.
This one's all right because there's a good proportion of it red as well, but that Somerset all black one, crikey, there's, you know,
And they've got
pinks and greens and yellows and maroon. You know, they've got maroon, haven't they? But there we are. Anyway,
am I correct in thinking that a few years ago Leicester were all red, bright red?
they've had all sorts. They've had blues and golds and greens, yellow and blues.
Holland in, and this is pushed into the gap, and one-handed stops that from getting through. So at the end of the fifth, it's 29 for one coming from that one.
We're all getting away, I think, a little bit from the teams that only had yellow shirts and blue cricketing trousers. That in the Blast one year, I think there were about 9 or 10 sides, all pretty much dressed the same. No hint of an away kit or thoughts of a change. Notts have always had a variation on the theme, green and gold, either predominantly green, predominantly gold, or a mixture of both. But if you're going to have black, at least jazz it up a little bit like Leicestershire have done it. I actually don't mind these, quite nice shirts. You could quite happily pop out for a little social get-together in one of these. Nice looking push through the offside, and Ben Martindale's having a nice little social, cutting this nicely through covers for 4 runs. And Leicestershire have just got to put the brakes on somehow. In fact, they've got to take wickets, haven't they? They're not going to win this if Notts bat to the end of the 50th over. We're not going to get that far, I don't think. They've got to bowl Notts out. 33 for 1. Notts are a sixth of the way there. Martindale onto 18 from 14. Don't give it away, Ben. Here comes the other Ben and bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Holland, 3 overs, 1 for 12. Benny Green has gone for 21 from 14 deliveries already. Lots of variety available. There'll be more pace on, I'm sure, from Alex Green and Ruan de Swart as Ben Green bowls and Martindale defends. We've got the spin of Hejaz Patel and Mo Rizvi as well. So lots of options. Alex Green actually at mid-on is already whirling his arms around as if he's perhaps got an early shout. This is tucked on the leg side, partially stopped there by Rishi Patel, but they'll take the single nonetheless. 34 for 1 here at Trent Bridge, the Metrobank One Day Cup. Holders Worcestershire won on this ground last year, defeating Hampshire in the rain. McCann on strike, turns this to leg, and there's no run. Notts the only team in Group A still undefeated. In the other group, there are 3 sides yet to lose a game: Middlesex, Durham and Holders Worcestershire. Just wonder if that means in this group sides are more likely to defeat each other. Three sides are leading the way in the other one. More matches tomorrow. Then on Thursday, Notts are away at Lancashire. It'll be their first test on away ground as the next ball's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. 34 for 1 after 6. Ben Green threw 3 overs, none for 22. Martindale has 19, Freddie McCann has 15. The man out, George Munsey, just the second ball of the innings, caught by Benny Green at mid-off. The ball laced to him off the bowling of Ian Holland. Comfortable catching height. It was drilled at him, but Benny Green's not going to drop those. He's not going to give you a second chance with one of those. So Munsey out for naught on his List A debut for Notts.
Yeah, Ian Holland to bowl his 4th over. Martindale set on the striker's end as a wide delivery is left outside the off stump, with cover now sort of packed. Not really a shot you want to throw your hands at there. Martindale doing the rational thing and leaving that one alone. A lot harder to do than you think it is to fight your instincts like that. 34 for 1. The sun just behind some clouds at the moment, offering some respite. Straight ball by Holland is defended by Martindale off the front foot, no run.
Nice to see the outfield packed with people during the interval. You know, they're just taking the afternoon air and having a bit of a stroll, or going out and looking at the wicket, or getting the bat and ball out, having a little bit of a knockabout. Let the kids run around and just generally enjoy the fresh air and enjoy the day at the cricket. Make it something to remember.
Holland goes down the leg side, and that will have to be re-bowled. Foxes have got enough spin to shake and bowl leggies. Mo Rizvi and Ajaz Patel. So all people that spin the ball away from the right-hander. You think Ajaz Patel would be the one that they would turn to first. Holland in, and Martindale opening the face of the bat, guides this down to 3rd, where Rizvi does the fielding.
Cheap Steve's another one that enjoyed the rendition of Fox on the run during the interval. It was quite a good spot from the man playing the tunes today. They're not usually that on the ball here, to be fair.
No, they're not.
You know, that was a wide open goal, and they were happy to accept it.
McCann back on strike, and this is pushed firmly to backward point, where Tattersall does the fielding. So Leicester just stemming the flow the last couple of overs. Just a change in field, a change in plans potentially.
You have to put a Shire on the end, because there's more parts to the
yes, Leicestershire,
to the fine county than the main city. We won't be giving you any pork pies in Melton Mowbray if you don't include them.
This is turned around the corner from Freddie McCann out a deep backward square, so that will be 2 from this over. Ball remaining 37 for 1 now, beg your pardon, with 3 from the over with the wide. This is the extra ball now.
Loughborough, have you been to Loughborough University?
I've been to Loughborough University.
Have you played there?
I've not played there, I've trained there. The ground there looks absolutely spectacular. Looks very, very small and flat.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not the biggest, is it?
No, probably not a ground that I'd like to bowl spin on. Holland to Martindale's got a bottom edge, and I think that's going to trickle away for 4, and does. So the extra ball ends up costing the Foxes there, and Holland, and it moves to 41 for 1. And at the end of 7 overs, the Foxes are in a very, very, very tough position here, having been bowled out for 199, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box. It has been the correct amount of time. I thought they were going to come in for me, but there we go. I'll stay on.
Get some graft out of you.
Dave's going to take a well-deserved break. I'll be kind. Benny Green to continue and talk you through Kevin.
Delivers. And it struck for no run up to mid-off. Well, there was an early blow, but aside from that, the Outlaws look very, very comfortable. I mean, they've slowed them down a little bit, but
Yeah, they've looked good. Don't want to put the mockers on them, so I'm going to touch the wood in front of me. But both players have looked fairly settled.
McCann's on 16 and defends again, back up to Ben Green. So we're looking for the answer to the question, which was that just entirely very good bowling from Nottinghamshire, or was the pitch not that easy? Well, early signs here are that actually it's, as pretty much we said, the bowling from Nottinghamshire today was absolutely brilliant. A little width and enough to work that ball. Some nice shots as well here from McCann of Nottinghamshire. He moves to 20 with that boundary. Square offside, 45 for 1. And a victory for Nottinghamshire, which they've not yet achieved, but that would take them 4 points clear, because they're a game behind the other teams who were also on 8 points today, including Leicestershire Foxes, of course. But they haven't won it yet. The Foxes will try and wrestle this one back and push back to Ben Green, who's midway through, or just over midway through, his 4th over. But he's gone for 26 runs. That's quite some for Ben Green. Didn't come off for him today with a bat either, but he won't be able to make up for that. Should be able to get a few wickets along the way, but at the moment it's Holland. I mean, Ben Green was involved, took the catch. Munsey out for naught. Round the wicket, driven, nice and firm.
Oh my word!
Glorious from McCann. That's an on drive there, which races along the ground, and he moves his score up to 24 and the Outlaws to 49 for 1. Terrific work.
That is an absolutely incredible cricket shot.
And seemingly nothing wrong with the pitch, and you'll be able to time a shot as perfectly as that.
Oh, when you can hit an on drive as beautifully as that, there can't be too much wrong with it.
One ball left to the 8th over on the leg stump and clicked away. Lovely sounds as well off the bat. I mean, of the drive, with just that little push there onto the onside. Brings up the 50, does that single to finish off the over. So the Outlaws are 50 for 1. Martindale and McCann doing a really good job here for Nottinghamshire. And if Leicestershire are to wrestle something back, they've got to do it fairly quickly, because they've not a lot of runs to work with here. Latest score we've got from the other game going on is that Lancashire's run chase has begun and they're taking on Kent. They need 224. Lancashire 12 for no wicket in the 5th over. Kent were bowled out in the 47th over in the game at Farrington. So yeah, it's been a really good start this from the Outlaws. They need exactly 150 more to win now. Ruan de Schwartz is the new bowler. He's had this contract, or this little period with Leicestershire, extended because he's made such an impact at the start of the competition. He needs to make that impact pretty quickly here today.
He has. South African around the wicket to McCann, who's defending off the back foot to backward point, no run. 54 List A matches, 51 wickets for de Swart. As I said, growing up, he was a wicket keeper, so that has changed ever so slightly. Best figures are 5 for 52 for this next ball's off that thickish outside edge from Freddie McCann. It goes down to 3rd where they get through for a single. I beg your pardon. Best figures are 4 for 17 in List A cricket. Averages 29 with the ball, so he's a handy bowler. I would describe him as a medium pace bowler. By no means someone that you'd be frightened of in terms of how quickly they bowl, but very, very economical bowl, wicket to wicket. Get it to nibble around a little bit. It's Martindale on strikers. This is driven firmly off the front foot by Martindale to that almost catching man there at square cover, where we've seen a couple of the balls fly through from both Freddie and Ben. 51 for one. It's almost a ring, well, not almost, a definite ring field on the offside here for the Foxes, with mid-off extra cover, catching cover, backward point and a third. Swat in, goes straight and has beat Martindale, all ends up. That's a lovely delivery. Really, really well bowled. Well bowled there by Ruan. Certainly a handy all-rounder. Dave quite rightly so did point out that he was in that South African team that a couple of years ago did make the venture down to New Zealand for a few test matches. So has played for the Proteas. Next one full and driven firmly at extra cover this time, and that's gobbled up at extra cover by Ian Holland, who holds the ball to his chest like a rugby ball. So in between getting an absolute peach, Martindale has picked out cover and extra cover to no benefit to his score. He's 24 off 24. McCann 26 off 27. One thing to point out, Kevin, is it took the Foxes 17 overs to get into the 50s. Knots have done it in the 8th over. So just to show you where they're at, as this is tucked away on the leg side, and once again Martindale striking it nice and firmly, but keeps picking out the fielders. At the end of that one coming from it, it's 51 for one.
The bowling really, I kept banging on about it, but it really was without opportunity for the batters, because it was skillful. They had a bit of pace, of course, with Pennington, but it was Hutton who took the couple of wickets. Yeah, some real, the ball just doing enough, wasn't it? Just a little bit of movement, and that was the undoing of Leicestershire at the top order. And then they just never really found their feet and got going. I mean, Eskenazi did his bit, but even he couldn't get to the century in the end. Very well called, by the way, on that last run out. The fact that the young lad Alex had it in his mind that he'd been told probably he'd got to run too, whatever. So he presumed that behind him, Eskenazi was already scampering back, but
correct,
he wasn't.
And is that young man now bowling? And
he comes around the wicket, in and bowls. Oh, and that's a good delivery, lifting ball. I mean, he's a big, strong character. Under 19s, and very exciting prospect is Alex Green. So the job is not done yet by the Outlaws. They've made a brilliant start, not the perfect start because they have lost a wicket, but a brilliant start. And we're in the last over of the power play here as well. This is the 10th over. Alex Green runs away from the Radcliffe Road end to bowl to Freddie McCann, who's on 26 not out. Oh, that's a delivery. He's got him edged, looking to cut it. A bit of a nothing shot really from McCann. He's been caught by the keeper. He's gone for 26. The fight back could be on here from Leicestershire. The Outlaws are 51 for 2 in the 10th over. Caught by the keeper Cox off the bowling of Alex Green for 26, Freddie McCann. 37 minutes, 29 balls, 5 fours. A little feather through there. He just didn't, looking at, giving the impression he wanted to cut the ball, but then really not committing even to that, as it took a nick through to the gloveman.
Yeah, a little bit too straight, I think this was to cut from Freddie McCann. Scored quite a few runs off the back foot through the covers, and maybe a little bit of extra pace from Green has been the undoing for Freddie McCann. So very good 26, but will be frustrating for McCann as he got a start then, got himself in. Not so 51 for 2. It's going to bring the captain, Hasib Hamid, to the crease.
They are in no rush. They've got lots of overs in which to score these runs, but the bowling is going to be as good as that. It's a terrific start from young Alex Green. So the second part of our coverage here at Trent Bridge, where Leicestershire Foxes were bowled out for 199. Outlaws of 51 for 2 in the 10th over. In the other game, Lancashire need 224 to beat Kent. It's the same group, Group A. Lancashire 19 for no wicket in the 7th over, just running a little behind this game here. It is fair to say, though, that once one wicket falls, they've just got to keep on trying to get those wickets, because they haven't got a great deal to work with. But Alex Green has struck there with just his second delivery, and Hamid is the new batter. Alex Green playing in his 13th List A game. Figures so far in the competition of 3 for 53 and 2 for 48. Still a teenager, 19 years of age. In past the umpire, in and bowls, and that's nice work from Hamid. So jumps to it to guide it down to third, so he's off the mark. 52 for 2 in the 10th over. I hope we get a game. I play the part of the neutral. I can't be saying, as is actually the truth, that I'm in either camp here today for this one. But I hope we get a good game.
Yeah, Alex Green is considerably quicker than anything we've seen from the Foxes, and potentially just getting a little bit more out the surface than the rest of the bowlers.
To bowl now to Martindale, and that's too wide. Martindale's going to very sensibly leave that one. A lot of width through to the keeper. He's bowling with a slip, and there's a fielder down there at third. You've got a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short fine as well. Come on, Greenie. They've got two Greens in this lineup, haven't they?
They do.
Ben, and here's Alex to his mark now. Looks like he's got a cleaning duster hanging out of the back of his trousers. Anyway, next ball bowled, and no run to mid-on. It's a piece of toweling, but normally it's sort of white or whatever colour.
Or
it looks like
match their kit, wouldn't it? You usually think it'd be black to match the kit.
It's like a duster.
Yeah, it's a very good shout, that. Got the black sleeve though on one arm, so that does match the Foxes kit.
Could be a chamois leather. Cleaning the car. I want to drive. Does he get anything on that? No. There would have been a little bit of a noise because of the puff of dust there, the bat jamming into the ground. But that's a wonderful start for Green. Takes a wicket. And he went for one off that over as well. So 52 for 2. Martindale is on 24. Hamid on 1. And we saw the end of McCann in that over. Caught by the keeper, Cox, off Alex Green for 26. So still in a strong position, the Outlaws. And the Foxes quite clearly need to chip away at those wickets. And as of course, if they do get a few wickets close together in the next few overs, they will start that little voice on the shoulder of the Nottinghamshire players of, well, we thought we might have been in a strong position here, but maybe not.
Yeah, it's most certainly correct. The Fox will be thinking if they can get rid of Hamid and Verreynne and get into the Notts middle to lower order and put them under pressure, they'll be very much in this game. This is a very, very big wicket, this man, the Notts skipper. De Swart in, and Hamid defends off the front foot. Hamid's got a phenomenal record in this form of the game. Unfortunately, as I've said to Dave, I was on the receiving end of a phenomenal knock that he played a couple years ago at Edgbaston. It's absolutely crazy to think that he is only 29 years of age. De Swart in, and he just drops us on the leg side, and Gets through for a quick single, 53 for 2. High score of 114. That was against Warwickshire. Against me, 411 50s. Really, really good player. Plays spin very, very well. Tempers his innings even better than that. Obviously played Test cricket for England. Opens batting in the red ball side of things, but in white ball cricket, the 50 over stuff, would bat 4, which suits his game quite nicely. Probably the man that you want to come in this situation when you just need cool heads. Martindale's look good, he's 24 of 28. And a Mead there just to steady the ship for a bit. The swat in, and this is full, and Martindale drives off the toe end of the bat. You feel puff of dust as it goes towards mid-off. Require a further 147 runs to win. So you fancy the Foxes aren't going to defend this. It's very much going to be along the lines of they not will get bowled out, or they'll chase this down comfortably. Swat in, and this is just held up in the wicket a little bit by the Swat. Don't know if he's potentially run his fingers down the side of that.
Tell you what he has got. He's got a bit of a problem with the front of his right leg there,
yeah,
at the top of it, or whatever muscle that might be.
He's rubbing that a lot. He even flexes his knee every now and then to see if it's...
I thought the captain was having a signalling to the bench, so to speak, and I think it was about that.
The Swat in, and this is defended off the front foot by Mechanic, and there it is again. There you go. He rubs his quad again. It's just his right quad.
I was wondering at that point whether or not he was going to be able to complete the over, because there's something up with the first ball, I think it was, of this one. But he's obviously carried on.
And again, you can see it there, and then almost just puts his heel to his bum just to flex his quad muscle. That's not good news for Ruan. Hopefully he's okay. Full ball, and this is defended into the offside, and oh, he's starting to limp now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I think he is going to go off here. Yeah, he is, because Gumsy's coming on. So the Swat's going to go off, and well, we hope for all the Foxes fans listening out there, and for Ruan and his family back home in South Africa, Chantal, his wife, that is okay, and he's not in too much discomfort. He's walking okay-ish, but when it comes to quads or potentially groins, you never quite know. So hopefully he's okay. Obviously a crucial part of this Foxes team.
Yeah, and he's been, such a vital part in this competition over the first few games. He's more than contributed. Alex Green will bowl to Hamid, who is on 2. Bowls now down the leg side, and it's a leg side wide. So more to the total. The context for Leicestershire, because they're on 8 points, as are the Outlaws. If they were to win, well, they of course would go to 12, lead the table, but one of the differences would be that they've played 4 games, and this would leave Somerset, Notts and Surrey all having played 3 on 8 points. Lancashire and Kent, for that matter, have a chance of also moving to 8 today, because they started the day on 4 apiece. We'll update that score again in a moment. But here, this is a Mead on 2. Alex Green down the leg side.
Oh dear,
and oh dear, it is. I think it's going to be a wide again down the leg side. The keeper Cox couldn't get hold of it, and it's gone for 4. Oh, well, he had such a great first over, and it's just not going well for him in this second at all. And the score moves up to 59 for 2. And we still haven't really had the start of this 12th over in his second, with his leg side wides.
Poor Ben Cox had to go a long way to his left and just gone straight through his legs away down to the boundary. So this over's already gone for 6, not a ball being bowled.
Hamid's on 2. Let's see if we can get the radar right on this one. Better, it's just tucked away for a single down towards fine leg. And Hamid moves up to 3. You would have thought he may have just tried to overcompensate there and go really quite wide, but he still had the nerve to still go in on those pads, which is what he's been trying to do, and he's just been getting it wrong when going down that leg side. So he's still stuck at trying to just angle it into the pads. He's going to come around the wicket here now to the left-handed Martindale, and he seems, certainly from his first over, to favour this angle. So he comes in and bowls and bat on that, though, down towards third, a single to Martindale. He'll move to 25. 61 for 2.
He looks a big, strong man, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. Well, he is a man, but barely so, still a teenager.
Yeah. Those were the days.
Well, those were the days when you had to be 21 before you were supposedly a man.
You're correct.
But it's more 16 and 18 are judged that way these days. So he's in now again to the right-handed Hamid, so he'll come over the wicket. This is where he's been struggling a bit and driven. Yorker length delivery, but for no run. To another Green, Ben Green, at mid-off. So 61 for 2 it remains. There's a pleasant enough breeze blowing around. It's actually quite strong. I call it a breeze. It's actually quite a strong wind. Perhaps keeping things a little cooler out there today. Midway through this 12th over, we've had some wides right at the beginning, and this is a lovely shot from Hamid. That's 4 runs behind square on the offside, fired away along the ground. He'll move to 7 and take his team up to 65 for 2. Isn't it a strange one, this? I mean, he's fine coming around the wicket, over it. He's not just got it right, has he?
No, he struggled. He's gone down the leg side, and then now he's gone too full. First ball, unfortunately for Hamid's sake, picked out the fielder. The second one just opened the face of the bat and found a boundary. So this is a big over, this. 65 for 2, 11 from it.
Hamid's on 7. And again goes the same area. Oh, it's a copy. Exact copy. This time, I mean, so full, I think it might have even been a low full toss almost, but he still kept it down, ran it along the ground. Lovely shot from Hamid, but it's there to be hit from Green, and, well, such a good first over in the second one. It's pretty much all going wrong for him. 69 for 2, the 1 ball left of the 12th over, another 131 needed for victory. What can he do with this last ball of the over? He'll bowl a dot ball, that's what he'll do. Width. Probably the safer option, really.
Yeah.
Not trying to be too clever with that, but still got enough width on it not to tempt Hamid anywhere near it. So Hamid's on 11, Martindale 25. 69 for 2 after 12 overs, 131 more needed to win. Just give you a score update from Lancashire Kent. Kent have posted only 223 all out. That was in the 47th over. Lancashire with Jennings and Hurst have made a strong start. They're 40 for no wicket in the 10th over. Need another 184 for a victory there.
Ajaz Patel is going to be brought into the attack from the Stuart Broad end. So we're going to see spin for the first time in the Foxes innings. 37 years of age. Been around a very, very long time. Of course, played Glamorgan. 123 first-class matches, only 51 List A matches. As Patel's in here, and Martindale defends off the front foot. Martindale's a big sweeper of the ball. Patel coming over the wickets, left-hander to left-hander. This is straighter, and this is pushed into mid-wicket by Martindale. There won't be a run. He's taken 54 wickets. Best of 3 for 31. This one flatter and shorter, and Martindale able to bunt this one down the ground. Moves the score to 70. 130 runs required for the Outlaws to go 3 on the bounce and go top of the group. Now just a discussion between Eskinazi and Patel into what they want, and Rishi Patel now is going to go to backward point and Ben Green is going to go to slip. So New Zealand Test cricketer to England Test cricketer, and this is defended off the front foot by Hassamid. No run. Of course they wouldn't have played against each other at Test level. Sure, Meads only played Test cricket against Australia. This one off the back foot by Hamid, and this is pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for one. I lie. Played Test cricket against India here back in 2021. So, not just ticking along nicely here. Had a really big over the over before. This over's gone for 2 so far. 1 ball remaining. Martindale on strike, and this is flicked into the leg side, and it's good work by Tatzel at mid-wicket to keep it to 1. So dot ball, I beg your pardon. So at the end of the 13th, it's 71 for 2.
Vital that fielding is always on point, because they've got to really turn the screw at any opportunity they can. Otherwise the Outlaws are going to almost quite literally walk this. Maybe Leicestershire supporters got excited about Alex Green's first over, not so about his second. Maybe they'll get excited about his third. But he's once again coming over the wicket to Hamid, and Hamid does get bat on that to angle it down to third for a single. Knott's captain will move to 13. 72 for 2 in this 14th over. They've got to have a bit of energy about them, Leicestershire, in the field. As I say, they've got to be somehow just giving the impression as though they're still in this.
They seem a bit flat in the field, don't they? A little bit lethargic.
I think they do, which is why that Tattersall stop for me sort of stood out a little bit, thinking that's what they need a bit more of. Round the wicket, in he comes, bowls and driven. Will it better the fielder, Ben Green? No, it won't. Nice looking shot, actually, from Martindale. He's played some nice shots. But he's 26 off 38 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot for no run, that, from Ben Martindale. He came into our tent on Tuesday at Wellback, our luxury glamping tent, according to Dave.
Oh, yeah.
And he was a bit upset with himself that he got 20 and got out on Tuesday.
Around the wicket in bowls. Oh, that's edged. I think that's gone full and short, hasn't it? I think that came off the toe end of the bat. Didn't carry to the keeper. He's so much more comfortable coming around the wicket here to the left-handers, isn't he? And he is causing real aggravation and problems. Who was in charge? Well, I was about to say a barbecue. Who was in charge of the barbecue in your glamping tent the other day? But what do you call them in South Africa?
A braai.
Braai, yeah.
Oh, you can't beat those.
No?
You can't beat a braai. They are fantastic.
But you created that impression. That's what you two were up to. I presume you commentated on the cricket as well.
I did.
This is driven into the offside for a single. Martindale to 27. 73 for 2 in the 14th over. But you make it sound so nice. Nice couple of days.
It was a lovely couple of days. We were well treated at Wellback. We had our pizza delivered to us.
Well, only on day one, or did you?
Did Dave have a pizza on? I didn't do day 2.
Oh, I see. No, it didn't. No, he got all excited. I think he actually lost a bit of sleep the night before ahead of the second one, and it didn't materialise. Hamid on 13. And again, has to get up high on that one to keep it down, but does so. And whilst we talk about the fact that gets a single, and he moves up to 14, and the score 74 for 2, 1 ball left, 14th over. As much as I'm talking about Alex Green and how he is finding it seemingly far more difficult to come in over the wicket here to the right-handed Hamid. Hamid's played some nice shots to those deliveries, and even those where he's getting up on top, just one down to third, seemingly very much in control. But this Martindale on 27, left-handed, comes around the wicket, worked up to mid-on. There'll be no run. But those, so it's come back in at him, which is fair enough. It's a dot ball to finish. But those that just move away a little from the left-hander are the ones that have been causing the problems there. But Alex Green's now bowled 3 overs, 1 wicket for 20. The Outlaws are 74 for 2. And they need another 126 for a victory. Is it time for another of your undeserved breaks?
That is correct. So let me get
you're
up.
just going to move in there. You're going to move in there, okay. No, he's. I think it's fair to say he's not yet got over the injustice of no pizza on day 2 at Welbeck. The first one must have been very good.
It was very, very good. Wood-fired.
Oh, they are the best, Dave. They are the best. Yeah.
Usual order: ham, mushroom, red onion.
Very good.
Just the job, but no, it was not forthcoming on Thursday. Here is Ejaz Patel bowling to Hamid, who defends this first ball. Ejaz Patel, one of those that's got a great little note on his career stat, of course. Took a 10 for in a test match. There's not been too many do that over the years, is there? As Hamid drives this up to mid-on and there's no run. Get all 10. That's a absolute sign of dominance, isn't it? The New Zealand spinner comes in again from the broad end and Hamid forces it into the offside. And there's no run. 10 for 119, but I've not written who it was against typically. Might have been Sri Lanka. 37 years of age now. Ejaz Patel. Not the tallest, and had he been a little taller, he might have been able to reach that one hit just down the ground to the onside of straight by Ben Martindale for a single. Another start for Martindale. He's had a score in the 20s and a score in the 30s in this season's competition. Really like to go on and get a big one to his name as Hamid blocks this to Alex Green at backward point, no run.
Just 23 years of age, but 14 this day, 7 T20s. Wanting to establish himself a bit firmer in some of these Nottinghamshire teams, I guess.
Second 11 captain, Ben Martindale, led the twos to the second 11 T20 Blast final where they were beaten by Warwickshire. Hamid gets a single from the final ball of the over to keep the strike. 77 for 2, and almost as quick as a flash. Notts only need 123 more to win. This could be a 3/4 one-day cup match, or a 3/4 day cup match. That makes sense if Leicestershire can't put a break on the scoring or pick up a wicket or two.
I suppose you take a look at that Nottinghamshire Championship batting lineup, and that's not an easy one to force your way in at batting-wise, is it?
Ben Slater and Jack Haynes both out injured at the moment, though. Notts will be hoping to get them back for the back end of August.
Alex Green, start of his 4th over, tucked away, no run off the bat of Hamid. He remains on 16. But they've got to keep on pushing hard for wickets here, Leicestershire. It's the only way. They haven't got much to work with. 123 more needed, and a lot of overs still to come. 34 even after this one.
Yeah, Notts aren't going to run out of overs, are they? This will be done one way or the other well before 50 overs has elapsed.
Ratcliffe Road end, and a shorter ball, which just pulled straight to the fielder. A tumbling stop there. Sharp work at mid-wicket by Rishi Patel.
Seemed to relish that tumble roll on the carpet. Not so sure he'd have done the same on one of those used wickets.
I'm saying it must be pretty hard. I certainly feel you'd have to throw yourself down on those. But a little matting, it won't be a little extra comfort. There won't be too much more comfort brought by that. Lead on 16. Oh, that's a nice delivery. I think a variation of pace. He's been struggling to get that line just right there, past the off stump, coming over the wicket to the right-handed bat, and that he did with some style there.
Hamid's been for his little walk towards the square leg umpire on his back, and They'll have forgotten all about it by now. Keaton Jennings out in the other match in Group A today. Lancashire 47 for 1.
Midway through this over from Alex Green. Balls again to Hamid. Oh, and Hamid all of a sudden is looking really unnerved. A play and a miss at that, and an extravagant one as well. Well, this is going to give Alex Green some confidence, because he has been having a problem here with bowling to Hamid. And inexplicably, really, Hamid looks the one who's now a little unnerved. Green will turn and run away from us. Hamid on 16. Oh, another where he gets a bottom edge, races in bottom inside edge, races past the keeper all the way to the boundary. I mean, he's got a lot of intent against Alex Green, and in this over, it's almost been his undoing. It is 4 more runs to the total, though. Outlaws 81 for 2. 1 ball left of the 16th over, and Alex Green will be rightly in this over cursing that, because he's bowled much better to Hamid in this set of 6 balls. He's got 1 remaining, though. 1 for 24, his figures at the moment. Runs away from us in and bowls and tucks him up and tucks it into the onside. Hamid, cry of no. So a partnership of 30 from this pair. Martindale on 28, Hamid on 20. 81 for 2 after 16 overs, requiring 119 more to win the East Midlands derby here. It's the Nottinghamshire Outlaws versus the Leicestershire Foxes.
There you go. Let's go down the trivia route for one that happened there from the 5th ball. That I'm not exactly sure of the. Well, I think I'm sure of the answer, but it seems a little unfair. That 5th ball, Hamid bottom edge, playing very loosely and out of sorts during the course of that over. The bottom edge. It eventually ran away for 4 runs. Ijaz Patel is in a bowl to Martindale, pushes it up to mid-off. It wrong-footed Cox, who, as he dived when over the top, the little London Bridge, it went underneath him, racing away towards 4. It was within a whisker of clipping the helmet as Patel bowls, and this is turned on the leg side, fielded by Tattersall. There's no run. Had it clipped the helmet but still gone away for 4, umpire Howells, what do you...
That is a 9 then, isn't it?
Next ball is hit down the ground. Will it be caught? No, it won't. Martindale has just got it over the top of the fielder and away for 4 runs. It very, very nearly found the man at deepish mid-off. Is it not a dead ball when it hits the helmet? Because the unfairness that I was going to refer to would be the fact that Hamid was denied a boundary that he was going to get. Just over the top of the fielder there. I think it was Rishi Patel. Martindale's gone flailing after that one outside the off stump. 85 for 2. Thought it was a dead ball when it hits the helmet. Patel bowls turned by Martindale to mid-wicket. We are through 5 balls of the 17th over. Notts need 115 from 33 overs and 1 ball, and another edge that's going to run away for 4, this time to Martindale. Would have gone comfortably to first slip had there been one there. A little unlucky during the course of that over there. Ijaz Patel. Martindale profiting. He's on to 36, 89 for 2 after 17. Notts require Nelson to win, and they've got 33 overs in which to do it.
Automatically awarded 5 penalty runs, plus any runs completed up to the time of the impact. Yeah. Boundary 4 is ignored in this specific scenario.
So Mead would have missed out on his fluky, streaky 4.
Good question, Dave.
Nearly happened.
Okay, Hamid on 20, Alex Green. Bowles. Oh, and again, very nearly gets an edge. How much better he's got in these last few deliveries of the previous over, and now what we in start of the 18th, start of his 5th over, 1 for 24. Hamid looked to be absolutely having a wonderful time out there. Alex Green obviously is a fast bowler, but he was just not being able to get it right. I mean, the first couple going down the lakeside as wide, and Hamid looked to be very, very comfortable. Now he's bowling better. He's looking really so uncomfortable. A shorter ball, which loops, and that's going to be given as a wide. Just tried to be a little bit too clever there with that one. Did young Alex.
Do you imagine Alphonso Thomas is screaming, no, get it up there, just beat him up, keep pegging away, trying to beat him on the outside, hoping you get the nick.
If Alphonso screams, yes, he probably would do, but he always seems quite a cool...
Well, he does, but...
I know what you're saying.
You know, you can have
He
too
will be
many
frustrated.
varieties, and
Yeah.
Hamid has looked a little vulnerable to Green outside his off stump.
Keep it there. I totally agree. Has to again defend very sharpish. Yeah, there was no need. There was no need for that, was
You're
there?
not going to unsettle a Seba Mead bowling him a half tracker, are you?
No.
Leicestershire 199 all out. They didn't use the last 10 balls of their innings after this fella Alex Green was run out. He'd been briefed by Eskenazi clearly and was herring back for a second. Eskenazi had a change of heart when he could see the ball on its way back to the keeper.
Green bowls now up onto his toes. Well stopped at backward point. Shall they? No, they shan't. Go through for a single. They thought about it. Sharp work there from Johnny Tattersall. Himself a keeper, of course, by trade, and he's good, sharp operator at backward point.
Grounds look a picture today, actually. It's nice seeing so many people in for a 50-over match. The weather is... I think it's been ideal, actually. There's been just a little bit of a gentle breeze. Those that want to sit in the sun are sat in the sun.
Searching for a third wicket here at Leicestershire. Bat on that around about middle and leg, pushed up to Eskenazi, who's doing the fielding at mid-on. So 2 balls left to this over, for which I'm thinking that the bowler has every right to think that he's got a chance here, because Hamid is not enjoying himself. He was very much at the start facing Alex Green. He's not doing it at the moment. But it is about keeping it up there, round about that off stump. This next delivery goes a little shorter, too short. No run, 90 for 2. Hamid, of course, the Outlaws have got batting to come, but Hamid would be such a key wicket because the thing's built around the captain.
We had a bit of paper on here, didn't we, with all the teams on.
Give us a piece of paper.
Yes, because it... oh, there it is. It's on the floor behind me, where most things usually are.
Alex Green, 1 ball left of this over. Bowls now, and that's driven by Hamid to mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Rishi Patel. Okay, so Alex Green's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 25, and if he's feeling all right, I'll be keeping him going, especially, well, now against both, because he offers a real threatening delivery now to the right-handed Hamid, as he also does to the left-handed Martindale. But they're both still there and doing a good job. For the Outlaws, a partnership of 39, 90 for 2 after 18 overs. They need another 110 for victory.
Yeah, now I found me a bit of paper. Stevie Eskenazi's number 28, so it was him that in the previous over the ball was lofted over, and now he's gone out onto the fence at long off as Patel bowls the ball outside the off stump to Martindale, which keeps a whisker low. Goes through to Cox. Not been able to decipher or determine who's on the field for the injured Ruanda Svart just for the time being, but we'll get to the bottom of that, I'm sure. Here's Hamza Sheikh firing the ball in from deep. Number 2, Sheridan Gums, is on the field. There he is in front of the Fox Road stand. That's why I couldn't see him. course, had he been fit, we don't know if he'd been picked up for the 100. I don't think he had, but Sol Buddinger would have been part of the Leicester matchday squad. I presume he's been a big miss to them, as this is driven in the offside, both for the blast and this, and indeed in the Championship. Good quick scoring, free scoring player, Sol Buddinger, formerly of Notts. And here's Mead hitting this down the ground. I don't think it's going to go for 6. Fielded down there with a chance of catching it, and does catch it. And that wasn't the most fluent of innings from Hasib Mead. And he's got out in uncharacteristic manner, lofting the ball high, straight down the ground. A good running catch from Ian Holland, running round from mid-off. He actually, from long off, he actually caught it at long on, didn't he? Had a lot of ground to make up. But he's got a Mead out for 20 from 31 balls, and Notts a 91 for 3.
And seemed to make easy work of running around that. I mean, it went fairly straight. Yeah, so he has to get himself around, and a little bit awkward. He almost gets himself too much under it, if that makes sense. Hands there, the fingers up, above the head to take the catch. So it did require a little bit of ground to be covered, but all the time trying to make sure, where's that ball coming? Am I going to overrun it, underrun it? So he did well. And yeah, Hamid, to begin with, as I say, was okay when Alex Green wasn't okay. Then when Alex Green started to ask just 1 or 2 questions of him, it all started to go wrong for the captain.
There's Kyle Verreynne. If I start talking about how well he batted at Welbeck on Thursday, the inevitable will happen, so I won't. But
did he bat well at Welbeck on Thursday, Dave? How well did he bat?
He got Notts over the line, and that'll be his job here now, with almost half of the runs already in the bank. But 3 wickets down, still some pretty decent players. Lyndon James, seasoned campaigner, to follow him at number 6. And then Joe Pocklington, but the extra bowler in today with Dylan Pennington playing. Farhan Ahmed, Brett Hutton, James Hayes and Dylan Pennington. Leicestershire might look at that and think, well, there's a little bit of length to that Nottinghamshire lower order. But with Martindale set, Verreynne at the crease and James and Pocklington to come, Notts should still be the more fancied of the two sides from here, even though it's not job done. Kyle Verreynne, right-hander, diminutive wicketkeeper height, vastly experienced, good man to have coming in this sort of situation. Patel bowls and cut away for a couple, or it might even go for 4. He's stroked that almost as if he's just carrying on from his 68 not out on Thursday. That's a good way to start, isn't it? Beautiful shot, cut away for 4. Very wristy player, and as a consequence very good against spin. That one was right up his alley. 95 for 3.
First ball as well.
Yeah. Last ball of the 19th over. Patel, wicket in this over, bowls, and Kyle Verreynne nudges it back defensively. End of the over, 19 gone, 95 for 3. Notts need 105, and they've got 31 overs left at their disposal. Ajaz Patel, 4 overs, 1 for 18.
DLS would be at 79, they're up at 95. It's a nice big gap there, healthy gap for the Outlaws. Just got to be a bit mindful, but as Dave says, there's cricket still to be played here, but the Outlaws are looking the better of it. This for me is really important though, how Alex Green carries on here, because he has got more than the odd threatening delivery here, and he's going to be bowling to Martindale. He's on 37, and he has caused Martindale some problems. Left-handed bat, as he does there, that very nearly gets the nick again, Dave. This is really good bowling from Alex Green. He had the problems there when he was moving from left to right in terms of Martindale, and then he took a few deliveries actually to sort himself out. But once he'd sorted himself out, he was on the mark against Hamid. But he's been on the mark against Martindale from the word go. from the moment he was introduced. And he also got rid of McCann for 26, caught by the keeper as well. So that one is tucked away very fine down to a fine leg for a single. Martindale will move to 38 with that one, and the score moves up to 96 for 3 now in the 20th over.
Found me a little stat. December 2021 in a test against India, Ajaz Patel became the 3rd bowler in Test cricket history to take all 10 wickets in an innings, after Jim Laker and Anil Kumble. But New Zealand met with a heavy defeat, so Patel is the only one of those 3 to end up on the losing side after taking 10 wickets in an innings in a Test match.
Verreynne settles here. He's only faced 2 balls. He's got 4 to his name. It's another right-hander for Alex Green to bowl 2, and tucked onto the onside. Dave mentioned that the height, i.e. there's not a lot of it to Verreynne as the wicket-keeper, but there certainly is to Alex Green, the teenager, the 19-year-old, big, strong, tall bowler, who needs to do something rather special here for his team today, because they've not got hardly any runs to work with. Only 104 more needed by the Outlaws at 96 for 3 in this 20th over. Turns, runs away from us. In now to bowl to Verreynne. Down the leg side. It's a leg side wide. I tell you what, they've been not offering any benefits here, have they? The umpires, well, just one umpire actually. It is a leg side wide, but moved inside the line. Wasn't the most extravagant of leg side wides, that one.
There's one earlier that Brett Hutton wasn't too happy about. Outside the off stump, wasn't it, towards the back end of the Leicestershire innings. Umpire McGarry called it a wide.
Midway through the over, Alex Green to Verreynne. Verreynne nice and solid. For no run though. Again into that offside. But still, the field for me just remains just a little bit flat. I think that Alex Green is bowling really well here. Yeah. And I'd want a little bit more vocal support for him.
Maybe even a slip for Verreynne. Still only fresh out there. You've got to take wickets. If not spat through the overs or anywhere near the 40 overs, let alone the 50, they're going to win this comfortably. Got to take wickets, Leicestershire.
2 balls left to this over. It's the 20th. In bowls, bat on that square on the offside. It is fielded. So it's 1 run. Verreynne moves to 5, and the Outlaws to 98 for 3.
Are you out and about tomorrow covering the Metro Bank, or is your next one on Thursday?
No, tomorrow it's a trip to York.
Oh,
tomorrow. Yes. It's Yorkshire versus the defending champions Worcestershire, who have made a good start, 2 wins out of 2 for Worcestershire, and Yorkshire going along quite nicely as well, aren't they, in the competition? So looking forward to a good game there at York tomorrow, around the wicket. Meantime, Alex Green with, and that's probably been placed brilliantly, and it has for 4 for Martindale. There was width, and he cut it just in front of backward point. There is a man much deeper there. Brings up the 100 for the Outlaws, 102 for 3. But somehow wove its way through, including the fielder in the deep. So a terrific way to end that over for Notts and for Martindale. And they're going along really nicely. 102 for 3 now after 20 overs. Yorkshire have played 3, they've won 2 and lost 1. Worcestershire Rapids have played 1 fewer game. They've played 2 with that 100% records, both on 8. Middlesex, by the way, just a quick word on Middlesex. They bowled Glamorgan out for not very many. It was a very low-scoring game at Radlett. The Cricketer has it, reporting that has been marked below average. That pitch, which could get them into trouble. Middlesex, that is.
Here's Patel continuing to bowl to Verreynne. He's driven this crisply. That's a decent stop by Ian Holland at mid-off, but the ball, although stopped, it ricocheted away from the fielder and they took a single. Verreynne on to 6 from 6. Ben Martindale on 42 not out from 53 balls. Funny feeling that Martindale's debut was at York 3 years ago. This is turned on the leg side, but it was a game that started and then it rained and then all sorts of strange things happened, in that the fire alarm went off even though it's pouring with rain and we all had to evacuate. This is cut away into the offside by Martindale for a single, and then when we came back inside all the food had been cleared up and the caterers had disappeared off home.
That's almost worse than Pizzagate.
Well, that was not good, Kevin, I can tell you. Outside, fire alarm, yeah, it's genuine. Fire alarm, out you go. I'm just having my dinner. This one, a little bit of turn from Patel through to Cox, who, like all good keepers, flips off a bail without you even noticing. Very good glove work, which even Carl Verena will appreciate. 104 for 3. Yeah, so just watch him tomorrow. If that fire alarm goes off, grab your pudding and take it with you. Next ball on its way. Verena cuts it into the offside, no run. Fielded by Tattersall in the black training shoes. Can't be proper cricket shoes, can they, that are black? There's also Hamster Shake in the black shoes. This is again hit to Tattersall by Verena, and there's no run. 104 for 3. Notts require 96 now from 29 overs. Martindale on 43 not out.
Sheridan Gums, the 12th fielder on there, and a little reminder if you haven't seen it already, a lovely piece.
There's the footwear, just thanks to that's Johnny Tattersall. Now, do you think they're proper cricket shoes or they're training shoes?
They look like training shoes. Oh no, they got spikes underneath.
Yeah, this is excellent camera work, and producer Aaron
Definitely
a really good
spikes.
look at that. Yeah.
Lift your boot up for us, Johnny. Sheridan Gums has a nice little feature about him on the BBC cricket page on the website about life in the second 11 and trying to get yourself noticed. He's got himself a bit of a deal now with Leicestershire, which is great from his point of view, but it's a nice little insight into what can go on in a cricketer's mind. We've got Rizvi, who's about to bowl for the first time here today, so green has been taken off. That's probably okay as far as I'm good, but he's still offered for me quite a bit of menace about him, but you know, he's bowling at pace, so probably said that'll do for now. So we see now spin of Rizvi to bowl to the left-handed Martindale, who's on 43 not out. He bowls from the Radcliffe Road end, and the first delivery is caressed really out into the offside, out into the deep extra cover. 1 run.
Yeah, the leg spinning member of the commentary team has just popped out the room for the time being, so you'll have to pick the wrong ones here. Kyle knows all the variations and varieties.
Verena is on 6 down the leg side. Well, it doesn't need a lot of picking out that.
He was asking a lot of that ball, wasn't he?
Yeah. So again, bowls, leaning back. Verena, in the end, is driven to long off. Single, so the South African will move to 7. 107 for 3. Another 93 needed. All seems fairly settled, but still pushing for wickets here, Leicestershire, to try and get back into the game. Single to Martindale takes him to 45. A little bit of a fumble, but saved out there by, that is Gums, isn't it?
No, that's Hamza Sheikh on that side.
Oh, okay, beg your pardon.
Sheridan Gums is the Fox Road side of the ground.
As he bowls and driven up to long off. So trying to keep it nice and steady out there now, the Outlaws, because there is no need to do anything silly. They only need these 91 runs from 170 balls. So much remaining and so little comparatively needed, but they have lost 3 wickets. Another couple down in quick time could make it interesting, but at the moment Just settling for trying to contain it, trying to build a bit of pressure. Will there be enough pressure to take a wicket? This one is driven out there to have a shake on the cover boundary, and a single to finish off that over from Rizvi. 6 runs coming from it. 110 for 3. Martindale on 46. Verena on 8. The early stages of a partnership here, 19 off 20. But just these 90 runs needed now. Got to get in amongst them quickly here of Leicestershire.
Ben Martindale on 46. Only on previous list A50. This would do him the world of good if he could get there and go on, put a good score on the board. Pushes the first ball of this over back to Ajaz Patel, starting his 6th over. 1 for 20 for the Kiwi international. Ajaz Patel bowls, and again hit back to him by Ben Martindale. We have a leg spinner back on comms now to look after Mo Rizvi's overs. 110 for 3. There's Ajaz Patel, spin from both ends, slow left arm from the New Zealander, pushed through a little quicker, worked on the leg side by Martindale. 111 for 3. Where have you been taken in the afternoon air?
Yeah, I went to sit outside a little bit. It's a lovely day out there. Not too hot, not too cold. Nice little breeze.
Strange sort of innings from a Seba Me, doesn't it?
Yeah, I did think that.
Patel to Verena, and one was held back a little bit. Previous ball was pushed through. That one was held back a little bit. Verena had to wait for it and didn't get up too much, but defended from the crease and no damage was done. Notts need 89 more. This one is driven crisply to Holland at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Verena just watching him, looking to play as much of the back foot as physically possible. Yeah,
They've just sent mid-on and mid-off back, and so as a consequence, Kyle Verena can push that down the ground for a single. Why on earth did they do that? 112 for 3 at the end of the over. It just seemed like Kyle Verena was, just intent on pushing the ball. He's not doing anything overly attacking or reckless, and they pushed Ian Holland from mid-off, where a couple of balls in that over had been stroked to, dropped him out, and so Verena pushed it in the same direction because it went all the way out into the deep and they took a single. Not sure about that.
Yeah. Looks like Freddie McCann's not sure about something in his crossword either. Just on the stream over there.
Oh, Freddie.
I wonder what he's stuck on.
Oh, Freddie.
Sam Wood's trying to help him. That's not the right answer, Sam. That's not the right answer.
Sam Wood on loan here from Leicestershire, because he can't play in this game. They're looking to make his debut in the next match or two, I'm sure. There's Mo Rizvi.
Yeah, right-handed Verena on strike. It's a nice ball that from Mo, and well played out onto the offside by Verena. Comes doing the fielding. Obviously he's on for Ruan de Swart. We haven't seen since he left the field with that niggle.
Typical, isn't it? The day after he signs an extension to his stay at Leicester.
Picks up a knock.
Yeah, just hope it's nothing too serious and that he's off just as a precaution.
Martindale on 47 gets a full ball and pushes this back to... It's a no ball. Oh, that is poor work. So the no ball is because there's been 5 players outside the 30-yard circle or 4 players inside the 30-yard circle, whatever way you want to look at it. In the 50 over competition, you can only have 5 players outside after over 40. So this will be a free hit. So deep square legs being brought up now. It's a free hit for Martindale to get his 50, and he goes big. He goes down the ground, and it's only going to be a 1. So Benny Green does the work down there. So all of that faff and hassle and drama for a well-taken single. 150. 15 for 3.
Just got him free in his arms, though, didn't he? It was a nice stroke from Martindale.
Brings Verreynne on to strike, who's pushing this firmly into mid-wicket, where Ajaz Patel does the fielding. Nice start this from Mo Risby. Not easy knots at a canter here. They need 85 of 159 balls, so he's got to almost try to create something out of nothing. A lot slower ball, and this is pushed into the covers by Verreynne, and it will be another dot ball. 115 for 3. Verreynne 10. Martindale 48. In search of that list A 50. This one flatter and a little bit of spin there from Mo. Holding the wicket. Another dot ball. So 3 coming from this over so far. Now almost just to protect the over. Mid-on goes back. He's got the right number in the ring, and that one skidded on. It's well bowled from Mo Risby, and they get it round the corner. So 4 come from that one. It's 116 for 3. Verreynne 11. Martindale 48. Knots require a further 84. And Verreynne is just signaling to the dressing room saying, oh, he wants a new bat. He wants a new bat.
I think he wants some tape. So there'll be a slight hold up here, not as we've said. We'll be travelling up tomorrow to the northwest to face Lancashire, their first away game. 2 matches at Welbeck before this one in Nottingham. Then following...
they're going to take drinks now.
They are after 24 overs, yeah. That's a little bit of common sense from the umpires, with Verreynne in need of a little bit of tape for the bat. Yeah, Notts play Lancashire on Thursday, then they're at Beckenham to face Kent on Sunday. Then a week on Friday, they're at Queen's Park, Chesterfield for what is another home game, even though it's in Derbyshire, against Northants. That'll be an interesting one. Looking forward to doing that one. Then they've got Gloucestershire away at Cheltenham College before finishing at the Oval against Surrey, and then if they're in the top 3, very quickly into the knockout phase. 116 for 3. Has anybody got the umpires a drink? I've not seen anybody take the umpires a drink yet, which I don't like. I don't like that. Get the umpires a drink, for goodness sake. Leicestershire being corralled into a little bit of a huddle here, and 1 or 2 thoughts from the skipper being passed. The 2 Notts players are just chilling in their own sweet way. Kyle Verreynne's putting some tape on his bat handle. Ben Martindale has got the helmet off and just glugging down a bottle of water. I'm still not seeing anybody take the umpires a drink, which is
disappointing.
Yeah. 116 for 3 in this innings. George Munsey out for 0, Freddie McCann for 26, and then Asiba Mead for 20. Martindale been there since the start on 48. Earlier in the day, another opener, Leicestershire's opener, Stevie Eskenazi. He batted through the entire innings for 93 not out from 141 balls with 7 fours and a 6. We had 1 other 6 hit by Benny Green, but that was it. And we've not had any yet in the Notts innings. Up in Lancashire, the home side, the Red Rose, Lancashire are 80 for 1. They've been set to score 224 against Kent. Keaton Jennings out for 31. Matty Hurst is 27 not out. Josh Bohannon 20 not out. Lancashire well on their way there, unless Kent can start to pick up a few wickets. Been a similar path through that game to what we're seeing here. The batting side, you'd say, almost certainly with an under par score.
Most definitely. You'd fancy Notts to knock this off. Notts will be fancying themselves in pound position here to go 3 from 3.
Just thinking about the umpires, actually, there is a match referee who I'm sure they're on the walkie-talkie to. He could well have said, bring us a bring us a drink out, or make sure they bring us a drink, couldn't they, if they'd been desperate for one. Our match referee is Steve Davis, the former Australian Test match umpire. Spends most of his time over here now, and regularly see him on match days in this country. 116 for 3 knots. Quite at the halfway stage. 24 of the 50 overs have been bowled. Knots need 84 more. And Leicestershire handicapped with Rohan Desvart off the field, seemingly injured. He's not come back, but they're certainly not handicapped by having Ajaz Patel with the ball in hand. He still represents a threat. He's had 6 overs, 1 for 22 his figures.
Yeah, he's been very good, very disciplined. Hasn't left the wickets alone really, as Ajaz Patel.
Bowls to Verena, who drives it down the ground to Ian Holland for a single. 117 for 3. Leicestershire have still got to come here in the county championship in early September. Be sick of playing Notts this season if this one goes against them. Be 4-0 if Notts win this one, as this is drilled crisply back to the bowler. Good hands from Ajaz Patel. Martindale needs 2 for his 50. Patel bowls to him, and here's one of them. Just pushed square of the wicket on the offside to Sheridan Gums. Formerly on Surrey's books, played here in the Blast. In fact, he was given his Blast cap towards the back end of that competition. His Leicestershire Blast debut coming here. Nicely turned again by Verena on the leg side. Just careful manipulation of the ball, and just carefully keeping the board moving round. Martindale now on 49. Patel bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's good work from Patel, but Notts don't need to take a single risk here really. They can afford to do this. They're so far ahead of the game.
Yeah, gradual accumulation will do the job, and there it is from Martindale, pushing it down the ground for his second List A 50. 120 for 3, and Ben Martindale goes to 50 from 68 balls with 7 fours. Been at the crease for 98 minutes. Played very nicely indeed. Not offered a sniff of a chance, and he'll be desperately keen, I'm sure, to take this right the way to the finishing line, and it would, I'm sure, do him the world of good. Just that little bit of inner confidence that you can get from steering a side to victory. When he spoke to us in the tent on Monday, just tell he was a little disappointed at getting a start and then not cashing in, and they'll be looking to do that today.
Mo Rizvi to bowl his third. Martindale on strike, and as Stampton got him. So Martindale does that. He gets 50 and gets out. One that just goes across the left-hander, goes through to Ben Cox, who whips the bails off very, very quickly. And Mo Rizvi picks up his first of the afternoon. Martindale, after reaching his second 50, has got to go. Not to lose their fourth. That's 120 for 4.
Well, first ball after reaching his 50, first ball, I said he'll be desperate to go on. Has he just been a little careless there, just reaching forward, pushing at the spinner, lifting his back heel, and great glove work from Ben Cox, one of the best in the county game. Whipped off a bail, quick as a flash. Appealed to umpire McGarry, who raised the finger. And yeah, oh, that's brilliant glove work, isn't it? Just trying to force the boot back behind the line, but the finger was up by then, and he has to go. 120 for 4. Well battered, Ben Martindale, but the job not done yet, and Lyndon James, I presume, will be next in at number 6. There he comes.
Yeah. 2 right-handers at the crease now. Followed, I'm sure, will be by Pocklington, then Ahmed, Hutton, Peddington, and then Hayes. So into the all-rounders here. So Lyndon James walks out at 6. Further 80 runs required to win. It's taken quite a while to get out there, hasn't he, old Lyndon? I was just thinking that now. That's felt like quite a long time. First ball of the over, wicket.
I don't know if you're on that balcony down to our right and the wicket goes, you've got to pop your helmet on and your gloves and walk along the balcony, down the steps and out. There's some grounds where it takes forever, doesn't it? The dugouts are normally used in the blast, and I think it seems to be a bit of a combination between the dugouts and the dressing rooms for this format. Here we go then.
Moresby into James, who's off the back foot, pushing it into the covers, and he gets off the mark. A higher score of 82.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good achievement in first-class cricket, or
to get time
extending
out.
that, or no, I was going to say, or in the Test at somewhere like Lords, to actually get out there in 2 minutes, because there's a heck of a lot of steps at Lords.
Yeah, there is. That pavilion takes ages. 79 runs to win. The leg spin of Mo Rizvi got his first of the afternoon. This is full, and Verena drives, and Rizvi dives full stretch to his left and does the fielding, no run.
Not sure if he is still the last, but certainly one of the last to be timed out in first-class cricket. Actually, it was on this ground somebody who played for Notts and Leicestershire, A.J. Harris, in a first-class match.
Everyone has those dreams, aren't they, when they go out to the middle. More on that now, as this is defended off the front foot by Carverrain.
I don't think it's a dream to be given
no,
out.
No, where you have a dream and
timed out.
You're making your debut or something like that, and you walk out to the crease and you forgot your gloves and you run back, and then you come back out and you forgot your thigh pad, and you forgot your bat, and everyone's had those dreams. Well, I think so. Otherwise, I'm a little bit strange, as the next one is pushed to mid-on and they scamper through for a very, very quick single. Good batting, Carverrain. Couple of applause around us here at Trent Bridge. 122 for 4. One ball left in this over, 2 coming from it. Rizvi in goes full, and it's off an outside edge and drops just short of AJ Patel. That first slip, that's not far away from a second in the over. 122 for 4 at the end of 26.
The last to be timed out in first-class cricket, Saud Shakil, he's the Pakistan Test player, timed out for State Bank of Pakistan against Pakistan Television in the final of the 2024-25 President's Trophy. He was only the 7th to do it. Before that in Zimbabwe, and before that in the Caribbean. And before that, A.J. Harris here in 2003. 122 for 4. Verena has 14. He's on strike. Ajaz Patel. And, this is driven down the ground for a single. Actually, the player before that to do that, there's only 7 ever been given out, timed out in first-class cricket. AJ Harris was the 4th. The player who was 3rd to be timed out also played for Notts and Leicestershire, the West Indian Vasbert Drakes, and his was a little different because he had been playing in the West Indies and was due to play for Border in South Africa, and I'll be there, and they put his name on the team sheet, but his flight, saying here, his flight was delayed, hadn't yet arrived at the ground when he was next to bat, so it was timed out. This is pushed to deep point to Hamza Sheikh. I'd have thought
that is a great story.
I'd have thought there'd have been a different sort of category for that, sort of absent.
You would think that he would just slide further and further down the batting lineup.
But yeah, I think they got down to the bottom and he still wasn't there, so that was that. 124 for 4 as Verena gets another single pushed down the ground. Jed says, hello Dave, are you both looking forward to coming to Chesterfield next week, and will Ben Slater be playing? Very much looking forward to coming to Chesterfield, as I'm sure Kyle is. Whether Ben's playing, I think they're still properly assessing him. I would say right now there's got to be a good chance that his status is undetermined, i.e. we're not sure, but a hamstring injury and a big run in the county championship, I suspect there's got to be a strong possibility that the game he was very much looking forward to participating in, he perhaps won't. 126 for 4, 2 balls left in the 27th as Verena gets one to turn, comes off the shoulder of the bat to Alex Green at backward point, and there's no run.
The spin of the Foxes are just picking back the Outlaws currently.
74 required. Verena on 16, Lyndon James on 3. This is defended end of the over. Well bowled Ajaz Patel. He's now through 8 overs, 1 for 30. Yeah, I'm saying nothing else about anything after saying Ben Martindale, after getting his 50, needs to be there at the end. Oh, he's out. That's just given Leicestershire a fraction of a sniff, you fancy. If they were able to go bang bang, you know, this could still be a very tight finish. As we said, Notts with the extra bowler, bottom 4 in the batting order of Farhan Ahmed, Brett Hutton, James Hayes, Dylan Pennington. Joe Pocklington still to come before then.
Mo Rizvi in, and James drives firmly to mid-off, who's now in the ring to James. Yeah, Joe Pocklington, sort of the last recognised all-rounder. No disrespect to Farhan Ahmed, who's no mug with the bat, more than capable. And Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, James Hayes. This one off the back foot and pushed to point. So there's a little bit of spin out there. And the 74 runs are looking a little bit further away than what Notts would potentially want. The good news is Ajaz Patel has only got 2 more overs. Will they bowl Hamza Sheikh, the other leggy? This one's flighted and driven into the offside by James.
Seems very relaxed, Mo Rizvi. He's almost like a magician, a juggler, just lobbing the ball up before he does a conjuring trick or a little bit of juggling, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just it's almost like he's got the ball on a string. He's just nonchalantly tossing it from hand to hand whilst moving fielders and having a chat. All very relaxed.
Rizvi in, and this is down the ground by Verena. And they get through for a single 2 from the surface. All that's needed really from the Outlaws. It might not be flamboyant, it might not be glamorous, but they can get there comfortably in 1s and 2s and finish with plenty of overs left. Rizvi in, and James off the back foot defends. Slip in play now, so the Foxes being as attacking as possible, really. James on 4, Verena 17. Current run rate just over 4.5. What's required is at 3.2. Mo Rizvi goes very full, and this is driven, and James has potentially missed out there. A low full toss driven firmly to Johnny Tattersall, who does the fielding. So the end of that one is 128 for 4. The end of 28.
Yeah, they've had the hydration break at Farrington in the Lancashire-Kent game halfway through the Lancashire innings. They are 93 for 1 after 25, so well on their way. Kent made 223, so Lancashire need 131 more in the second half of their innings. Keaton Jennings out for 31, Matty Hurst 33 not out, Josh Bohannon 26 not out. Yeah, 128 for 4, and Ajaz Patel to begin his 9th. Somebody moving behind the arm at the far end, and it's all credit to Carl Verena that He didn't even notice, just pushed it square of the wicket. Now for a single, Tattersall gets the ball. That gentleman just coming down the steps at the pavilion end. Now he was right behind the arm when Verena played that. Benny Green and his magnificent moustache are coming in close on the offside to a catching position. And now he's being moved a little further away. He's more short extra cover catching, a couple of strips away from Lyndon James, who checks his drive and runs it to Alex Green at backward point. No run. 129 for 4 knots. George Munsey out for naught. Leicestershire a real high at the start of this bowling effort for them. Again, Lyndon James runs it to Alex Green at backward point, and there's no run. James 4, Verena 18. They've added 9. Another gentleman walking behind the arm at the far end.
Yeah,
second one of the over, and this time Lyndon James has spotted him, asked the gentleman to stand still, and he's stood still on the steps as Ajaz Patel bowls. Lyndon works it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
This is very good bowling, this, from Ajaz Patel. Changing his pace nice. He's got his field set for the ball that's spinning, leaving mid-wicket open, saying go across the line against the spin.
Lyndon James on the sweep, and he'll get 4 runs here, and that's a much-needed boundary for Notts. Just slightly got his line wrong there, Ajaz Patel, and Lyndon James swept him away for 4 runs, 133 for 4. Not actually been down to the far end since they put the seats in. Last time I went, there was a hole in the ground, all the concrete, and the cranes ready to just fill in those holes and lay the foundations for the seats. But people who have been there tell me the seats are very, very comfortable indeed. 133 for 4 at the end of the 29th, and there'll be a little more from Kyle, and then he'll be joined in a mere moment by Kevin Howells.
Mo Rizvi's going to continue here. He's looked very, very good as Alex Green just gets a refreshment, maybe a headache pill, some gels to help him through the remaining 125 balls. Mid-off now up to Kyle Verena, saying I have to go over, can't just knock it down the ground for a single, which is exactly what he does, and he goes big, and he goes all the way. Lovely batting, Kyle Verena. Well, it was a gamble from Mo Rizvi, I don't mind it. Unfortunately, the execution of a flighted ball was potentially not the one to bowl there. Extra flight, Kyle Verena, step hit down the ground for 6. Glorious batting. 139 for 4. Verena moves into the 20s. He goes to 24 now. Notts require less than 61 because they needed 64 before the 6. I thought. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe they required 67. 139 for 4 they did. Beg your pardon. So the run rate goes below 3s. Now, Mo Rizvi in. This is defended off the front foot. Long off has gone back now. I think if he had bowled that pace the ball before, Verena wouldn't have been able to hit it down the ground. Prefer that pace, the stock pace from Mo Rizvi, a little bit quicker through the air. This one flatter and pulled away, and that's going to be back to back, or not back to back, but the second boundary of the over. So first ball slightly over pitched and slow and loopy with mid-off up, and the third ball dragged down. So 8 coming from this one. Notts require 57. Verena too good a player to miss out. He moves to 28. The score 143 for 4. Rizvi is getting the next one pushed back to him. It's a dot ball. Picked up the wicket earlier of Martindale. Just reached his 50. Rizvi goes short again in this one. Pushed down the leg side to Comes a Sheikh who does the fielding. What was that, Gums? I think it's Gums, actually. No, it's Sheikh. It's, beg your pardon. So that's 144 for 1 ball left in the 30th over. Rizvi, where's the number 72? Goes back of a length outside off stump, and James off the back foot pushes it to Gums. And they walk through for a single. 145 for 4 after 30. At the same stage, the Foxes were 107 for 4. So not in a much more confident position.
I was talking earlier about how, for me, this competition sits really quite nicely in the calendar here over these few weeks. Certainly, in terms of ticket sales, got a couple of sellouts, and Durham involved with both of them. Yorkshire tomorrow against Worcestershire Rapids is not a sellout, but Yorkshire versus Durham on Friday at York is. And the official wording from the club Yorkshire is it is a sellout on Friday. This one is driven into the offside for no run. Need to make sure though they get this right, because although it's a sellout, I'll tell you more in a moment after Patel bowls and defended. They say members will still be able to arrive on Friday, have their membership card scanned. No more tickets will be made available to purchase online, nor will tickets be available on the gate. So that should mean something to members, but it is a sellout, technically a sellout there Friday for that visit of Durham. There's a single behind square on the offside here. And Durham tomorrow, just to, I mean, most of this is going to be about the Ben Stokes factor, you'd imagine, but won't be entirely his doing. The fixture for Durham tomorrow being played, a home fixture for them at South Northumberland, that is also sold out, that game. So tickets not available to purchase for that game anymore. That one's into the offside from Verena, can't get it past the fielder. There's Rishi Patel, so it's a dot ball. 146 for 4.
Just good to see Ben Stokes playing in this competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done wonders for the competition, really. Yeah. Next ball, a little width and cut, carved away behind square on the offside, and they will come back for 2. That was a shake with the right arm throw, and the score moves to 148 for 4. 52 needed, 115 balls, that's not a problem. This is all nicely going Outlaws' way, unless Leicestershire can take some pretty quick wickets. Reina's on 31, leans back and punches the ball into the offside. The oohs and the ahs, because if he stepped back so much, had he have got that wrong or any sort of turn, there would have been a problem. 148 for 4 then. 52 from 114 balls. James on 10, Verena 31. This partnership of 28 runs. Patel has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 38. Is bowling today. Score from the new ground at Farrington, the home of, well, one of the second home for Lancashire, one of their homes. They need 224. And Lancashire 104 for 1 in the 28th over. That's 120 from 22 overs, 9 wickets standing. Jennings is out, but Hurst and Bohannon going along well at the moment for the home side. And Nottinghamshire play at that venue on Thursday.
Correct. They'll be hoping to make it 3 from 3 home victories in a row. Perfect start to their campaign. Rizvi in, and this is just tucked on the leg side by Lyndon James. 149 for 4. These two just been very calm in the way they've gone about their business. No real panic, there's no need. Picking up singles at regular intervals and the odd boundaries. This is floated up there by Rizvi, nice and full, and Verena off the front foot pushes it into extra cover for no run. So the Fox is still looking to try build as many dots as possible, but they need to look to take wickets, as this is again another full delivery pushed at Ajaz Patel. one benefit for them, for Notts that is, that Ajaz Patel is done now. So from the top end they might get a little bit of pace on, which has seemed a bit easier as this is short and played on the leg side as well. So that'll be the second run, and that will be Notts' 50. And a well played 150 so far. Comes in the 32nd over. They require a further 50 runs to win off 110 balls to go 3 from 3. 2 balls left in the over. Lyndon James on strike, and he's driving this into the offside and casually half walks and half trots a single to make it 3 from the over. Kevin, what you were saying earlier was it superb bowling, or was it just really difficult to bat? And it's starting to lean more towards the bowling than that. This off the back foot, Verreynne chops this into the offside, and that will be 4 from the over. So at the end of that one is 152 for 4 after 32. Carl Verreynne is just going to get a change in gloves here.
Well, they went through 6 bowlers, of which Hutton bowled his 10 overs, took 2 early wickets and was bowling just absolutely amazing, terrific stuff. 2 maidens, 2 for 40. Pennington bowling with pace, ended up with 1 wicket, but only 25 runs from 9.2 overs for Dylan Pennington. Lyndon James, 9 overs, 2 wickets for 40. At one point I thought that Leicestershire might have been trying to target him. Hayes only got through a couple of overs for 13, but then the spin of Ahmed and Pocklington. Well, this is, for spinners, this is great stuff, I think. Ahmed 8 overs, no wicket for 39. Pocklington 4 for 40 from 10 overs. He's having a terrific competition, isn't he, Joe Pocklington? And so initially the pressure put on by the quicker bowlers, but then a real squeeze from those spinners as well, causing maybe some shots which weren't the best. Verreynne's on 33 here now for Nottinghamshire, and that wasn't, talking of which, that wasn't the best. It just sat up through to the keeper, Cox. But we kept on saying, oh, look out, here comes this is in the Leicestershire innings, here comes a batter that we know what they're capable of. They can hit the ball a mile and be really strong, and it didn't come up for them, did it? And they kept on getting out. So yeah, it looks like it's not going to be the Foxes' day. Outlaws need 48 more runs though from 107 balls, and this is Alex Green who's back into the attack and defended. I think I tell you what, I've enjoyed Alex Green's bowling, and I've enjoyed the way that he's bowling from the far end now. He bowled initially from this Radcliffe Road end, and I love the fact that he wrestled with the problem of going from the left hand coming around and then to the right hand coming over, and he wasn't getting it right initially to the right hand coming over, but eventually he did, and all of a sudden Hamid, who had looked really quite comfortable and really in charge of that contest, in quick time looked anything but in charge, and fair play to the bowler for doing that, Alex Green.
Yeah, he ruffled up Hamid quite quickly. Yeah,
and into the offside, no run, Verreynne here. So this is Alex Green's 7th over, 1 for 32.
If you remember correctly, from that 32, I believe about 14 came from 1 over, with the 5 wides and then the 2 4s that went through the covers. So if you take the 1 over where he lost his direction to the right-hander Hamid at the start, it's been an absolutely phenomenal spell of consistent line and length bowling.
Midway through the over, in again Alex Green, and a push but for no run, and as if to shape to throw the ball, but at the other end Lyndon James was quickly back into his ground at the non-striker's end. Making out as if he was going to throw, not as in a cheating to be done as, no, you're not allowed to make as if you're about to throw and you haven't got the ball in your hand. It was a genuine look, I've got it here, if you're anywhere out of your ground you could be in trouble here. But he turned around really quickly. That was Ajaz Patel. Green bowls now, width and cut down to 3rd. There's a fielder down there, that's Rishi Patel, a single. So South African Verreynne moves to 34, 150 3 for 4 now. 1 ball left of the 33rd over. Chance here for both of these teams to have gone top of the group. Difference for the Outlaws, if they get there, they'll be on the same number of games played as Somerset and Surrey around them. Foxes, if they had won the game, which is unlikely now, but if they had done, they would have played a game more. Oh, chops down in very nearly back onto his own stumps. Very nearly saw that very long right leg and boot having to be brought into play there by Lyndon James, but it misses the stumps. 153 for 4, 33 overs gone. So 17 overs left, 47 runs needed. He's 6 wickets standing. James is 12 off 21. And Verena 34 off 47. The partnership is 33 runs.
Yeah, Mo Rizvi to continue. So one coming from that last. Still leg spin from the Radcliffe Road end. 47 off 17 overs. Verena having his gloves changed again. Next in, we've got it as Joe Pocklington, Farn Ahmed to follow. Brett Hudson, Dylan Pennington and James Hayes. Not so we'll be hoping that these two get them over the line. Carl Verena unbeaten on 34 and Lyndon James on 12. Just again, a little conversation about what the field placement needs to be, where they can potentially bowl some dot balls and make life very, very difficult for Verena. And they've got 2 straight catching men here with mid-off and mid-on out. Flighted delivery, and it gets pushed down out to long off, where they get through for a single. And now almost thought that long off and long on would come up, but they don't. Long off does, long on stays back for Mo Rizvi. 154 for 5. This one off the back foot. James is playing it into the covers. No run again. Both players look to try play as much off the back foot as they possibly can. Sort of a trend now. Good players of spin can play the same ball off the front and the back foot. Gives their options a bit better, as this is now nudged down the ground to long on, where Eskenazi does the fielding. 155 for 4. Not just doing exactly what needs to be done here, just taking the sting out of the Foxes completely. These two have been in a partnership now for a little while. Rizvi in and push straight back to the bowler, and it's a very, very soft wicket. Carl Verena's got to go, looking like he wanted to hit this to long on. A little bit of hold in the wicket, or spin, whatever you want to call it, and the most simple of catches Mo Rizvi will ever take as a caught and bowled. And he's got an international player out there as Mo Rizvi, and the change in field, the change in tactic has worked. So a little bit slower, and that is as soft as you get. 155 for 5. Not still require 45 runs to win.
Was he shaping up to work there on the leg side?
Yeah, it did look like that, didn't it? Not quite sure why. It didn't look like it was a googly. Maybe it was, I don't know. Verena's got to go for 35. 45 runs to win. 98 balls remaining. 5 wickets in hand. As Dave alluded to earlier, Joe Pocklington, the last. Again. Yeah, I'm just having a look if this is a. Oh, it was the googly. It was the googly. I beg your pardon. It hasn't spun at all. So just going on with the arm, and well, this is interesting. So we had it down as Joe Pocklington to come in next. It's going to be Farn Ahmed to come in ahead of Joe. Now, not sure why that may be the case. But Farn Ahmed comes in, so I think Kevin was the googly there from what I can see. Potentially that's why Verena's looked to go down the ground. A little bit of hold on the wicket, leading edge and Cordon bowled. But now a new man in, Farhan Ahmed. The youngest Ahmed brother. His brother obviously away playing for the Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. Can he get the Outlaws over the line? Still 45 runs required. More than capable of the bat is Farhan Ahmed. 45 runs is a lot of runs here. Plenty of time to do it though. Slip in, catch him at wicket. Covered nice and tight, saving the single. Square leg in now. Only 2 men out on the boundary as Mo Risby has a false start. So sweeper on the offside out and mid on out.
2 more wickets make it really, really interesting.
Really interesting, yeah.
But it does need to be quick.
Ahmed likes to use his feet. This is played out into the leg side, no run. Played against Farhan Ahmed, plays a lot of club cricket for the Carrington Cavaliers. He does like to use his feet to spin. So hits over the offside very well. Strong through the offside, so very interesting to see how he plays this. Rizvi in, goes short, and this is pulled into the leg side, and it's a bit of a free hit. Should get back for 2 there as Eskenazi does the fielding. Mid on is out. That's a nice way to get off the mark. So at the end of that one is 157 for 5. 43 runs left to win, but Notts have lost 5 wickets. And it's up to the all-rounders to get them over the line.
Oh, and here it comes after 34 overs. Choose your ball.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, oh, everybody's having a go. Ben Green's coming to have a look as well. Steve Eskenazi's having a look. This is the longest of those that I've witnessed. This is the longest chat I've seen over which ball to use. For those still unaware of what goes on, we have a different ball at each end, which has been the way in limited overs cricket for a little while now.
Quite a long period of time now.
But now, after 34 overs, you get to choose one of those balls. So the umpires will present you with ball A, ball B. Which do you want to use for the remainder of the innings? Well, Alex Green, I don't think had any say in it. Let's see what he does with the one that they've chosen. And that is cut to third for a single. So they move up to 158 for 5. And James on 14. It was Ben Green and Steve Eskenazi as the 2 seniors, I suppose, out there. We're having a look at it all. There'll come a time when there'll be a stadium announcer who will say, ladies and gentlemen, they have chosen ball B.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Which has been sponsored by Ahmed on 2. And he leaves that past the off stump and through to the keeper. I don't think that audition's going to get me much stadium announcing work.
No.
It wasn't really full of it, was it?
No, but I do agree with you. There'll be a sponsor for the ball choice. This ball choice is brought to you by.
There are so many other ways that we can word that, and we will do down the years, but we'll.
Yeah, that is true.
Keep it clean here for now. Green bowls and angle down to third for a single. Ahmed moves to 3, 159 for 5. So 41 from 93 balls remaining. Lancashire have lost the second wicket, 123 for 2. So they still need 101 from 19 overs to beat Kent. Bohannon caught Benjamin, bowled Dudgeon for 47 off 66 balls, 4 fours. Matty Hurst is not out on 42. Alex Green, meantime, here at Trent Bridge bowls. It's short and has been pulled. That was really nicely played, actually, by Lyndon James. How quick was he there on that? Keeping it down as well, down towards that fine leg area. That's a classy little piece of batting, isn't it, for me?
Yeah, it's lovely. That's lovely played. Really well played.
So sharp.
Yeah, Alex Green's He's fairly sharp, banged in short, and Lyndon James on it in a flash, helps it round the corner.
And there's a fielder there, finds the gap. Well, two fielders out there, finds the gap in between the pair. 163 for 5. 2 balls left of this over. And Alex Green bowling from the far end, the pavilion end. In now, bowls and Lyndon James. That's the toe end of the bat. That's a good ball from Alex Green, which James does well to get away just for 1. Down towards third, so he goes on to 19. Takes the Outlaws to 164 for 5. Another run closer to victory. 36 needed from 91 balls. Ahmed on 3. So far we've had 7 runs from this over. 1 ball remaining. A slight change in the field. I say slight. It could be major changes in the field here for Ahmed, who's only facing what now is 5th ball. I'm going to try and put a bit of pressure on somehow. There is a leg slip and a gully area. The fielder in the deep down below us moves to his left hand side. Now it's a very fine third. Green bowls, short ball, which Ahmed ducks out of the way off. Oh, it's been given as a wide. Short ball. I thought he ducked under that.
Yeah, he has. I wonder if it was just directed down the leg side there.
Oh, it's leg side wide, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be that short, but it's been given as 1 for the over.
Yeah.
It's going to come around the wicket. Maybe short ball tactic. You are allowed 2 in this form of the game. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Leg slip in play, so
165 for 5. Still Ahmed on strike. 91 balls remaining, just the 35 needed. So Ahmed on 3 comes around the wicket. In and bowls up onto his toes, or just out of the reach. Should have been a sharp catch, should have been taken, but it isn't. Races past the fielder there in the gully area, and it's going to be 4 runs. Throwing himself at it was Ijaz Patel, but it's 4 more. So whatever they're trying to conjure up here, Leicestershire, it's not working for them now. 169 for 5 of the Outlaws. James on 19, Ahmed on 7, and it's down to 31 from 90 balls with his 5 wickets standing. East Midlands bragging rights once again for this season appear to be going the way of Nottinghamshire.
they do indeed. 31 runs left to get. Mo Rizvi to bowl his 8th over. 2 for 34. Rizvi in, and this is played away on the back foot. And Lyndon James slips and able to get back for 2 in the end. That's good running by young Farhan Ahmed. James did this slip, and I thought, oh, this could spell all sorts of danger if he goes down, and Farhan Ahmed decided to keep running through. Went to the bowler's end anyway. So Rizvi, can he pick up another one? Can he put Notts under a little bit more pressure? Goes into the wicket, and this is pushed to short mid-wicket. The back foot by Lyndon James, no run. Very cool character. It's old Mo. Throws the ball to himself, wry smile. 2-step pace and then runs. Again, this tucked around the corner by James. He's moving to 22 now, score 172. Brings Ahmed onto strike. Field. Deep square comes up, the only fielder to come in. Mid-on still up, so sweeper out. So here is Rizvi goes slow, and Ahmed's beat outside the off stump. I think he's beat on the inside edge there, outside off stump as well. Ben Cox takes the bails off in what seems to be an absolute split second. see on the live stream. I'm sure Dave would know what aeroplane that is, but that will be going to East Midlands Airport from people on their jollies, wherever they're off to. Next ball full, and Ahmed defending this off the front foot, no run.
Well, I think
do you know what aircraft that is?
No, it's a plane. But I also know, I think they're coming back from their holidays, not going.
That is true. That is true.
Which is sort of sad, really, isn't it?
It is defended, and maybe they're coming to watch some cricket at Bulletin. Coming to watch me play cricket at Bulletin. That would be a terrible holiday. End of that over to 172 for 5 to 36. That would probably be the worst holiday you can possibly have, I think.
You're selling it well. Okay, do one more over, then bring Dave back in. But it's 172 for 5 then, and going along nice and steady. Alex Green is going to continue here. He's going to got 2 more overs. He's certainly got that potential, that threat. And he's in now and bowls a shorter ball, which he goes to pull again. Does James here? That one, he played a nice shot in the last over, but that one didn't look quite so good. So I've enjoyed watching Green bowling. I mean, there's always the potential for something to happen out there. Good, bad, indifferent. I like the way he's coped or tried to match the challenges that he's been faced with. Tucked away onto the onside, and they'll scamper a single here. James moves to 23 and 173 for 5 now, so it's down to just 27 from 82 balls. I was asked what time this game was going to finish, Dave, as people can do with cricket sometimes. And this was about an hour ago, and I said 5:44. I think I'm going to run up a bit short here, but I mean, it'll be fairly close. They said, how can you be so certain? I said, well, it's the way it is. Around the wicket, Green bowls up onto his toes, beats the fielder. There is someone in the deep though, so they will just jog through for 1. Ahmed will move to 8, 174 for 5.
I've learnt in the past not to go against you, but I'd be surprised if we're still playing in 18 minutes.
Yes, so would I, but for an hour ago.
No, 28 minutes actually. 28 minutes.
28 mintes.
28 minutes. Yes.
44.
It's 17:16 on the big screen.
But not the worst guess from an hour ago. I would have thought. But anyway, thank you, Dave, for your support. Inside edge, squeeze down towards fine leg from James's bat. He moves to 24. 175 for 5.
Well, you're not going to have anybody pay out on that, are you? If it finishes 10 or 15 minutes early.
No. A fool's game, Dave.
Yeah, well, it is. It is.
Oh, is this your courier coming to pick you up?
They're just starting up at Donington Park, just up the road. I don't know what it is. It's just a noisy motorbike exhaust.
Please don't tell me there's anything going on at Donington Park. Around the wicket, and that's behind square for no run. Although it's not the weekend, I'm genuinely losing track of the days.
Yes,
it is only a Tuesday.
Yes, there's a Friday feel about this.
Yeah,
which won't be good tomorrow. I realise it's only Wednesday.
That's very true.
Market day tomorrow, Kev. Newark Market Day.
Oh, a bargain to be had, Dave? Often, or a nice cup of coffee and
fresh
a bat.
bread? Fresh.
Yeah, exactly.
Get the fresh bread, the fresh cobs.
The best markets. Ahmed on 8. Green now bowls, and into the offside, and scamper a single. Nice fresh fish. Maybe fish stall.
Yeah, well, you can do, yeah.
176 for 5. Oh, that's right. Whetted my appetite. But I'm going to York, not Newark. That's the blow. James on 24.
That's
Ahmed
a shambles.
Yes. Ahmed on 9. 176 for 5. Then so that's 24 needed from 78 deliveries. Okay.
Thank you very much, Kevin Howells, for your support, your company, your chat today. Kevin Howell's with us on Trent Bridge Live and Sports Extra 2. Whether we are still going at 17:44 or not remains to be seen. There's still a little bit of life in this. 176 for 5. There'll be a heck of a lot of life in the Leicestershire fielders if they can get another wicket in this over. Mo Rizvi's 9th, 2 for 37, and he bowls to Farhan, who eases this into the offside. To be fielded in the deep by Sheridan Gums. Kyle van Vollenhoven back alongside. Enjoy your break.
Yeah, good break that was. Nice and refreshing one. No, but it's been a good performance this from Notts. I thought they were absolutely fantastic with ball in hand. Backs it up here.
Rizvi floats it up and drilled crisply by Lyndon James into the offside. There's no run. If memory serves, Lyndon James was there at the end on Thursday alongside Kyle Verreynne. Oh no, he wasn't. He was there on Tuesday. The win over Somerset. This is pushed into the offside. So he's had scores of 29 not out against Somerset, 11 against Warwickshire, and he's currently 25 not out here with that single. Picked up 6 wickets so far in the 3 matches with the ball as well. So, as he usually does, playing a important role for Notts with bat and ball as Rizvi bowls and Farhan Ahmed defends. 178 for 5. Notts need 22 more. All the time in the world. Might just give their run rate a little bit of a boost as well. Never know how important that might be. Another single to Farhan. 179 for 5. Of course, if you win all your games, it doesn't really matter what your run rate is, does it? But it never pans out like that. There'll be a number of sides in both divisions, I'm sure, sitting on 6 and 2. That's usually the way, and just seeing if you sneak into second, third, or have to make do with 4th spot. This one's cut away by Lyndon James into the offside for his 26th run. And the score is, when it goes up, 180 for 5. 20 more needed for Notts, or Outlaws as it says on the big screen. A few have left from the seats in front of the pavilion there. Those of you watching the live stream, it's coming on, as they say. The renovations, the newly developed pavilion here at Trent Bridge, keeping a lot of the old features whilst adding lots of new rooms, both in terms of depth and in terms of height. Very much looking forward to seeing the finished product. 180 for 5. Lyndon James to bowl. Alex Green to have his 10th and final over.
Yeah, Green's been bowling really well today. He's in to James, who's inside edging this. And the bounce through to the keeper, Ben Cox. That really can go anyways. Throwing the kitchen sink at that as Lyndon James. Yeah. Notts got a further 20 runs to win. And it's been a good performance. Everyone that's come along today, I'm sure, will be very happy, bar the Leicestershire faithful. Next ball tucked away on the leg side, and they'll get through for a single. Sheridan Gums does the fielding. And
Paul Franks will be particularly pleased. I won't say relieved, that would be the wrong word, but he'll be pleased to have got the 4 points today if Notts go on to win this, because the last thing you really need is sort of a major absentee. Certainly Ben Slater has been very much a staple of the Notts 50 over competition, top of the order for the last 5 years or so, out injured.
Green in, and this is Ahmed defending outside the off stump, misses it. Looks like he tried to, on the replay that he's played of his shot there, guided down to third man. Whether or not that's just a cover up from playing and missing, I'm not quite sure.
Somewhat ironic, isn't it, that they've obviously gone searching high and low, maybe not too far. Maybe George Munsey was always on the other end of the phone, should he be required, but they've brought in George Munsey to replace Ben Slater, and lo and behold, he gets a second ball duck.
Cricket's it's a brutal game. Pushed into the offside by Farhan Ahmed, and Jazz Patel can't quite pick it up cleanly, and they get through it for what in the end was an easy single. 182 for 5, 18 required.
Yeah, big plus Ben Martindale getting a half century as well.
Yep. Him and Freddie McCann really looked good earlier this afternoon. Hit some very, very nice cricket shots. James on strike as this has been whipped off it and sweeper's out, so struck firmly out to the offside sweeper. 3 coming from this over now. Another single adds to the tally. 1 ball left, 183 for 5.
Sharp fielding by Hamza Sheikh, who's got a magnificent head of hair, and he's not going to have that hair squashed down by a Leicestershire cap, is he?
No.
He's letting it bounce freely in the breeze. It's a good look, Hamza. Good fielder.
He looked good with the bat
He did indeed.
as well. And this time, Ahmed is able to guide this down to third for a single to finish the over and to finish Green's spell. He finishes with figures of 1 for 53 in his 10. The wicket of Freddie McCann. So Notts require a further 16 runs off 11 overs. It's 184 for 5.
Yeah, Leicestershire got to stick with it. You just never know. Games have been won from this sort of situation in the past, of course. Farhan Ahmed on strike. This will be Rizvi's final over as well. 9 overs, 2 for 41 for the leg spinner. Played nicely, confidently by Farhan Ahmed, who has good technique, as we've seen. Started last year in the county championship side and is very often used as a night watchman. Comes down the track, a little push up to Benny Green and takes the single before Green can respond. 15 to win. Actually, that's not fair on Benny Green. He responded very quickly but was unable to execute a direct hit. But even if he had, Farhan would have been home. 185 for 5, 15 to win. Field just getting a little tighter and a little tighter to try and save the singles as Lyndon James defends. Earlier today, Joe Pocklington 4 for 40. Terrific stuff from the slow left arm spinner who's now got 10 wickets in 3 matches in the competition. This is floated up and Lyndon James drills it to Johnny Tattersall in the offside. And it remains 185 for 5. 2 balls left in the 40th over. Another fielder can go out of the ring then, but I don't think Leicestershire will be looking to do that because they've already got, what, 7 inside the ring?
Yeah.
185 for 5 is the current score.
Last ball of Mo Rizvi's spell here.
Can he finish on a high? Oh, he can! Oh, has he bowled him? No! It's gone through Lyndon James and it's dropped back in front of the stumps. It obviously just hit Ben Cox and dropped back in front of the stumps, but Rizvi was celebrating, and for all the world, I thought he'd bowled him there. That was a lovely bit of bowling indeed. There, oh yeah, there's had a Google that's come back between bat and pad, and Ben Cox couldn't take it cleanly. Lovely way to finish your spell, Mo Rizvi. He'd like to have clipped that bail off. 10 overs, 2 for 42. Been quietly impressive.
Yeah, well bowled. Really good stuff. Nice to see leg spinning shine. We're going to get Ian Holland. He bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19 earlier on. He opened the bowling. 15 runs left. Even I can do the math. They require further 1.5 and over. I'm not sure it's going to last the full 10 overs.
Is that a South African thing? I know it's an American thing, saying the math. Would you normally say that?
Yeah, I'd normally say that, the math. Do you say maths?
Yeah, chuck an S on the end. Doing the maths. Doing the mathematics. Doing the sums, doing the Rachel Rileys.
Rachel Rileys. Holland in. Ahmed just defending outside the off stump. No run, gets an inside edge. Are you surprised to see Ahmed coming ahead of Pocklington?
Yes, a little bit. Not that he's, as I said earlier, he's got good technique. Not that he's not good enough to be in the side at number 7. It's just that Pocklington has gone in at that position in the 2 previous matches.
Holland. Ahmed just dropping this down to 3rd. Rishi Patel does the fielding. 186 for 5. Very comfortable performance this from the Outlaws.
Yeah, they just want to get it done now without any further dramas.
Yeah, don't open the door at all. I know it's 5 wickets, but crazier things have happened in cricket. Holland in, and this is pushed nicely to mid on. Someone having a massive sneeze. Hope they're all right. 187 for 5. Goodness me, that was loud.
It was. Who's going to bowl at this end then, with Mo Rizvi out of the attack? Are you going to get a bit of leg spin from Hamza Sheikh, or are we going to go back to Ian Holland or
Ben Green?
Ben Green.
You'd think it's maybe going to be Ben Green, isn't it? Holland. Ahmed off the front foot defends this to backward point, no run.
Yeah, it can't be Ian Holland.
Yeah, it definitely can't be Ian Holland.
That's not allowed. So it can't be Rizvi, it can't be Ajaz Patel, it can't be Desvart, it can't be Holland. So I think it can't be Alex Green. So I think we've just about got there, haven't we?
Yeah.
It must be Benny Green.
Well, we're going to see Hamza Sheikh, maybe not. Well, must be Benny Green, though, I would have thought. Ahmed again finds a way to guide this down to 3rd. Everyone in the ring bar the 3 fielders of 3rd, fine leg and deep backward square. So the Foxes really just trying to make it difficult for Farhan Ahmed. For Lyndon James, sweeper goes out on the offside. 12 runs left. I'll try to find a couple of dot balls here somehow. Last ball of Holland's over. James drives nicely into the offside, and that will be another single. So 9 overs to go, 11 runs required, 189 for 5.
Should have bowled the ball in, Hamza there.
Yeah, give me a go.
He's thrown it in from the deep, but has stayed out on that boundary edge away to our right, the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. So he's not going to be bowling. It is the man with the most magnificent moustache in cricket, Benny Green, to bowl the 42nd over, or at least begin the 42nd over. You won't want it to get out of hand because Notts are only 11 runs away from the tape. Earlier Benny Green, 4 overs, quite expensive for him, none for 31. 2 Greens and 2 Patels in the Leicestershire side. There is Benny Green. Bowls now to Lyndon James, a little push up to Stevie Eskenazi. And then a cry of no. Eskenazi 93 not out earlier, opened the batting, was still there at the end when his number 11 was dismissed. First player in List A cricket to carry his bat against Nottinghamshire on the day that Notts are within 11 runs of picking up their 500th win in one-day cricket. Lyndon James, it looked to be giving it the big wind-up then, didn't he?
He was trying to hammer that down the ground, wasn't he? Get it over and done with.
Seemingly in the starting blocks there for a huge one in our direction. 2 sixes in the Leicestershire innings, just 1 in this. And that's seemingly the full allocation. It's Ben Green, bowls to Lyndon James. Hits this one along the ground, a little bobble in front of Mo Rizvi. Again, just seems like every time he picks the ball up, it must be red hot because he can't hold the ball. He's constantly
always juggling it or flicking it.
Yeah, from one hand to the other. Benny's a great juggler. 189 for 5. Again, Lyndon James looking for the big wind-up, not properly getting hold of it. That's quite a nasty bounce, and it's bobbled up and caught Rishi Patel on the nose, I think, on the snout. He's okay. Oh, he's got his fingers well taped there. That one just bobbled up, and they're just going to check. Stevie Eskenazi's coming out a lot. I think the umpire said, just check there's no blood. Yeah, oh, hang on. Is he okay? Is he okay? Yeah, he's okay. 189 for 5. It's only a glancing blow, but sometimes they can just cause a little bit of a cut lip or a nosebleed. Green in again. It's a hard ball, folks. It's a hard ball. This is cut to backward point. 189 for 5. You had breakages or dislocations?
No, not touch wood. Not that I haven't gone to the hospital to have it
I think I
confirmed.
did every single one of mine. All
gosh.
10, I think, fingers and thumbs. They're all
Playing cricket?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Either fielding off my own bowling, catching them off my own bowling. This is drilled by Lyndon James through extra cover. Yeah, fielding, diving out there, diving to take catches, and the fingers have jabbed into the ground rather than scooping up the ball. Lovely shot, that one. 93 for 5. That'll be the end of Benny Green's over. It might be the end of Benny Green, because Notts only need 7 runs more. 8 overs to go. 193 for 5.
Yeah. I must have done something, but nothing. Never gone to get it scanned or anything like that.
I was hit in the face by a bouncer. I had my top lip stitched back on. It's another hospital stay.
Holland in and tickled round the corner. I'll run the first one hard. Mo Rizvi's going to do the chasing. They'll get there in the end, but they get back for 2. So Notts require 5. The ball clears the boundary ropes. Notts will win.
And they one other one in the days before you were made to wear a helmet. I was in there at short leg, and the ball
Dave,
pulled into my face.
What short did you have to do that to? Holland in, and they're driving down the ground, and they get through for a single. So now if the ball crosses the boundary rope in any way, shape or form, Notts will win.
Nearly there. 4 required to make it 3 wins out of 3. All 3 home games, but 2 at Welbeck, just 1 here at Trent Bridge. Very much going on the road. They don't play another game in Nottinghamshire in the group.
Ball in and pulled away, and that will be 4, and that will be the win. Notts thoroughly worth their win this afternoon. They have beaten the Foxes by 5 wickets after losing the toss and putting in an absolutely phenomenal performance to bowl the Foxes out for 200. They've got the business done here in emphatic fashion, and it's 3 from 3 to start the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, Notts winning by 6 wickets, 7 wickets at Welbeck, by 5 wickets here, chasing each time. Today they didn't get the choice. The toss was won by Eskenazi, opted to try and put runs on the board, and I think, Carl, that's pretty much where the day started off going wrong for the Foxes.
Definitely.
Opting to bat first, losing Rishi Patel with only 1 run on the board. They had a very, very modest power play, only 26 was it from the first 10 overs, never really recovered. They lost wickets at key times. I think once Mo Sheikh had gone, there wasn't an awful lot of support at all for Stevie Eskenazi, who batted through the innings. Again, terrific stuff from Joe Pocklington, 4 for 40. Thought Dylan Pennington bowled well. Figures of 1 for 25 don't necessarily represent how well he bowled, but 199 all out was certainly never going to be enough. And despite losing Muncie for 0, Notts have comfortably got home in that one.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Pocklington, career best figures of 4 for 40. thought changed his pace really, really nicely, which resulted in a couple of false shots, especially towards the back end. But not, what a way to get 500 wins in list A cricket, or limited overs cricket, against rivals from down the road.
Yeah, first win was in 1965 in the old Gillette Cup, a win here against Wiltshire. That was win number 1. Win number 500 in list A cricket secured today against Leicestershire, defeated by Notts for the 4th time this season. I won't say it anymore, Foxes fans. I won't say it anymore. There's still to come here in the county championship. Notts make it 12 points out of 12, 3 wins in a row. The pluses again, Pocklington terrific. Ben Martindale, Notts will be very pleased that he's got his first half century of this season's campaign. Lyndon James continues to do a good finishing job in the middle order there. Good runs again for Verena. McCann and Hamid both got into the 20s. McCann looked good, Hamid less so, a little frenetic today, but all he needs is a bit of time in the middle, and Haas will be good to go. For the Foxes, enjoyed watching Mo Rizvi pull his leg spin, and Alex Green, he's definitely one to keep an eye on over the years. Ajaz Patel, terrific, a wicket too for Ian Holland. But the Foxes on the day just didn't get enough runs on the board, and Notts go to the top of Group A here in the Metro Bank. Can they return here for both the knockouts and for the final in September? That's all to come. In the meantime, they'll be off to the northwest to face Lancashire on Thursday. Thanks ever so much for everybody that's been with us today. Thanks to our commentators, Jono, Spence, Barney and Wilson out there, to Aaron in the production office, to Kevin Howells and to Carl Van Vollenhoven. This is Dave Bracegirdle from Trent Bridge, wishing you all a very good night.